Today at the Lagos Assembly, security details and supporters
Madaniwa, Abunidi any line. Ede wepe yo, for Miami go. Ede wepe yo, for Miami go. Omida, Rana Ololufe for Miami yo. Omode, ede wepe yo, for Miami go. Omida, yo, for Miami yo. Ede wepe yo, for Miami go. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayanda ba. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Oh, we're back to it again. I'm echoing against myself. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are. Okay, that's better. So there it is right there. Here I am, where I am. There you are, where you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Sorry, I didn't come out yesterday. I just wasn't feeling inclined to. It's getting increasingly the case that in certain instances I'm not feeling inclined to. So if I don't feel inclined to, then I don't come out. So apology for that. We try to maintain some consistency, but sometimes we don't feel the inclination, and I wasn't feeling inclined yesterday, but I am feeling inclined today, and here we are. So here we are. Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading, crescendoing into yet another session with your favorite or your laughing man, that is I, One Man Went to Mow. So One Man Went to Mow, the eagle has landed. The eagle lands, and it lands with big news. So it's the night of the long knives at the Lagos State Assembly. I was only going to do a tepid little storyline speaking about KEMI BEDENOCH and how she's been mocked in the UK and all that. But of course, the news cycle ever churning and bigger events superseded that. So I had to change the headlines. So the night of the long knives at the Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm sure you've all been following it with rapt attention. So we're going to cap it off, wrap it off, and condense it into bite-sized, digestible bite sizes. Let me put it that way. So that will form the hub of the conversation. A myriad of other things are to be discussed as well. And apologies for the extremely late start as well. So many apologies. Maybe I should just give up on the apologies, and you take it when you get it. Maybe we'll go with that. So we go with that. So yes, click on the like button. As I said, if you haven't done that, then please do. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that immediately. And right now, like and subscribe. Make sure you do those two things. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your open invitation, your ticket to ride. The juggernaut train, that is the One Man Went to Mow experience. The ticket to board the first class carriage is this hyperlink in the comment section right here that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It'll pop you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It is as easy as wiping your behind once you've been to do whatever it is you've been to do. So all that, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, all those nice and cozy things. So all those nice and cozy things, shall we just launch into it? Of course, there's been no other story within the news cycle other than this. So there's been no other story in the news cycle other than this. And here it is. Or it will pop up on the screen. And there it is. So there's been no other story. Yes, first class ticket. I did say first class ticket, Adama. Good to see you. Yes, the first class. No, I said the tickets to board the first class carriage. Yes. So which then, of course, translates into a first class ticket. So there's been no other news in the news cycle other than the headline that you're seeing on your screen there. And so it is now. It's a bit like Game of Thrones, actually, the goings on in Lagos State. Littlefinger. Do you remember Littlefinger from Game of Thrones? Certainly the Littlefinger in the Lagos State politics narrative, very much Mudashiru Obasa. I have resumed as Lagos Assembly Speaker, Obasa declares. So he has resumed as the Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker, and there it is right there. So he resumes as the Lagos State House of Assembly Speaker, and what a grand entrance he made. So this was how Mudashiru Obasa took charge of the Lagos State Assembly. So this is where the story began. Watch this. So there it is right there. I'm bouncing it back again. So there it is right there. That was Mudashiru Obasa then storming the Lagos State House of Assembly with a retinue of security personnel. Biko, I have a shop out for. Is that meant to be a shout out? That's a shout out, not a shop out, is it, Adama? But yeah, no, that was Mudashiru Obasa then storming the Lagos State House of Assembly. I have resumed as Lagos Assembly Speaker Obasa declares. So Obasa declares, impeached Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, on Thursday declared that he has resumed his position as the parliament leader. Obasa disclosed this after returning to the assembly with armed security operatives. I have resumed and I remain the Speaker of the Assembly, Obasa said. On January the 13th, 2025, lawmakers of the Lagos State House of Assembly had impeached Obasa for alleged misappropriation. Obasa was away in the United States when he was removed as Speaker. Whilst away, his deputy, Mojisola Miranda, was appointed Speaker and sworn in. On his return, Obasa contested his removal, saying his impeachment did not follow due process. So there it is, short and to the point. There it is, short and to the point. And then it transmutes from that to this. Lagos Assembly, Obasa presides over 4-member plenary. So Obasa presides over 4-member plenary. So that is to show you then the level of support that the Lagos State parliamentarians have for this move. Lagos Assembly, Obasa presides over 4-member plenary. The embattled former Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, is currently presiding over plenary with 4 other members at the chambers. So it's not even a divided house. This is a categorical statement of rejection. This is a clear categorical. Yeah, this is a clear categorical statement of rejection by the Lagos State parliamentarians. So let's take it from the top again. Lagos Assembly, Obasa presides over 4-member plenary. The embattled former Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, is currently presiding over plenary with 4 other members at the chambers. The plenary is being conducted after the doors to the chambers were first opened by security personnel. As at 3 p.m., the plenary commenced and was still ongoing till about 3:30. So I mean, that's only half an hour, so it's not like a long stretch. Meanwhile, over 26 other members of the assembly were around but refused to enter the chambers in apparent loyalty and support to the substantive Speaker, Mojisola Miranda. Obasa had earlier reportedly announced his return as Speaker, arguing that while impeachment is a constitutional and democratic process, it must be carried out following laid-down procedures. He was quoted as saying, "I have never been removed. Impeachment or removal is democratic and constitutional, but in doing that, you must follow due process. I am not against that. If I do that, then I am not democratic." Obasa was removed as Speaker on January the 13th whilst he was abroad, with Mojisola Miranda swiftly installed as his successor. He has challenged his removal, maintaining that he is still the rightful Speaker of the House. So that's him then, because of course he has to have backing to do this. He cannot just do that without having backing. Obasa presides over Lagos Assembly plenary with 4 lawmakers. So I think we've just gone through that. Lagos lawmakers reject Obasa, insist Miranda remains Speaker. So the story moving very fast, of course. With 4 members at that particular plenary, I think the signal already sent, but there it is right there. And there's just so many funky things on my screen, you know. I can't wait to get my proper computer back. It's gone for fixing. Lagos lawmakers reject Obasa, insist Meranda remains speaker. Members of the Lagos State House of Assembly have rejected Mudashiru Obasa as the speaker of the parliament. With journalists at the assembly complex on Thursday, the lawmakers refuted Obasa's claim that he remains the speaker. The 36 lawmakers reaffirmed their support for the current speaker, Mojisola Meranda, insisting that she is the speaker of the assembly. The chairman, House Committee, anyway, it goes on to tell us more on that. So it goes on to tell, I'm going to rush through all this because I'm going to play a few video clips towards the storyline in a moment. So it goes on from that to the Lagos Assembly crisis. Speaker Miranda's security aids withdrawn. So there it is right there. The story moves very fast. So it begins with Mudashiru Obasa storming the assembly complex with security personnel, and then the doors to the chambers was forced open, and then he forcefully inserts himself into the speaker's house. It was categorically rejected by the lawmakers, with all of them are protesting with their absence, with the exception of about 4 loyalists to him. So from that now it moves on to this. Lagos Assembly crisis, Speaker Miranda security aids withdrawn. So this shows you then the machinations of shadowy figures orchestrating all of these moves. All security aids attached to Speaker Mojisola Meranda of the Lagos State House of Assembly have been withdrawn. Correspondents can report that as of Thursday morning, security details attached to the speaker, including police officers, have been withdrawn. Correspondents cannot immediately verify who authorized the withdrawal, but sources close to the speaker confirms that Miranda was now vulnerable. All the speaker's security aids have been withdrawn. All the security aids attached to the House of Assembly have also been withdrawn, the source said, lamenting that the speaker is now vulnerable. Correspondents report that the development comes amidst information that Miranda may resign from the position as speaker. The move follows intervention of heavyweights of the All Progressive Congress APC, including Chief Bisi Akande and Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, who are former governors of Osun and Ogun State respectively. The mediating panel, led by the duo, met last Sunday with key stakeholders at the House, including members of the Governance Advisory Council at the Governor's Lodge in Marina. The panel, according to GAC members at the meeting, are recommending the resignation of Mudashiru Obasa and that Miranda should also step down for a new lawmaker from Lagos West to take the mantle of the House leadership. The spokesperson for Miranda, Ganzolo Victor, confirmed the developments to correspondents, saying, "We don't know why the authorities have done that, but all the police officers and other security details attached to her have been withdrawn. She is on her own at the moment." Another source in Obasa's camp also said all aids attached to Obasa have now been restored. So that is to tell you that a lot of people actually, you know, of course, a lot of this movement coming out of Aso Rock, a lot of this movement coming out of Aso Rock, but a lot of people actually feel the puppet master of what is going on is not Bola Tinubu but Remi Tinubu. They have been restored. All Obasa security aids as of this morning, the source said. So that's Obasa then having a final flurry as it's not going to sit on that post for long. Of course, it's not, because it's now too controversial. So it's not going to sit on that post for long. But also not sitting on that post then will be Mojisola Meranda. So I think by the end of this week, or certainly by mid next week, we will have a new name in that seat. So and a lot of people will be jostling now, of course, as you would expect. Why federal government reinstated? Okay, let's take this one. Why federal government reinstated? Oh God, it's really putting me off. All of these things. Maybe I should have downloaded an ad blocker. It really putting me off. All of these things popping up on the screen. Yes. Why federal government reinstated impeached Lagos speaker? So we go on then to this. Correspondents confirmed that the Nigerian government facilitated Mudashiru Obasa's return to the office as Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly on Thursday. On the 13th of January, Obasa, okay, we know of that. Okay, let's take it from top again, actually. Why federal government reinstated impeached Lagos Speaker? Correspondents confirmed government facilitated Mudashiru Obasa's return to office as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. On the 13th of January, Mr. Obasa was impeached by a two-thirds majority of House members whilst he was on holiday in the United States, ending his decade-long hold on the office. The member cited alleged high-handedness, financial misappropriation for his removal, and promptly elected Mojisola Miranda as the new speaker. However, Mr. Obasa rejected his removal, saying it did not follow the procedure of the Legislative Assembly. He immediately headed to court to seek redress. At its sitting on the 13th of February, the members passed a vote of confidence in the new speaker, who was under pressure from some party leaders to resign, and adjourned their sitting indefinitely. On Thursday, Mr. Obasa led a crowd of his supporters to take over the assembly complex, where he announced that he had reclaimed his seat. He later presided over plenary attended by 4 other members. His dramatic return began early in the day, when the security authorities withdrew Mrs. Miranda's security details and restored them to Mr. Obasa. A top security official told correspondents that the federal government had authorized the development. Obasa was not properly impeached as speaker, so his removal was illegal, the source said, describing his comment as reflecting the federal government's view on the matter. The government cannot support illegality. It said the members leveled criminal allegations against Mr. Obasa as the grounds for his impeachment, but they did not allow him to defend himself. So it doesn't really matter if those allegations hold or not. The fact that he has been removed, the fact that he did force himself back, and the fact that he only had support then from 4 members of that assembly is to tell you that they reject him irrespective. Reminded that Mr. Obasa had taken his case to court and there had been no judicial pronouncement on the matter, the official said the government did not have to wait for the court to tell it to act on what it believes is a violation of the law. So it is not within the purview of the government to determine what is legal or not. This is what we had under Buhari when the presidency was a law unto itself. Remember too that the House was not properly convened for the session where it purportedly impeached the speaker. The House was on recess, and only the legitimate speaker could reconvene it. The source said President Bola Tinubu has been heavily speculated to have been angered by Mr. Obasa's impeachment, as the lawmakers reportedly did not consult party leaders in the state before taking the step. So this looks like a coup, actually. The influential Governors Advisory Council of the ruling All Progressive Congress in the state reportedly intervened and tried to persuade Mr. Tinubu to accept the change as the will of most lawmakers, but the president reportedly denied audience to a delegation the group sent to him in Abuja. A committee of party elders, including former Osun and Ogun governors, Bisi Akonde and Olusegun Oshoba, reportedly urged Mrs. Meranda to step down. The presidency and the APC are yet to speak on the development. So it is actually Ganduje that should be superintending this process, but where is Ganduje? So those are the goings on then within the Lagos state space. The goings on within the Lagos state space, we've restored Miranda's security aid. So having now gotten rid of her from that seat, they now put security around her again. We have restored Miranda security aids. Lagos CP, the Lagos State Police Command, says it has restored the security details of the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable, is she the Speaker or the former Speaker? We're even confused now. Honorable Mojisola Meranda. Correspondents report that the security escort attached to the office of the Speaker and her residence were withdrawn on Thursday morning. So the security is now restored back. So all of that cascades to then land on this. So this is the latest development now. Miranda has resigned as Speaker, but this is Obasa telling us this. So until we hear it from a more substantial space, we will take it just with a grain of salt. Justin Miranda has resigned as Speaker. This is Obasa. Embattled former Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, has claimed that Mojisola Miranda, who replaced him, has resigned. Speaking, I think I may well have clips. Let's go to clips, actually. Let's go to clips. Let's pick up the clips from here. We pick it up from here.
Today at the Lagos Assembly, in company of your security details and supporters. Just 2 weeks ago, the House passed the vote of confidence in Mojisola Meranda when plenary was suspended indefinitely. What has changed since then?
Germans have figured out a way to increase water pressure by
in somebody thing
15 times without using any energy. This new 60-pound jet pressure accelerator harnesses the cleaning force.
Today at the Lagos Assembly, in company of your security details and supporters. Just 2 weeks ago, the House passed the vote of confidence in Mojisola Meranda.
All right. If this thing is going to continue to lag, we may well
when
just
plenary was suspended indefinitely. What has changed since then?
Well, good evening. Thank you. And to the viewers, good evening too. I'm still in the House of Assembly.
It's a shame, actually.
I'm in the office.
Yeah, because
so
I want you to
not
watch
decided.
this one.
I came to the office. I'm still at the office. So to Mojisola Meranda, you know, she has been my sister, my colleague, and my friend. She has been my deputy. So we've been together for, you know, almost over 10 years now. Yeah, for 10 years. So she remains my sister. She remains my friend and colleague. So nothing has changed. So if our colleagues pass vote of confidence on her, they have not done anything wrong. Let me remind you that such has been done to me repeatedly in this House of Assembly. So she's a very good woman. She's our friend.
Right, Honorable, what is the current status as of today? Some are reporting that you have officially resigned as Speaker.
All right. I think we may just have to abandon this. The lag is too much. I'll give you one more shot, and then I'll give you one more shot, and then the thing is, it's too big to download and bring it.
Today at the Lagos Assembly, in company of your security details and supporters, just 2 weeks ago, the House passed a vote of confidence in Mojisola Meranda when plenary was suspended indefinitely. What has changed since then?
Well, good evening. Thank you. And to the viewers, good evening too. I'm still in the House of Assembly. I'm in the office. So I've not been cited. I came to the office. I'm still at the office. So to Mojisola Meranda, she has been my sister, my colleague, and my friend. She has been my deputy. So we've been together for, almost over 10 years now. Yeah, for 10 years. So she remains my sister. She remains my friend and colleague. So nothing has changed. So if our colleagues pass vote of confidence on her, they have not done anything wrong. Let me remind you that such has been done to me repeatedly in this House of Assembly.
Commercial property requires 0 time. The tax break.
So she's a very good woman. She's our friend.
Right. But what is your current status as of today? Some are reporting that you have officially resigned as Speaker.
Did you see the letter of resignation?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, what is your current status of today?
How did you refer to me now? Right, Honorable. So I remain same. And I've said this before now that I'm the Speaker, I am the Speaker, I still remain the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly. And maybe I should shed more lights on this. When I became the Speaker for the 3rd time, all my colleagues, supported me. And in the Lagos House of Assembly, I want to believe that we are all law-abiding. We are all law-abiding. And if we make laws for the people of Lagos, then we should be able to respect our own laws as well and rules. So we should be able. So the only thing in question that I'm not against removal, as they call it, impeachment. I'm not against that. It's constitutional. We practice constitutional democracy. So we should be able to respect the provisions of democracy. And if you are going to remove somebody, then you must comply. You must comply, with the provisions in the Constitution and the rules of the House. That is all.
But how is it possible to have 2 speakers?
We don't have
Mojisola Meranda was elected by majority of lawmakers in January.
How was she elected? That is the question. On what? How? By breaking into the chambers, by breaking into the maid's room without.
Look at this semi-illiterate that wants to become the governor of Lagos State by breaking into the chambers. By broken, is that about pidgin English? What's he even talking about? This half-wit.
That's writing the Speaker, I myself, without panel. I don't want to discuss this. Let's just leave it there. But I want you to know that the 40 of us are brothers and sisters, and we've been together for some time, and we are still together. They've been very dedicated. They've been very, very loyal, and they have been performing their tasks as representatives of the people. So, and nothing has changed up to now.
Talking about your brothers and their loyalty, we just heard from them right now. They said they don't want you as Speaker.
Well, I don't know about that. I've not heard that, and I'm not contesting anything against them. As I have said, they are my brothers and sisters, and they remain same. So, same, they are my brothers and sisters. They are my colleagues.
Is it true? Is it true that you held plenary today with just 4 members of the House?
Well, ask them how many of them are in the House. Mind you, you should not understand something about the House, that you cannot force people to the plenary. You understand? But if they say 4, where are the rest of them? How many of them were around this afternoon when we were having the plenary? How many of them?
You
Well,
help.
as I said, I don't want to contest this issue, but out of respect I have for you people, that's why I'm attending to this.
Yes,
so it's not something we should be discussing.
Just for clarity, Right Honorable, because quite a number of stories are out there, and we thought that it was important that you clear them and that you put them in right perspectives.
What
you led plenary today.
How many members of the House were there? The most important thing is that we had our plenary
all right. There's too much lag on that, so I think I'm going to abandon that and just move on. All right. So hopefully you cannot hear me. Okay. Still. So there's too much lag on that, but I think you get the gist of where they are in Lagos State. So the story started with Mudashiru Obasa storming the House of Assembly with a retinue of security details. They forced open the doors to the chambers, and he inserted himself on the seat as the Speaker of that House. So now security details followed him into the House, but then those security details were the complement of Mojisola Meranda, who has now had those security details withdrawn from her and then passed on to him. So that's where it is now. But then he sat on that seat, asked the Speaker to hold plenary. But then the House reacts to him by all of them doing a stay out, not a walkout, because they were not inside in the first instance. They did a stay out as a form of protest against him being forcefully inserted and asserted into that post. So they did that, but he's now straddling the media space to try and calm down the tension, telling us that they are all still friends, and Mojisola is still his sister, even though the whole of the House has rejected him. So that's where they are in Lagos State. Let's go to Seun Okinbaloye, who pushes the narrative even further. I think we've got a clip of Seun here somewhere. Let's go to this.
The people, all the years I challenge them.
What would you say to President Bola Tinubu today, tonight, you appearing on national television, and perhaps the president is watching you right now? What would you say to him? There are those in your party who say he's got your back and he's the one supporting you, and that's the reason for the audacity that was seen recently.
I have been following this man since immediately I left secondary school, and I have pictures during SDP. You know, I contested for post of delegates. So since then, I've always been one of his disciples, and I've not changed tomorrow. I have always been a loyalist, and that will continue. If they are just saying that now, if they are just realizing that now, that means they've not been part of us from Genesis. So that is so. If they are reading meaning,
so I'm saying, are you denying that the president is not supporting you? You are just doing this all by yourself? And I'm giving you an opportunity to be able to speak to the president. That a lot of your party members say he's the one supporting you, he's got your back, and that's why you are able to return.
Shehu, the president has more than enough on his table to take care of than to tinker with the problem of Lagos House of Assembly. But I will always respect him as my father, my leader, my operator. I will always do that. And I will always continue to be loyal to him. Either he asked me or he did not ask me, I know what is right to be done. I will continue to do that without his approval. So if anybody wants to read meaning to that, well, good luck.
So you're saying that the president is not in your support, does not support you. Is that what you're saying? Because Nigerians want to know straightforward, is the president supporting you or not? Are you denying that he's not supporting you?
The president has always been supporter of everybody all over Nigeria.
I'm talking about Honorable Obasa and your ambition of becoming or staying as Speaker of the House of Assembly in Lagos State.
Just listen to me. When Buhari was coming, the president was there. President Tinubu Bola Ahmed was there. When Fashola was coming, the president was there. When Ambody was coming, the president was there. When Chidi Sanwo-Olu was there, the president. When we are forming the party, the president was there. From AC, AG to AC, ACL, and now APC. So the president has always been a good provider. So he has been providing for all of us, protecting us beyond Lagos, Ogun, Osun. And so don't disturb yourself about asking me that his background. The president has always been a good father.
How the legitimacy of office? Just a moment before you go. How do you run the affairs of the House when the legitimacy is out of the window? A majority of them are saying that they do not want you. Where do you go from here? With time we tell. Let them. I'm not against them. You cannot force a woman to be your wife. It's a matter of choice. Sure, you understand. So I'm not against, and I've said it, they are my brothers and my sisters. And whatever they want to do, nobody is against that. But we will remain one. After all, we only have one, what do they call it? Labor. A member of Labour Party in the House. So that the night for the rest of us, we are members of APC. So we can sit together and sort everything out. So tell me, Honorable Obasa, today as it is, it does look like there are changes that have been made. Clark has been reinstated. The removed Clark has been reinstated. You start with 4 members of plenary today.
How did the Clark reinstated? How did he?
I'm seeing a document to that effect. Did you make any changes since you removed?
There was a judgment. There was session made by the courts. So it's not that they are restating the Clark. It was a decision made by the courts now, because his removal was done illegally without following the due process. How can you say you are suspending a clerk when a clerk is a civil servant and there's a procedure to remove a civil servant? That is part of the thing we are talking about. If you want to do something, do it right. And now the man has been coming to the House. They did not allow him to tell you. That is a contempt of court in another case. But must we go to court to sort out things? I'm not against anybody. I'm not fighting anybody. And I don't. There's no intention of wish-hurting or payback or anything. We just want to be, we just want to work together. You can have spent 20-something years in this House of Assembly. Then you cannot just come and disgrace me, destroy my personality, destroy my reputation, and all that. It's not good. It's not enough. So if they want to do things, let them do it in a normal way. If we are claiming that something has happened, as you are corrupt and this and that, set up a panel. Let us prove it.
Honorable Obasa, quickly, are you able to meet with Governor Sanwo-Olu?
Of course, we met now. Yes.
When did you meet with him?
In Marina, we were together. We have other people there. We were together now. Yeah.
What did you tell him? Are you able to succumb and work with him and drop all your differences?
My brother, we have always been working together now. We don't have any differences. We have always been working together now. He's running his second term now. This is almost 6 years in office together. So we only have almost 2 years left. So what are you saying that if you can work together? We've been working together. So
are you worried that any member of the Lagos State Executive wanted you out and they were behind your removal?
I'm not aware of that. I have nothing against them. We'll be working together. So why should I worry my head about people interested in removing me or otherwise? It's not Obasa's chieftaincy title now.
Honorable Obasa, the implication of you coming back to your office today?
What implication?
The implication. There are chaos. There are possible chaos. Political chaos.
There won't be chaos.
How do you handle it?
There's no chaos. At least I'm in the office. I'm still in the office now. We have so many people here. We have other members here with us. So what is going to cause chaos? What will bring about the chaos?
How do you bring, if you insist, because it does look like you have the backing of the highest political powers in your party.
How many times do you want to ask the same question in different form? Why are you interested?
Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. You are in the dark. It's difficult to see your face, but thank you so much for speaking.
Who is behind?
Honorable, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. I heard the Lord is behind me. I'm a child of God. So the God is behind me always. So there's nobody.
Are you a Muslim or a Christian?
I'm a Muslim.
Oh,
Mudashir.
Okay, I imagine that when you say you're a child of God, because I only think that the Christians are the ones who profess being children of God.
I have a child of Allah. That's what
All right then. Honorable, I'm hoping that you'll be able to tell your supporters to keep calm, because I know Agege people are not politically easy like that. They're very resolute.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, my friends. Don't go there. You know, my people from Agege are culture, civilized, modern, educated.
I said they're politically resolute. I don't.
Resolute. Yeah. Of course, or they will go and check the last election and look at the numbers we delivered. So they have right to be that. So I will continue to, to do that in every election. Go and check the numbers after the election. So you see how they are resolute, how resolute they are.
All right. So there it is right there. The people of Agege, they are cultured, they are civilized, and all that. You know, I think that's what they call an oxymoron. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. I keep. Can I be heard, Baba? Are you there, Baba?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, brilliant. Stay there with us, Baba. So yes, the people of Agege are cultured and resolute. I think that's what you call an oxymoron. Two words that should not exist in the same sentence. Agege and cultured. I've never heard those terms used in the same sentence. So those are the goings on in Lagos State. So we've got. I'm delighted to have Baba here to talk us through it. So we quickly whiz through what we have left, and then we kick it off formally. Let's whiz through this then. President Tinubu. So it says breaking news. President Tinubu. Many Muslims feel betrayed after supporting you. You are marginalizing Muslims. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria has expressed disappointment over the Muslim ticket of President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima, stating that it has not yielded the expected benefit for the Muslim community. So I think now this is the squeeze to insert that Sharia thing on the Southwest. Let me play you this clip to that space.
We have seen Nigerians vote for people of the same Islamic faith into the presidency without turning the country into an unceasing battlefield. But we have not seen justice and equity done to all communities, irrespective of their faith. Millions of Muslims are politically marginalized in many parts of the country. The Ummah looks up to all for guidance and assurances that their faith will not be sacrificed on the altar of political opportunism and greed. Today, many Muslims are being encouraged to think they have been betrayed to vote for this administration. It is our task to assure them that our intentions and goals were honest and products of deep faith and fear of the punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We must demonstrate beyond all doubt that no understanding exists between us, and this is our indifference and insensitivity to avoidable hardship will be tolerated. We must live above board, elevating the intrinsic values of Islam to the point that it makes the difference between good and bad leaders, between an informed citizenry and a gullible population, between a clergy that serves and fears and serves only Allah, and one which serves leaders of the day. We must remain steadfast in our pursuit of justice for the Muslims and non-Muslim, because this is our basic responsibility and the basic for peace in our country.
So there it is right there. They must remain resolute in their pursuit, or whatever it is, their pursuit of justice. I don't even know, but there it is. They move to insert Sharia into the Southwest. It continues to gather momentum. So the other thing gathering momentum, of course, is the seeming rejection of KEMI BEDENOCH as anything of any seriousness by the UK citizenry. She has become somewhat of a joke figure, and they don't even they've not given any consideration to any possibility of her ever getting anything in that country. Here it is. A poll discloses that the majority of conservative voters, so the conservative voters then will be voters of the party that KEMI BEDENOCH heads. So those are the conservative voters. Now, a poll discloses that the majority of conservative voters are of the opinion that KEMI BEDENOCH would not serve as an effective prime minister. So even her party, they have no reckoning with that. They don't reckon with that in the slightest. They see her as a joke figure. A poll discloses that the majority of conservative voters are of the opinion that KEMI BEDENOCH would not serve as an effective prime minister. So nobody takes her seriously, and certainly not the opposition space that she's looking to wrestle power from. Watch this.
Over the weekend, I suggested to the Prime Minister that he cut the aid budget, and I'm pleased that he accepted my advice.
I'm going to have to let the Leader of the Opposition down gently. She didn't feature in my thinking at all. I was so busy over the weekend I didn't even see her proposal. I think she's appointed herself, I think, saviour of the Western civilization. It's a desperate search for relevance.
So there it is right there. So at the other side of the aisle then is Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister in situation. Of course, the question put by KEMI BEDENOCH, who is the leader of the opposition. But it is what Sir Keir Starmer actually said that is the most damning, the most pertinent. I'm going to play it again. It's only 30 seconds, but I want you to listen to the last two things that the Prime Minister said. In fact, I want you to listen all the way through. Firstly, he said he was so busy he wasn't even paying any attention to whatever it is that she was saying in the political media space. So he wasn't giving any attention to her. But what he actually said latterly, that this Nigerian Yoruba girl has appointed herself as the savior of Western civilization. So desperate is a search for relevance, and that cuts very, very much to the heart of what and who KEMI BEDENOCH is and how people see her. Watch this again.
Over the weekend, I suggested to the Prime Minister that he cut the aid budget, and I'm pleased that he accepted my advice.
I'm going to have to let the Leader of the Opposition down gently. She didn't feature in my thinking at all. I was so busy over the weekend I didn't even see her proposal. I think she's appointed herself, I think, saviour of the Western civilization. It's a desperate search for relevance.
So there it is right now. That is it right there, rather. That should serve as the final death nail in KEMI BEDENOCH's coffin. A political coffin, no, not a metaphoric coffin. So that should serve as
one
the
man.
Yes.
Greetings, boss. Are you trying to
Yes.
say she sounds? In America, we say you sound thirsty. Before I say anything to you, let me greet the panelists. Greetings, Sir Baba, and greetings, Mr. Larry. I can't see the third person. Is that Aro? You know, Aro is my favorite. If he's hearing me, please call me.
Yes.
My salutations.
You have to say Prince Aro. We've got Larry and we've got Enigmatic. But Adama, let me quickly run through the presentation and then we kick it off. So that's KEMI BEDENOCH then, who is now become essentially a joke figure within the United Kingdom space. This is Oji Kalu, responding to the Babangida biography or his book launch?
Babangida is my master, and everybody knows. And I'm going to visit him very soon. I'm going to discuss, but I'm waiting for second edition of that book, because the first edition did not bring out all the realities of what happened, especially when they concerned Professor Humphrey Nwosu and the INEC and why it was. Babangida should tell those, call by names, not only Abacha, call by names those who stopped him from declaring June 12th. Because I was there, so I know what happened. He should call their names and write second edition, so Nigerians will know the rule. Because people are thinking maybe Babangida lied here and there. But I'm very grateful that the coup, they call Igbo coup, Babangida have cleared. I don't need Babangida to tell me that that coup was not Igbo coup. That is why I'm in Nigeria. And that is why you see me behave the way I behave. So for me, that coup was a Nigerian coup collected by military. And the military executed the coup. And some people failed to do their job. That is what I saw. And Igbos are bearing the brunt, which is not fair on Igbos.
So that is right there. And there's a universality somewhat to the sentimentality being expressed by Kalu there. There's somewhat of a rejection. In fact, not even somewhat. It's clearly people reject the attempt of Babangida to try and rebrand himself and try and get his he's looking for a pass, but nobody is going to give him one. So now this one essentially, you know, anytime this lady comes out, you again it reaffirms all of the reasons why they don't take her seriously in the parliament. Senator Natasha demands live broadcast of Senate probe. So she has been referred, Natasha Akpoti that is, she has been referred to the Senate Disciplinary Committee for her conduct, which we all know at the last plenary, where she made all this kerfuffle about being asked to sit in a designated seat. So such untoward behavior not acceptable, of course, in Parliament, and they have referred to her to the Ethics Committee, and she's now wanting a live broadcast to the nation of parochial mundaneness of administrative stuff in Parliament that are they're on why they are telling her to sit in a seat and not sit in a seat. She wants a live broadcast of that because, of course, she was, and they did tell her that the Parliament, the red chambers, is not the space for content creation. But if she wants to be a YouTuber, maybe she should just hand over her tickets back and go on and start a YouTube channel. Senator Natasha demands live broadcast of Senate probe. Let me just give you three paragraphs. Senator Natasha Akpoti, Kogi Central, has called for her Senate probe proceedings to be broadcast live to ensure transparency. Referred to the Senate Ethics and Disciplinary Committee following a dispute with Senate President Godswill Akpabio over certain arrangements. Akpoti stated that she's prepared to face the panel, but insists that the proceedings must not be held behind closed doors. So of all of the things that are germane to the Nigerian trajectory is the broadcast of some wayward woman who is not even suited. Anyway, it's just a nonsense, isn't it? Anyway, she's milking it for...
One man, you have a woman on this platform. So if you're going to speak about her, a woman is here. So we are here to represent the woman. So before you go off and everything, it's just a necessity. Allow us to represent her before you speak.
Do you stand by her conduct, though? The way she... I
just want you to finish your reading so I'm not interrupting. So that way when I speak, because I know Baba always coming first, sir, and I know he's one man. When he's speaking, I want to listen to him. Anybody speaking as a panelist, I want to keep quiet and listen to what they have to say. So I just wanted to finish. I have something to say about her, the last video you played, and I have question in regards to what she's pointing out, which is the sitting, which I, Adam, I'm confused with. Maybe Baba will help enlighten our viewers, because when you say sitting, I don't know what that is.
All right, let's do it this way. Let me play the Kegite music. I think people are ready to speak now. So let me play the Kegite music and then we kick off the session.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshebe, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. So joining us, of course, an elegant panel. Of course, the majestic Adama right there, the Hajia from Abeokuta. So that's Hajia Adama in the house. Larry, of course, there's Larry right there. All Matters Lagos. Larry always has something today. Actually, I'm glad for the people that are here. Glad, of course, for Adama, but especially glad to have Larry, Enigmatic, and Baba here because I know they are vested and invested in that Lagos State politics. So we'll get into a very, very deep dive and a very, very nuanced conversation around this because we have such a knowledgeable panel. We kick it off with Adama, who I think actually has some thoughts about Natasha Akpoti. Adama.
Yes, I just want to say greetings to our viewers. Woman, I'm sorry, when I was writing my shout out, I was in the car, I was typing so fast, and my daughter was the one driving. I just want to give a shout out to Chioma, the princess of the platform. Is good to take a mental health break, but we miss you so much. But there's one person I've not noticed.
You made the drama queen of the platform.
Of course, yeah. Now she's my sister. I have to miss her. She's my younger sister. Of course I miss her. But there's one person I miss. I know Larry will probably know more because him and Larry kind of have shares the same view when it comes to economics, numbers, and everything like that. And that is Prince Emeka. Prince Emeka, if you're listening, I miss hearing your voice, your contribution, and I just want to know that everything is okay with you and your family, and I wish you nothing but the best. Baba, greetings to you, sir. Greetings to Mr. Larry. I can't see the last name. Greetings to Mr.
I thought Emeka was universally hated. Where's his new love for Emeka? I thought it was I thought only I liked Emeka. I mean,
no. Woman, I liked Emeka because the first time I encountered him, Emeka challenged me in a way that I have been challenged in my professional. I work with mostly men. I've said that in Dr. Damage's platform, and I've learned to keep my cool because men see you and you have this position. Who is she? Everybody here is a man, and she's the only woman. And But at the end of the day, I learned to maintain my cool because you know what you bring to the table. At the end of the day, when you see knowledge, you acknowledge it, and at the same time, you can learn. And I'm open. And at the end of the day, what I don't know, I want to learn. And that's one of the main reasons I am into this platform called One Man One Tomorrow. No matter our controversy and our baseball bars, that's part of the, you know. Baba, my question to you, sir, is this. I'm confused. Natasha spoke. You know, Baba, there's something called misogynist about men. I don't want to go into this, but I know, Baba, you're an intellectual. You know what I'm talking about. I feel like this presidential man that has been harassing her has a liking for her. This is just my opinion as a woman. So when she says something about the sitting, I am confused. Baba, what is she referring to? Because I don't know what she's talking about. When she comes to the political sitting, she says she wants that to be projected in a live stream. I am confused, sir. Sir, what does that have to do when we have lawmakers? Do they have where they are assigned to? For me, they don't understand. And some of our viewers, I know I'm not alone. Could you explain that to us, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ada. I appreciate you because I think you have a scientific bent. Well, it's not surprising. It's part of your makeup as an aesthetician, a specialist. So it's part of your build. So you're always curious. Enigmatic, I salute you. Larry, welcome. All you co-panelists and the comment section people. I can't see the usual fellows, but the ones I love are also there, particularly Dewali. I salute you all. And our esteemed viewers, please smash the like button. Don't be an eavesdropper. So, Ada, let me first start. I'm a little bit taken aback, and this will shock you. Mr. Uduagan or Chief Uduagan.
Baba, I'd like to comment. Yeah. I'd like to comment after you on that topic, but carry on.
Yeah. Natasha's husband. It's a very, very good friend of Akpabio. Very, very close friend. When Natasha had her first child, Akpabio and his wife, they visited. I'm not sure of this, but I think either the wife is the godmother or Akpabio is the godfather of that child. So I don't see any reason why Akpabio will covet a friend's wife. And I'm taken aback because of the confrontational stand of Natasha against this man, who is, I consider, to be your family friend. So that's yet, I don't really get what is amiss there. Then for the question you asked, in the House, you can see it's divided into two, and there is a corridor in between. On the right side of the Senate President, who is Akpabio, you find the majority sitting there. On the other side of the aisle, which is the left-hand side of Akpabio, you find the minorities. The principal officers actually sit in the front of both aisles. Now, the sitting position is assigned by the chief whip through the authority of the Senate President. Ada, I hope you are following me.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Now, there are very few. Every other day, every other week, one of them in the left side of the aisle will cross over. So there is always gap here and there because there are only 109 members. So as we speak, I think over 70 of them are on the right, sitting on the right side. So what happened last week? 2 or 3 people, they do, and 1 or 2 others, they defected. So they have to move to the right side. That means those behind in the minority seat, they are asked now to come forward so that it will look filled and not look scanty. You know how a stadium that is scanty, how it looks when people are scattered. Even the announcing stadium, please come to
so
the
move
platform.
forward, yes, to
Exactly,
fill
to
the,
cover the
yes,
gap.
yes, sir.
For whatever reason, Natasha chose to remain in her seat. And the chief whip stood up to inform the House that where she's sitting is not assigned to her anymore, that she knows the rightful place to sit. And if that is the case, she was adamant, and by rules of the House, she will not be allowed to speak because of her belligerence. Until she comply, she will not be allowed to speak.
Baba, is that a rule for every member, or because she broke the rule, just specific?
No, that's the rule standard in their books. That is the rule.
Sorry, Baba. That's
Yeah.
not only the rules for them, it's the rules universally. In every parliament, that's the rule.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So you see, so then she refused. She stood up and insisted that she has to speak. And she was confrontational, very combative, pointing fingers, shaking her head, and flinging her head right, left, center, up and down, acting up. And the president of the Senate was hitting the gavel and said, stop. Calling her to order, she just continued. And the president had no choice but to ask her to leave. And you could see they cannot be misogynist, because even at that, you can see all the principal officers, they surrounded her. Even the people, the enforcers of that order couldn't even touch her because they don't want any other scandal. You know,
yes, because I saw the video, they were pleading with her, and
exactly.
she kept putting her headscarf on. And I say, if you have how many people standing in front of you, why don't you listen to what they have to say?
Thank you, Ada.
And yield the floor. Because at the end of the day, like I always say, Baba, I looked at her, she's a pretty woman, she's very nice looking. But at the same time, the rules are the rules, regardless of what gender you are.
Exactly.
So go ahead, Baba.
And now they want to subject her, as it is the procedure. You flouted the rules in a very, very negative way, not even subtle, pointed. Now the next day, you went to a platform and trashed the Senate, which is also against the rule, because what's happened in the Senate stays in the Senate, to the extent that whatever you say in the Senate, nobody can sue you for it.
Baba, are you serious? Nobody can sue you for it.
Exactly. Whatever you say.
That's also universal, by the way, Adama. Every parliament is the same.
Including United States?
And the UK, everywhere.
Wow.
So she went now to the whatever platform and starts spewing a lot of trash against the house which you belong. Now they've initiated disciplinary procedure, and you are calling for TV camera to come there, which has never been done before. And also now you turn yourself into an activist, appealing to women here and there to come to your aid and come and do protests at the premises of the National Assembly.
There's a national movement scheduled for her. If I may be wrong, there is women coming together. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
No. You asked the question, so we are making it interactive.
This woman belongs on Instagram, not in Parliament. What she wants is not in the Parliament. She wants to be peperimpe, and there's not the space now.
But woman, please correct me. This is not the first time. Remember the first audio Akpabio released about her saying she's making noise like she's in a club. This is not the first time this is happening between her and Akpabio.
And Akpabio apologized, didn't he? Akpabio
She's just there
apologized.
to cause chaos, nothing else. That's just she wants cameras on her. She wants to be the center of attention. Sorry, Baba. Akpabio said something. He said she came in via the courts, so she won an election. It was somebody won. Anyway, she got a judgment to get into the parliament through those who are. But because she had to come in via that route, she did not come in with her set. So she did not get all the orientations that was necessary for that. So she missed the orientation. So she doesn't know the do's and don'ts. She doesn't know the rules of parliament. She doesn't know anything. She's just there. She thinks she's there to go and shake them up or to go and do showore in parliament or whatever it is she's doing. But what Baba was saying is exactly right. The Nigerian parliament, the House of Senate or whatever, it's the same universally. People sit according to their tribe, not Igbo, Yoruba, whatever, according to their political tribe. So if you have the conservatives, they sit as a group. If you have the Labour, they sit as a group because they are caucuses, aren't they? So they sit as a group, So if you then have somebody crossing the aisle to make a particular group bigger, that then changes the sitting arrangement. So they still have to cluster in their political tribal spaces. So the APCs will be grouped together, the Labour's grouped together, etc., etc. And then the governing party sits on one side of the aisle, and then the opposition party sits on the other side of the aisle, and then they're grouped in their formation to their satellite political parties. So that's how it works. So now
woman, why did you think she refused?
Because she doesn't know. She doesn't know the rules.
Hearing what Baba said now, what she did, if I am going by what Baba said, she made a mockery of herself.
She did. It's the Russian blood in her, I think. It must be the Russian blood.
Okay, can I ask you something? Baba, can I ask you something?
Go ahead, please.
You said something, sir, that Akpabio and Natasha's family know each other. As a woman looking from the outside, so you don't think Akpabio has a crush on Natasha? Yes or no, sir?
No. Come on. I don't think that's... Look, there is a video. The first child, the Akpabios, when I say the Akpabios, Akpabio and the wife visited carrying the child. The woman was carrying the child. I know one of them, either the godfather to the child or the godmother to the child, the Akpabios. So that shows the extent of their closeness. So, and if that holds until tomorrow, I see no reason why she should openly attack that person in the hollow chamber of the Senate. This is my point. Somebody that is close to your family, that has broken bread with your family. I'm not saying they can't have difference politically.
Differences political, they don't have to agree. But
they don't have to agree, but then there is decorum demands that you should, to an extent. Look, one thing is clear. We are Africans. We are Africans. Forget education. Ethics demand that she should defer to the Senate president. Because in that hollow chamber, he is first among equal. One, she's a close family friend. Two, at least
she's doing a real disservice to women in parliament. You know, they don't have.
That's my belief.
Yeah.
That's my belief. And she was asked to apologize. She refused.
So Baba, can I say something? And you see why I said before I came in, woman asked me something about Emeka. I'm just referencing what happened to Emeka. Whether I agree or disagree with you, at the end of the day, This is the way I look at life. I want to learn. Whether you like me or not, I don't care about it. I want to learn from what you're saying. But the video that has been going around regarding to Senator Natasha or whatever she is, she has portrayed that video to make herself look like a victim, that she's been harassed by trying to do her job. As a woman looking from the outside, they don't have the audio of what is going on in the Senate or whatever chambers they're in. That is how she's coming across to me. But for people who know what goes on and the protocols, now I get to understand she's not following the protocols and standards of what needs to be done. So my question is this: why is she doing this? What is the ulterior motive behind this action? Because I'm confused right now. Like, what is the purpose of all this?
Well, Ada, according to her, it's even so unusual for a first-time senator, what you call in college a freshman. You arrived and they gave you chairmanship of a committee. You even arrived late after orientation.
I think she's on about 3 committees, chairing about 2, some NGO related ones as well.
You understand? I know this position comes with a lot of perks. Travel here and there, making connections here and there. But that shows you Akpabio made some favor to her. Because you are just a fresh person, just about a year old. You even missed the orientation. It is court that certified you. So when they are traveling, of course, monies are there to be shared and things like that. I think she felt she has been shortchanged somewhere. You can see she said, I even spent my money for traveling because they didn't approve anything for me. I have to do it alone and things like that. But hey.
Baba.
Yes,
Baba,
sir.
she's a first timer now.
Yes, sir.
Baba, you see, it's good. What she's doing is good for Akpabio. Because why would
Mr. Larry, are you the one speaking? I just want to know who is speaking.
Yes, Larry.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I'm the one speaking. You see, sometimes when we want to, you see this eye service and all those things that we do. When Natasha came to that house, right? When Akpabio gave Natasha local content, and I was like, yeah, what is Natasha going to do in local content? And a lot of people in the Senate were really against her being given that committee. But Akpabio used, you know how he does.
Because it's juicy, right?
Local content is one of the best in the Senate. Local content is because all this oil and gas, everything, most of them are under local content. So what local content does is all the foreign companies, they need to ensure the number of Nigerians that has to work there. So most times
about compliance.
Yeah, about compliance. So most times they work mostly with the oil companies. And another thing Natasha raised is this issue of this gas. This gas, I think there are some gas
in Kogi State, the 5 mini gas plants.
Yes. And I don't know how that actually happened. And they've been murmuring in the Senate that she actually used her influence based on the fact that she's the chairman of local content to channel all those things, the 4 to Edo. Now, see what she said doing with Berekete. Oh, they're against her because they felt she's pushing things to the north. And so
again, that's a very bad tactic.
So no, and at the end of the day, what will happen is there's nothing Natasha can do. Natasha will go to that ethics committee and Natasha will be suspended. Hardly will you go to that ethics.
No, hold on, please, Larry. You said she will be what? Bended.
She will be
suspended.
Eh?
Yes.
Look at that. The way your mind works, Adam. You think this is it's not an X-rated show, Look at this.
No, woman. That's what I'm here to learn. Larry, why would she be gotten rid of? Like, could you explain that?
Okay.
No, they will suspend her for her conduct. But respond to that, and then Adama, take us to one more topic, and then I want to move the conversation to Lagos State and kick it off with anybody.
Yeah,
no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, they will suspend her for her conduct and suspend her for what she did with Berekete. Because what she did with Berekete, right, was basically trying to throw the whole Senate under the bus.
But I said, but Baba said you cannot hold them.
No, that is different. What you cannot hold people for what they say in the chambers.
Mm-hmm.
But with Berekete, it was
an outside space.
Yes.
Okay.
It was an outside space, and she was
now
trying
I understand
to
what
make
you're
some
saying.
ethnic sentiment. Oh, probably the southern senators are against her because they felt she was pushing things to the north, which is actually huge, right? So I don't know what except Akpabio just tried to, because the whole Senate is angry. Let's not deceive ourselves. Most of the senators are angry.
So, Mr. Larry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think, I want to use one word, misogynist and sexual harassment, do you think those two are involved in it?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, sir. I respect your word. Thank you. One more, I'm going to go to KEMI BEDENOCH's video. Now, the thing about that, her video, I was supporting her. Now it's time for her to go drink Choco Milo. I relax that time, man, because me too, I'm confused. Because it's not making sense to me. Auntie is doing too much.
The Prime Minister is exactly right. She's desperate for relevance.
She's so desperate that, that she has spelled the word desperate on her body. So for me, when you start acting this way, the message that you're trying to put out at the end of the day is lost. You understand what I'm saying? So my advice to KEMI BEDENOCH is she needs to evaluate whatever she wants to do, be realistic, and above every other thing, remember you're a Black woman. I want to remind her of that, because if America is not ready to have a woman as a president, as much as I love you, my sister Kemi, I don't think UK is ready for you as a Black and African woman to be their president. I want you, all I'm suggesting, I believe in whatever you're putting out, your goals and ambitions. But at the end of the day, I'm a realist. I have to be really honest with you. Sis, you need to tone down your rhetoric. And at the same time, just allow things to flow naturally. I love her. I love what she stands for. But right now, she's starting to get my nerves.
Adama, they did a poll of our party members, a bit like, let's say they do a poll of the Democrat members or Republican members. So they did a poll of our party members. They are known as the Tories. They are the conservatives. And 40% of them, 40% of our own party members say they cannot see her as a prime minister, that they don't see a prime minister in her. So she's just like a joke figure now, really. Trying to be more. They said the new face of racism is Black faces in high places.
Okay, but one man, I want to ask you a straight question. And I see Arrow is here. One man, I want you to be realistic. Take out whatever sentiment or emotion you have surrounding KEMI BEDENOCH. Is the UK, United Kingdom, ready for a Black person to be in charge?
I'll let Arrow answer that.
Yeah, most definitely don't want KEMI. That's one thing for a fact. We don't like people that play to the gallery. Okay, there's been plenty of people that will give or take there. Okay, James Cleverly was the minister for foreign affairs. One man, correctly. We've had in Wales. The Welsh had a biracial. Is the first minister? Is that what they call the head of government in Wales?
Do the Scottish not even have an Indian or Pakistani?
Yeah, exactly. The Scottish, the Welsh,
The Welsh guy only, I think it was only removed because of
We
some.
nearly had a black man, actually, an Igbo man, Chuka something. Do you remember?
Yeah, what's his name? I can't remember his last name. There
It's
was the Ghanaian
Chuka
guy.
something.
What's the other Ghanaian guy that
No,
was
no, no.
was
He
the
was was the chancellor, the finance
Chancellor of the
minister.
Exchequer? Yeah, but was the deputy prime minister, give or take. And I think if not for the fact that they crashed the currency, I think they would have gotten Liz Truss out of the way and probably put him up there. So it's not just about us, exclusively because Kemi is a fool. Okay,
Yes.
I mean, and I've been saying this from the start. Everyone thought I was saying nonsense.
It's like a rush of blood to the head, isn't it? She got
Kemi is a
giddy.
fool.
She
Kemi
got
is someone
giddy
that
from the position.
I have cousins that have known Kemi for decades. Okay, and when people just you mention Kemi and they just that idiot. That's how they used to talk
No,
about her
but
almost 10 years
Carol,
ago, and that's not
I
changed.
agree. I agree with you, but this is where I found that is confusing to me. We have a lot of people in the diaspora and even on this platform who supports Trump. Now, Kemi is one of our own who is in the UK, and I don't see that many Nigerians putting that energy they put with Trump with Kemi Badenoch.
Okay,
So it
so let me
makes me
see.
start to question: is that because she's a female,
No,
or
let
you
me
guys
put it to you.
feel
No,
that
no,
she's
no,
an
no. Let
It's
me
the way
put it to
she
you.
extremist?
it's the way she
Okay,
politics. It's her politics more than
one
anything
man,
else.
one man. Do you know the crime that most Americans commit? Yes, they see the European tendencies from an American viewpoint. Okay, in Europe, most people are to the center. Okay, yeah, then either a bit to the right or a bit to the left. But we are centrists. Most people are socialists in Europe. You know, the most hardcore, even in the Nigel Farages of this world, if they ever went to contest, government for any political office in America, they'll be called leftists. They'll be called, socialists and communists. The most hardcore, Europeans that are to the right. So that's the American tendency to see things, from that tendency, the left and right. No, we don't really do that. We're all centrist over here.
No, but
And
Ara,
then
you're not answering my question of
All right.
why are Nigerians not backing her. Then
All
I'll
right.
leave that.
Yes.
why
And
Nigeria
then
supporting that?
yeah.
When Kemi went to contest in Essex, okay, at first, all right, she was going to churches, going around the place, presenting herself like, okay, this is my story. I'm like one of you, this Nigerian thing, I'm Nigerian, but evidently, she got into power and she frolicked with people, and she saw it that she wanted to advance herself. And what did she do? She saw the gameplay that the likes of what's it, Priti Patel, and others before have played. That if you are conservative and you're a minority, that you need to present yourself as a tool to be used to advance. To
Right
advance
wing right wing agendas.
agendas, especially in the times of Donald Trump. So some of the people in the UK, they see what's happening in America, and they see it that, the UK people are very smart, okay? They don't mean half of what they say. A British man would tell you, say something, they call it, dark humor. That's why you see one man and I laugh when one man says things because I get it. I get it from a British standpoint, but some of you people don't get it. The British understand that, and they understand that to be a joke, and and no one's buying what she's selling. So
Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Well, I'll be backstage, one man. I mean, I'm listening. Just leave me on the platform. That's my question. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Adam, of course, the bell of the ball. So thank you, Adam. So we kick it off then. Let's launch then into Lagos politics, which is moving at a very dizzying pace, I should say. I think that's why you came in enigmatic. Maybe you can unravel. Is this the shadowy hands of Remi Tinubu at play?
Oh, thank you, one man. Hey, good day, everyone, severally to all of you. Particularly, I just came into, to relax. I've had a very busy we've been quite busy over here, so I just want to cool off my head a little bit, you know. But starting with Lagos State, first of all, the bone of contention, and I believe Baba is here too. The bone of contention now is not even about Obasa again, or the stewardship of that leadership of the house. It's gone beyond that. It's now about the regional fight. The thing now is, I think they are trying to persuade Obasa to come back officially and get resign or be removed, so to speak, in a more diplomatic manner, because they believe that the regional, political arrangement has been altered a little bit because of the incumbent, speaker, that lady, Miranda. Miranda and Sanwo-Olu, they are from the same geopolitical zone in Lagos. They are from the central, while Amzat, the deputy governor, from the south. So it's been arranged that the deputy governor will be from the south, governor from the central, while the speaker is going to be from the west, Obasa's side. And Obasa's side commands a lot of numbers, within the Agege, that Agege neighborhood extend to some part of Surulere, extends to some part of other parts of Lagos. So yeah, Mushin. So they can't afford to. So the leaders now is that, look, we don't mind Obasa being kicked off as being kicked out as the speaker, but whoever is going to be replacing Obasa must come from the west. We can't have the speaker, the governor from the central and Miranda from the central again being. So this is what they are trying to navigate through at the moment. But to say somebody is controlling the wheel, maybe from Aso Rock, I know for a fact Tinubu, of course, he has left everything with the GAC members, and the GAC, they are kind of how would I say it? They are not factionalized, but they have they have their sympathies, so to speak, and then they align with this rotational thing that Obasa is part of those people in the house, and he has actually treated everybody.
Sorry, enigmatic. Your voice is a bit low. If you can come on just a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
A bit better, yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, so he has been useful to all of them, and he, of course, he toes the line. This has never happened, right? That Obasa they will have to be looking at their back by Obasa basically circumventing the processes of the political arrangement, probably disrespecting some certain. So everything Obasa is doing now is coming from, particularly from the GAC. They are trying to find a political solution to it. But this is Lagos State, right? So Lagos State is the most important state, so to speak, in Nigeria. And particularly now that Tinubu is the president, everything that happens in Lagos becomes more or less like a national issue. So as we are speaking now, I think in Taraba State, or is it Taraba or Benue, they are having a hell of a fight in the House of Assembly. Nobody cares a hoot about that. But Lagos State is all over the place. And then everything that happens in Lagos, they actually want to always link Tinubu to it. But Tinubu is not even beyond Lagos. Tinubu cares less a hoot about any state politics now. And he has basically told all the governors, and he has told all the even aspirants, if you want to be anything, you want to be governor, you want to be senator, go and fight for yourself going forward. And that's why you see that he didn't lift a finger, for any of the governors. So what is happening in Lagos is a situation that we actually find is level very soon, and then Obasa will definitely leave. Of course, he's gone already, but they are finding a solution where the rotational, arrangement will not be altered in any way. So whoever is going to be replacing Obasa should come from that axis of Lagos, and Miranda will be out of that place, and then Obasa will be out of that place. Both of them will be out. Obasa is number one, Miranda is number two, and they've been 1 and 2 for the past 10 years, the two of them. So Miranda will step down eventually for somebody who will be replacing Obasa from the axis of Obasa's area. So that will be the political solution at the end of the day. But all
so who exactly is the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly now? Because nobody is clear on that anymore.
The substantive speaker is the Speaker, Miranda. So whatever Obasa is doing, Obasa is just, I will consider him a usurper and meddlesome interloper to that seat. So there's no way Lagos State is not Rivers State or one of those useless states that they don't have processes. Obasa cannot lead the House with 4 members. This is not Rivers State where you are leading the House with 2 members. So, and that's why you see every other member stepped out and the leaders are meeting behind the scene. The GAC folks are meeting, and the Obasa was still with even Sanwo-Olu the entire weekend, right? They still all met. They are looking for a political solution to it. But the problem you are seeing now is that
But he must have some backing, though, to have stormed the assembly in that manner with the retinue of security personnel.
Yes.
So they wouldn't have given him the security if he didn't have backing. And that backing has to come from Aso Rock.
Do not forget that the last time this happened, right, immediately within 24 hours, the commissioner of police was immediately moved up, was replaced. The DSS DG was, director in Lagos was replaced, and all the appurtenances of office withdrawn by all the top, security guys in Lagos, so to speak. So whoever is pulling the string in Lagos, and that's why you see the current commissioner of Lagos now, he actually came to react that there was nothing really, the withdrawal of the withdrawal of the security guards from Miranda was for audit, which we know that's just some bunkum. So there's no way you say you are auditing the DSS or the security apparatus of Miranda, then you are doing audits in the middle of this kind of nonsense. So yes, there's the thing is, because of the GAC position, right? The GAC, they are trying to get their voices together and remain a united front. So because everything is left in the hands of the GAC now, they are the one who are supposed to make the decision, because they are the one leading the the conversation now. They were all present in Marina during the weekend, and that's why you see Miranda is not really coming out to say anything or to actually alter some conflicting or the dissenting statements. It's only Obasa that is doing the same thing, because he's the aggressor, is the agitator, is the progenitor at the end of the day. So we can't say, I'm not really seeing him fighting for his political life. I think he just believes that his ego has been bruised, just somebody like Erufai, and he believes that he's been offended in one way or the other. I think that's what he's just overreacting for now. But they are trying to find a soft landing for him. They know how to hit him very well, but because they see him as one of them, they try to find him a soft landing, and then they try to have a clear cut political solution to it, where there will be a new speaker from Agege and Mushin area. So whoever is pulling the string, they can only do, if they actually have that power, then we could have seen what the power can actually yield. But for now, nothing is still happening. Miranda still has the numbers, and then she still controls the house. And then the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, he has come to make some pronouncement that nothing happened. There was no breach. They just did some audits of the security apparatus in the House of Assembly. And then I believe things will move the way it should be issued. So nothing should actually, it's not a scientific situation. It's not a rocket situation. It happens everywhere. It happens in all the states. There was a time that the entire Ondo State House of Assembly was in turmoil during Akeredolu's issue before the governor current governor now was positioned into acting capacity and stuff like that. But like I said, Lagos is a unique state, right? So, and this is why you see all this noise, particularly Tinubu, and then Tinubu factor to basically being the president, and everything want to be tied to the president every time. They forget that Tinubu is busy in Aso Rock and he has completely taken his hands off all the state matters, particularly local politics.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Enigmatic. Enigmatic, let's do it this way because the room is somewhat full. Let's move it around. We do 5 minutes monologue, and then after the last speaker, I'll hand over to the after hour so that you guys can take it all the way as usual. Sometimes I enjoy the after hours more than our own session. It's some delightful conversations. And by the way, I heard from 2 people today. I heard from Emmanuel Emmy, who tells us that he's overwhelmed with work, and I heard from Desmond Des, who's about to become a father. But we'll do 5 minutes monologue, 7 minutes monologue, just to go through the room quickly, and then we take it from there. We kick it off with Baba, Baba, Larry, AY, Arrow, and then Warface. Baba,
before you go to Baba, let me ask you this guy. Did you not even tell us about your guy, the uptown of they call him uptown of Anambra now. They said it's no more uptown of Lagos.
Yes,
Did you hear about his situation?
No, I heard about it. Yeah, I'm in contact with him regularly, so I heard about his situation. I actually sent him a message. If you're listening uptown, it's the message I sent you. I've actually sent him a message that whenever he's ready to come out, that he can come to the platform and then have the space to express himself. You know that he lost one of those people.
So, Woman, you're on a long thing. If you just
Woman, what happened to him?
You're on a very long thing, Woman.
Oh, there was a fire incident in his house, and about 2 or 3 of his relatives, almost like brothers, the people that you grew up with, they got
you're on a long thing.
Hold on. It got burned quite heavily. They got burned quite heavily. Even Peter Obi even attended the hospital to go and sympathize with them. But the last I heard from him was that they lost one of them.
Oh, sorry. In Nigeria?
In Nigeria,
in Lagos?
Yes. I think it's in the east.
Okay, sorry about that.
You don't believe
I'll swap places with Larry. I'll come after Larry.
Yes. All right.
No, one man. That your arrangement is wrong. You cannot let Imadi speak, Baba speak, Larry speak. Is it all Yoruba forum? I mean, you should shuffle it now. I don't have time.
The way is
leave it like that.
Don't be doing Yoruba. It's the way people came. Is Adama Yoruba? She spoke first.
Leave it like that. I'm just speaking. I'm about to go to work. I don't have time. Let me speak. Imati has come to say what he knows. Imati does not know everything about Lagos. Neither do he own Lagos. Yes, I agree with him. He knows some facts. Imati is just speaking on the political part of the Lagos aspect. You guys remember when I was here the last time and I said something about Obasa?
I would like to leave now, if you don't mind. I'll talk.
Where you go, Enigmatic?
Yeah, hold on. Before you leave, Enigmatic, what were you about to say about Uptown?
Yeah, I say you should be careful what you believe. So that I'm not going to say more than that. Go and dig your fact and see a lot of things that happen.
Because I've been following that storyline now.
Yeah, it was a big facade. Forget about those nonsense.
Enigmatic, where you go? That your number still work.
So hold on, what pace? So come on for Cheshire.
Want to buy in here? One chance.
Anyway, I'll contact you after the show. Maybe you need to tell me some things. Can
I ask a woman? Can I ask?
Hold on. Uptown comes from great wealth, so it comes from a very, very rich. And it's from breeding now. I don't think it's
Okay, no wala.
I don't think it.
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic, hang around now. Just stay in the background, unless you really have to go. I think Adama wants you here.
Yeah, I get one meeting now where I just want to go back to it.
Okay, go and attend it and then come back.
Wait, now, anybody they hear me?
yeah, they hear you, but they come out. I feel come back. If
I know. That your WhatsApp to the work. That your WhatsApp to the work. That your number.
Shoot me now. Shoot me.
Okay, we'll talk then now. All right, later.
No, all right.
Yeah, one man. Let me quickly say about this Obasa situation. Last time I said something like I'm not saying Obasa is gone or Nada Meranda is not the speaker, but let's see how it goes. Now, political in Lagos is very dynamic, and again, few people control the power in Lagos. There's three bodies to Lagos politics, or Lagos in general. There's the traditional aspect of it. There's the owners, the people that control things in Lagos, let's say quote unquote, the owners, the families, and the political part of it. Three factions. Now, most times the traditional part and the owners always allow the political part to do their things. But this is the first time the three of them coming together. Now, you people just underestimate Obasa. I'm not saying what this guy is doing is right or is wrong, or is going to be the speaker, like I said before, but let's see how it goes. But this is a man that become the speaker 3 times in Lagos. So, head up, you should give it to him. Lagos is not controlled by one person. Lagos is like kind of sectional warlords. Every section control their territory, and they come together and agree on one front. And if they are agreeing that Obasa is going to be there, then he will be coming for the 4th time. Meaning, what I mean the 4th time, he was impeached illegally and he has returned back his seat. As today, he is the speaker. Anybody can say whatever they are saying. He has gone to the House of Assembly and he has sat and he has taken charge. Tomorrow, it could be on a different case. Now, legally, you cannot remove Obasa. What they did, now let's say we are all academicians here, like we are all reasoning from a common sense of view or a layman perspective. Legally, what they have done, they have shot themselves in the foot. I cannot imagine people that say they are so intelligent with big brain who could set so low and go the lowest part or the lowest route to remove somebody. Like you're cutting your nose to spite your face. Now and again, tomorrow you want to preach democracy to other people. You want people to take Lagos as a case study for democracy. They would have done it the legal way and remove Obasa, not when he have shut the house down. He left Nigeria. According to Nigeria Constitution, you cannot impeach either the president, the governor, or a councillor on his behalf. It is not in your constitution. You can say whatever you want to say. What they simply did that day is the coup d'etat. 2 wrongs cannot make it right. Now people are saying that you accept their own wrong because they don't like Obasa. It doesn't work like that. If you want to be fair, let's be fair.
One man. Who is talking? Can you refer us to the section of the Nigeria?
Please, I'm not speaking to you. You can refer yourself when you get to your turn. I'm not respecting you. You respect me. You're not respecting me. Don't jump in my tongue.
Yeah, because people are listening to you.
No, then you can shut off. You can shut off your own mic and then let me finish, and then you speak when you're speaking. Now, people that is looking for a reference. That's what brought Shaibu back. Shaibu was impeached on his behalf, and he won the case simply because he's not around. It's in our constitution. You don't impeach somebody, a speaker or a president, when he's absent, when he's outside of the country. It's simple. They put it there. They put the logo there, and they should keep up with it. Now, if Obasa will remain, the families and the people that control Lagos, they will sit down and decide if he remain. If he's going to go, he would have been gone for good since. There's a reason he keeps coming back. And that reason is not met, he will be your speaker from tomorrow. If it's met, then somebody new can come in. When I drop my case, Teddy BEDENOCH is just a clown, a house nigger. I won't be surprised. He's doing what she's doing, but we should not pay attention to her. We have not seen the last of her, and she will do more. Thank you.
One piece. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you answer the question AY was putting to was reverting to you? So why didn't you want to answer that?
What question was that? Which question was that?
AY, could you repeat what you?
Can you refer the public to the section of the Constitution that said?
And if you are listening to me carefully, you have seen the section that brought Shaibu back to his deputy governorship. So it's not difficult for you to go and check the CNC scan of that.
People, no, you can't, like Enigmatic said, you can't draw parallels between all those backwater states and Lagos State now. Things are done properly.
No, Lagos is not a super state. One law controlling Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
Okay.
Yes.
Lagos is not any super state. Your emotion, please hold on. One man. This is the problem. When people start thinking that Lagos is their grandfather inheritance, then the problems start coming up. Lagos and Nigeria have one constitution, and they will follow it, the due process.
Hold on. Nigeria has one constitution. You know, we run a federal system. Every state is actually a mini country to itself, and what they abide by is still nested within the Nigerian constitution, but it's peculiar to those. That's why they have all these. They have state laws now that guides, especially
every house have their house rules. The house rules in Lagos State may be different from that of Ogun State. They have house rules, which contains procedure. So carry on. I just want to clarify that.
Please let me chip in this. You see, every house has house rule that governs the way they run their proceedings. But it's one constitution that controls the state assembly and the national assembly and every arms of government. You understand? The state assembly of Lagos is governed by the constitution of Nigeria, not a legislation of its own. You understand?
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. I don't speak with him.
Procedure.
I'm not sure you can say that, Patrick. I'm not sure you can say that.
No, that's what it is.
Okay, if you look at the you know that judgment they got for the local governments to get their stipends from the yes. So that there are laws now being passed in Anambra State that once they get that stipend, they have to pay it into the state coffers, which circumvents even the Supreme Court judgment. It's the state by law now. Which circumvents even the Supreme Court judgment. Yes.
One more, please. What Patrick said is the truth. That is it Patoski? That's the right thing. The House of Assembly, Federal House of Assembly, National House of Assembly, Senate, State House of Assembly, they are governed by Nigeria Constitution. You form a quorum to remove either the Speaker, the Press. So basically, Nigeria Constitution define what do you need to remove the President? What do you need to remove the Vice President? What do you need to remove a governor? What do you need to remove a Senate President? Down to House of Assembly. House of Assembly is not different. Once a quorum is formed, a speaker is just first and most equal. He does not have any supernatural power. Even if you want to impeach Lagos State governor, you got to follow Nigeria State Constitution.
Obasa's argument is that let me finish this. Hold on, you finish. I just want to attach this to what you're saying. Obasa's argument is that you cannot form that quorum whilst the assembly is in recess. That's what he said.
No, that's not correct. Okay, okay, hold on. I was a parliamentarian. You can, even when assembly is in recess, even the Senate, the highest house in Nigeria constitution, you can recall that house if there is emergency issue. You can recall it any minute. So you can convey that house. There is no law that says you can't recall a house. The most important thing in impeaching the speaker, once there is a quorum is formed, which is, I think, 2/3 in most of the house, you can impeach the speaker, and elect. So what happened in Lagos State was very, very in line with the constitution. Obasa need to go and relax. If they decide to say they want to give the speaker to somebody else, the speaker might as well resign and they do another election to elect another person. That's the constitution. We got to speak fair to these issues so people are listening.
Yeah, Wama, you know, when people speak, I don't interject. And when I'm speaking right now, I don't expect them to interject because we all can speak from our own feelings. That's why Nigerians don't move forward. We choose and pick which law we think will suit us. That's why we don't go anywhere. You think people don't like a person to go? You think people don't just want to kick him out? You cannot use two wrongs cannot make it right. You cannot play on something on nothing. Now, during I think I said people want to recognize the truth. During the first Obasa regime, you can be hearing misses in Anambra and everywhere and all that. Miss was flying up and down, and they came up with a law that's protecting everybody. That's why you see speakers can travel now. They're not without fear of taking the mace along. Before, people would travel to start carry the mace along. What was that law? When the house is shut down, when the mace is already put at rest, you cannot convene and impeach the speaker on his absence. Convening the house on emergency, that is a natural disaster.
Please, can you refer us to what you say?
Please, this is the problem. This is the problem I don't like. I don't like people acting mature. When you speak, I just say a word.
No,
please.
Hold on now. No, hold on, Warpiece. Now you're an OG of this platform. Now you know when somebody says something that
no, Mama, it pisses me off. It pisses me off when people try to take their own opinion over the rest people.
No, it's not opinion. It wants to establish facts. You know where.
So no. He's trying to tell me. He's telling me he's the speaker of the house. I already platform. I get information daily. I choose to want a pick and not to pick because I'm liable for what I speak. So please, my brother, you're not only you that have information. We can say all this. If your Obasa is wrong, he will be going back to the house.
People are listening. You are
please, I'm not speaking to you. Don't correct me. Please.
You are in a
don't correct me. You please. You are interjecting me.
Warpiece, can I hold on? Warpiece, can you guys hold on? Please. I just want to remind every one of the panelists. This is a live platform. We're on live. We cannot be disagreeing with each other. Warpiece, yes, you do not like being interrupted when you're making your submission. But guess what? Any panelist in this, all of us standing up here, we can rebut and counter what you're saying. So you should be open to that. Yes, I am for someone not interrupting you when you're speaking. But if another panelist wants to engage you in what you say, you should respond or acknowledge what that panelist is saying. You don't have to necessarily agree. That's all I want you to, have in mind.
Yes, thank you, Adama. So
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. We want to stay on the side of facts as much as we can. That's what we pride ourselves in. But carry on.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Thank you. Nobody's a clown here. The problem is that because the Nigerian constitution is so porous, the same lawmakers inside they put clause that can help them bend the law, and this is what's happening. So we should not be complaining about what we are saying. First of all, Nigerian constitution has given provisions. You cannot just impeach speaker like that anymore. They have protections. These are corrupt people, and they are.
You hear what he's saying? First of all, Nigerian speakers don't have protection. They don't have protection.
But please, can you just please let me? Can you just
allow him to land?
Can you just let me speak?
Okay, Warpiece, you have 2 minutes left. Can you please round up your submission and let's go to the next person? Thank you, sir. Warpiece, can you hear me?
I think it may well be in a train station or something.
No, I'm trying. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm in an ATM. I said it was like we say. They say it was enough for a while. It's very clear you explained to. I just said the correct officers, they have put a clause in there that protect them in the constitution. That's why you cannot say they're impeaching speakers or senate anyhow. If you want to impeach a speaker or a senate, you must be seated and you do it the proper way or traditional way. That's why you saw Omar Adege the other day was stealing maize. Now, Obasa was not home and the country, the house was going to recess. Now, the law, they went to court, they're speeding the process, and the law said they should turn Obasa there, first of all. Now, you cannot use two wrong to make it right. Simple as ABC. If they're going to remove Obasa, that is up to the people that control Lagos. Like I said before, if it's going to go, by tomorrow you'll be gone. If it's going to be there, by tomorrow you'll be there. But for us to stop on the legal part of it and say he's wrong, that means we are all wrong because the laws there protect him. What they did to remove him, it was wrong. You cannot just convey the house under no circumstances. It says it's emergency. Emergency of a natural disaster or what? Is the governor that called for the? Is it the governor that called for the recess of the house? So
Okay.
please, let's be guided. I yield the
Thank you
floor.
so much. Thank you so much, Ward, please. One last person.
Okay, let me quickly say something, please. 1 minute, please. First of all, even if speaker is not around, you can convey a house. It's not the speaker that convey a house. It's the house that determine the matter of urgent importance. They instruct the clerk. The clerk is going to convey that house. In the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker is present. Is going to be in charge, have control of whatever is going on. Again, speaker is one among equal. It does not have any form of protection, like the governor and the deputy. In a state, it's only the governor and the deputy that have immunity against anything, any form of what Mr. Man is saying. So we need to put this fact out there. The speaker can be impeached. What happened in Lagos State passed through due process. We all watch it on TV. Even till now, the majority member, more than 2/3 of the House, they are still saying that they are standing. They put a vote of confidence on the current speaker, Miranda. I think that's her name. So
Okay,
today,
AY,
even when Obasa,
I just want to tell you, your 1 minute is up. I'll have you wait. So when it comes to your turn, you can better answer what you will and express yourself how you feel. One man, who's next?
All right. Let me give you the running order. So it's Larry next, Baba after, and then Aruki Dega, Patoski of course here as well. Since
what is my position? Kilo
sorry. No, sorry. It's Larry, Baba, AY, Aruki Dega, and then Patoski, but they can intermix as they choose to. Let me step to the background and let Adama drive it for a little bit. Adama, can you coordinate for a moment?
Yes, I can.
Patoski is there as well. I forced him in to come and
No, that's a problem. That's no problem.
All right.
Larry, could you please unmute yourself, Mr. Larry? You're next. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Adama, and thank you, one man. You see, on the issue of Lagos State, AY is 100% right. Everything that Obasa did today is just, he knows it, right? It's just rubbish. The House has a rule, and there is a constitution. And the rule of the House can never be greater than the constitution. And in terms of reconvening the House, Obasa is not the only person that actually has the right to reconvene a House. The House itself is an institution. And what makes that House is not the Speaker. What makes that House is the members of the House. Obasa is just privileged to be one of them, and they felt that you can be the Speaker. And in terms of removing a Speaker in its absence, this is not the first time it has happened in Lagos before. And it's not going to be the last time. The problem we have is, and that's Obasa, he tried to input some things in the rule with the belief that that is really going to save him. And that's where a lot of people get it wrong. So if a speaker decides to not reconvene a house for a year, and if we think the speaker is actually the alpha and omega that can reconvene a house, no, it doesn't work like that. Obasa miscalculated today. He miscalculated, and he wanted also to be smart, but unfortunately he lost it. Him going to the house today, there was a meeting during the weekend, and they both agreed. Oshoba was there, Akonde was there, Miranda was there, Obasa was there, and there was an agreement that the two of them were going to step aside. But Obasa wanted to twist all of them. That was why he decided to do what he wanted to do. And unfortunately, obviously, there is backing from the villa. And I like what the honorable members did today, coming out and telling him that they do not want him. So anybody that thinks he or she can force Obasa in, they've just lost the battle. And the thing is, even have, they are pushing the thing. I heard this evening, Oniru and Saeed Elegushi, they retrieved their odd list too. So which is still normal, right?
That's Elegushi and Oniru.
Elegushi, yeah, Saeed. So which is still normal. They should continue. But the thing is this, right? You see, I've seen people say, "Oh, Obasa is so powerful. Obasa is so powerful." You know what? What did Obasa bring in 2023? The whole Agege local government. The whole Agege local government, which is not just Obasa's constituency. In presidential election, they brought 28,000 votes. So why are we saying, oh, probably Obasa is powerful? Obasa is not in any way powerful. If those guys insist, and I know they've been begging, I heard they've been begging them, pacifying them, looking for a way to resolve this. If 26 of them insist that they are not going to change their stand, there is nothing anybody can do. There is nothing anybody can do. If they insist that they are not going to change their stand, if they insist that Miranda is still their speaker, there is nothing anybody can do. They tried to tell Miranda to resign. I like she was smart. She told them she can only resign on the floor of the House, which is a smart thing to do. They tried to do everything, that was what Obasa was saying, she decided to step down, this, and that. Because if she had resigned, Obasa would have, what he wanted to do was to basically come in today, force his way in, deceive them that he was going to step down. At the end of the day, he's just going to ruffle everything. So I like what has actually happened today. I like the way they left him and Obasa and his 4 gangs, right? They've just showed themselves, right? They were asking him, 26 people say they do not like you. They don't want you. Why are you forcing yourself? Why can't you tell those people that are telling you to go ahead? Why can't you tell them that you are not popular? If you are not popular among your colleagues, there is no way they can force you on your colleagues. So the basic thing he just needs to do, I know there is going to be some recalculation because it was not how they planned it. And for the police, I think they just need to learn. They need to learn. The moment you keep allowing politicians to use you, and they've forgotten so soon. NSAS was here when the citizens were revolting against the police. And if they continue like this, you can want to please please whoever you want to please, DSS, police, and everybody, doing what they want, whatever they want to do. Obasa has gone to court. Why not let the process run? You decide to forget about the court, force yourself in with police, with everybody, civil defense, and you think you can do it. And one thing I would just say is this, even to the president, if when he won in 2023, and Obi and Atiku, they decided to let him, he was sworn in, they decided to let go, follow the courts. If they had told their members, if they had told their supporters to also force their way into Villa, would the president still be there as a president? So political leaders need to learn. You may not like things, it may not go your way, but you should learn to accept some things. Don't force your way, because the moment you keep trying to force your way, the moment you keep opening yourself up. And I'm telling you, one thing that is certain today is that Tinubu's dynasty in Lagos is open. And a lot of people are going to start looking deep into it. And I pity Sanwo-Olu a lot. It's just in the middle. And what they've done with Sanwo-Olu, I'm very sure they cannot do it with some governors in Southwest. I know Sanwo-Olu is just trying to, he's trying to be cool. He doesn't really want to put himself in, deep into it. But if you look at it, in terms of who has things to lose, Sanwo-Olu does not have anything to lose. If Sanwo-Olu release one single statement today, everything will scatter. If Sanwo-Olu insists that this is what he wants, there's nothing anybody can do. This one that everybody is coming from, Oshoba is coming, Akonde is coming. They said GAC, and GAC used to be under G. Now, we are now beginning to give this relevance to GAC as an institution in Lagos, which is not supposed to be. GAC is an APC thing, and GAC is not an established institution in Lagos. And this time around that we are now beginning to put everything to be more of, oh, GAC needs to speak. Who is GAC, for crying out loud? GAC is not recognized as an institution in Lagos. GAC is Tinubu's caucus. And until we start facing the reality on ground, until we start understanding, and I don't even pity any of those honorable members, because the bottom line is, if they had gone to the people themselves, campaign to the people, and people actually put them there, they would know that they are accountable to their constituents. But all they believe is, oh, our leader, our father, our this, our that. And at the end of the day, who is going to lose? Right? Because at the end of the day, you will not see people that are doing their work to give good laws. There are a lot of things in Lagos that they are supposed to be busy with. But what do you get? We just want to muzzle our way in. You know, we are there, we are the ones that are there. And I think it's a shame. It's a shame to the Nigerian police. It's a big shame to DSS.
Imagine for once, Larry, if we had established state police in this kind of scenario.
No, there will be clash. Shoot me, I shoot you.
Exactly.
That's what will have happened.
So we are not matured even for state police, even though I'm a supporter of that structure.
That's what will have happened. Because you can't say because you have access to police from in federal, you can muzzle your way in. It's not done like that. And I think I think for Sanwo-Olu, I think they tried everything they've done today is just to undermine the authority of the governor. But if he's not talking, who's going to speak for him?
He's the leader of the party in the state.
Who is going to speak for him?
He's just a gentleman politician.
No,
honestly.
I think for me, that's not gentleman. It's just this mumu thing is getting out of hand.
So, Larry, can you please round up in the next 2 minutes?
No, I can leave the floor for Baba.
Okay, go ahead, Baba. You're next.
No, I think I want to come last. Let's AY, then Arogidigba and Patoski.
Okay, no problem, sir. I'll go to AY then. Thank you, sir.
What Larry just said now.
Say thank you to me, AY. You've been raring to go.
Baba. Thank you, Baba. So the politics, what's going on in Lagos? To be honest, the behavior of Obasa is not becoming. If I were Obasa, a leader, you should know when to quit. Once your people don't want you, you gotta quit. So it's just like somebody that said, "Oh, Obasa was not there." If Obasa is sitting there today, you said, "Let them go and vote," he will still lose. Obviously, the people don't want him. That's just the truth. So what happened in Lagos State followed due process. What you see in Lagos State, from information I gathered, is the first lady that is backing Obasa. That is why Obasa is misbehaving. If Obasa is not having that support from the presidency, trust me, he will go and sit down, because they will not only impeach him. If you go and investigate him now, you will see something to pin on him. They will just send the FCC to come and carry you in Lagos. So he does not have any immunity. They will carry him for free. So at this point, if I were Obasa, chill out, work with your fellow member. If the discussion in Lagos is that, okay, the current speaker and the governor are from the same local government or the same area, then there can be negotiation. It's politics. Okay, they look for another person and say, okay, the speaker can resign and give him the position if the leaders of the parties agree. So these are things you can settle on the ground. But obviously, the member of the House, they don't want Obasa, period. And the way I watched him with Shehu today. Look at the way he's even granted interview. I mean, I don't even know how that guy become the Speaker of Lagos State. He's just everywhere, man. I mean, I know he's close to Tinubu. I mean, that is the his advantage there. But at this point too, I'm also a bit disappointed at the governor. I think he needs to take leadership of Lagos State. If I were in his position, I would take leadership. I will work with Tinubu. Anything I can feel like, okay, move to Abuja, go, Baba, this is what I want to do. This is the direction we're going. I mean, you gotta assume the position of leadership. Don't let this GAC member, obviously, they are a bit divided the way I'm seeing it. Political leaders in Lagos, somehow there will be some people will still support Obasa, obviously, because he has been a speaker for long. So at this point,
but can I just say something for you?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe it will help. You see, you said something that I think so. If he had good advisor, that's what you would have noticed. He should be doing things in the best interest of his Lagos State, but of his leader too.
Yep.
Doing things that eventually you said would have gone to Tinubu to say this is what I want to do. If he had gone, he wouldn't have done it. I want to believe that. Because removing Obasa is not in Tinubu's interest.
Right.
It's not. That guy has a clout. You have lost one major person in Lagos. You have lost an Aregbesola. I still trying to come back. But see the effect. Now you want to lose this one. Tinubu is not the kind of person that enjoys losing people. Forget about whether those people hate him or he tries to make sure that he carries everybody along and he doesn't throw people away because he knows that without people you are useless. Now this guy has political capital. You are the governor. You don't have any. This guy is bringing people to the table. He's bringing votes in. You are not going to bring as much vote as he is bringing in, and then you want to remove him. You understand? It's like all of us, we have a company. Somebody is another person. You know, it happens in organization too, where one staff will be working. The staff is doing a lot of work. You will see that one staff is doing a lot of work, and then because say I make you a team lead, then you want to risk the company losing that staff. What are you bringing in? So that's the point. So for him to have come back, you will know that the power behind him is strong. It's not like Ambode that doesn't have political capital. Ambode doesn't have political capital. He does. And that's why he's very confident.
Yeah, but there is nothing you can do.
Trust me. Governor Advisory Council. What's the political capital of Governor Advisory Council when Obi almost won Lagos State that time? What was their strength?
Yeah, okay. Let me see. I get your point. See, in politics, there is nobody that is indisposable. Trust me. I mean, it's not that it's still with Tinubu, right? But the truth of the matter is, trust me, there is no way he can retain that position as speaker. I'm telling you, it's not gonna be. It's not. Even if you watch, it's not. We will be here. We will be here. Let me say this, right? Even Tinubu himself, there are some fights Tinubu will not fight. He will let it slide. There are some fights you don't fight. Right now, the member of the assembly, they don't want him. And even if you bring him back, there is issue of victimization. There is issue of fear already. There is issue of, no, this guy, we can't work with you. Like, you see them coming out boldly. What they need to do, you will still be there. I mean, Tinubu is the president today. You can even be lucky. We give you a better position and you leave the house. You'll be there for more than 3 terms now, I guess. This is his 3rd term, I think. So you chill out.
But they can't treat him like that. You know, he has wanted to go to Senate. He had wanted to go to Senate. You didn't allow him. You are not treating him that way. The guy will jump ship now.
Patoski, this is the best time now to renegotiate. Now you keep pushing Tinubu and the First Lady. I said, maybe as you are still pushing, maybe, okay, you know what? We'll give you as of rep next election. I mean, to be Obasa, they say he's a lawyer. He's not even.
He cannot be as of rep. That guy has been Speaker of Lagos State for 3 years.
Okay, can we bring...
Who will he replace in the Senate? That's the question.
Somebody has to drop. Somebody does not have enough political strength like him. Should drop.
Okay.
Like who? Give example.
Okay, AY and Patoski.
That is Senatorial District. Who is there?
AY, Patoski, can we please bring in Mr. Arrow? He has not spoken since he came in. Arrow, you can go ahead and unmute, sir. Okay. You're next. Thank you.
No, I think if you like Pato and Mr. AY to go ahead, and then maybe Baba. I want to listen keenly before I think I'll join the after hours.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. What you two to go on? What piece? Do you have anything to say? Do you want to counter anything AY?
Yeah, I want to add to my brother Patoski. You know, one thing I don't like when people speak from that standpoint of view because they don't like somebody, whatever the opposition did is right, which is very wrong for me. Now, what happened in Lagos is a slap and is a shame in the face of Nigerian politics. But people don't see that because they say, "Oh, Lagos, it's a shame, man. It's a shame." Let's be factual here. Lagos, you say, "Oh, is the only place we have last in Nigeria to start to use as a microcosm to the word that, oh, this Lagos, Nigeria will still work is Lagos." Look at Lagos. Look at what they just did. What's that? What Olumo would do? But before that state talk, they say, "Oh, because we are Agberu state." And these are people that say they have PhD that schooled in Harvard and so and behaving like Omar Ali. And somebody will still come to the floor and still speaking. Politically, legally, they are wrong. A person will come back in the platter of gold if they decided to come. It will come. Like I just said, the first time, the three wings that control Lagos are meeting tonight. The royal family, the elite, and the family that control the Lagos, and the political wing. Before, the royal family and the family that control Lagos stay behind the scene and just collect their proceeds. But tonight, they are meeting. Nobody owns Lagos than other. But people just jump out and say what they feel like because they don't like somebody. The law they use to pitch up, let's talk the legal one, is wrong. And the court has stated it. That is wrong. You can just going to assembly without not. I don't like before you jump on my tongue, my brother AY. You like a please.
Hey, listen.
No, don't correct me. Like why correct that means my brother going to be platform.
Even Patoski, we are having discussion, right? He knows that the assembly followed the due process to remove the speaker. That
no, why I have problem with you? Why I have problem with you? Because you are biased because you don't like Obasa. That's why I have a problem with you.
Listen, I don't know Obasa, I don't know Miranda, I don't know any member of Lagos State House of Assembly.
Okay, please take a okay, hold on. We'll talk talking, hold on. Yeah, take a stroll back to a lot of times they amended the law. Hold on now, let me just say what I'm going to say now before you do you know what I'm going to say?
Go ahead.
First of all, the way it stands today in Nigeria, you cannot impeach speaker, governor. I said again, I'm repeating it again. On their asset, that's a federal constitutional law. You cannot do it. And again, he has declared the house reception. The house have gone on reception. He has left the country. Who then called back the house? So that you're telling me that the speaker does not have a role being a speaker? So why did they have a speaker in the house?
Okay, let me ask you.
Wait, now, please, you explain. Let me just finish. I will let you explain. Now, what they did, like I said again, two wrongs cannot make it right. But the wrong this house has been made is greater than Obasa own. That's why they're finding it difficult right now. And people are saying, "Oh, Lagos, Obasa is getting support from Abuja." So are you saying as Remi Tinubu is more powerful than the president, the Tinubu himself? You know what people are just saying on international platforms. Remi Tinubu is now overriding the husband, the GCFRO. I beg, I want to move a platform.
You see, what piece, whatever Remi Tinubu is doing today is in the interest of the husband. It must have been something.
It's Tinubu that is doing what he's doing. Obasa is too strong to lose.
Go and do this.
People just talk because they talk of emotion.
That guy is not going anywhere. He's coming back. The guy has political weight now. You just want to deal with him. People will not contribute anything to the political pulse. Look at Shangolu now. How did he become governor? Was it because he was so popular? Was how they brought him now?
So
those were the people who made him governor.
So I wanted to ask. Let me quickly ask him a question. Sorry, who have the power? Who convey the house? Can you answer that question for us? What's the name?
No, let me. You see, this is what I discovered because I'm not a member of Nigerian House, but at least I was a parliamentarian when I was in school. At the first session of the house, the clerk of the house convenes the house. At the first session, all of them, they are just honorable and stuff like that. The clerk convenes the house, or the president convenes the house. They constitute the legislative. But most cases, the clerk, because the permanent staff of the
it's
of
the
the
clerk
house.
that conveyed the house. Yes,
That's the first one. The first one. After the house has been inaugurated, the speaker convenes the house. If the house need to meet,
the speaker
maybe
convenes the house at the instant. I mean, the clerk at the instance of the speaker.
At instance of the speaker.
Don't forget, if the speaker is not available, you have deputy speaker.
No, but let me tell you what happens now. Hold on.
Okay.
If the house is on recession and they need the house on recession and the speaker is not around, or maybe the speaker is sick, is incapacitated or something, the house, they have need for an emergency. Members of the house can move a motion for the constitution, and they will pass that to the deputy speaker. If he's around, he can convey the house. In the absence of the deputy speaker, majority, if they get a majority, they can reconvene the house. They can convey the house. But the point is that it's not as if there is an emergency and that they need to reconstitute and that the speaker is constrained. He cannot convey the house.
There is an emergency.
What is the emergency?
Patoski, you see, I like
an emergency?
fact, right? One man, if you are there, can you put up what I put in your WhatsApp so that we can speak to facts? Because we've been speaking without speaking to facts. I always want, because we've been speaking, everybody has been speaking. We need to speak to facts. Let's start with the Nigerian Constitution, and that will help us to that will guide us.
Yeah. Okay, that's better.
You see, the way I want us to handle this matter, we can speak from the point of law, then we can speak from the point of politics. If you are speaking from the point of politics, it's different. Yeah, but like the point Patoski raised now, right? When he said this man has been there, is popular. That is political issue, which can be settled on the ground. But when you speak from the point of law, what the Apple in Lagos State House Assembly was the speaker was duly removed. Trust me. No court of law we annoyed that. Yeah.
So I put something in the chat. If one man is not able to put it up, can you read it? That's section 92 of the Constitution.
Let me open it up.
Can I even read it if they can put it on the screen?
Yeah. You can go.
Okay. There shall be, are we all listening? There shall be a speaker and a deputy speaker of a house of assembly who shall be elected by the members of the house from amongst themselves. 2, the speaker or deputy speaker of the house of assembly shall vacate his office. A, if he ceases to be a member of the house of assembly otherwise than by reason of dissolution of the house. B, when the house first sits after any dissolution of house. Or C, this is the real thing now. C, if he is removed from office by a resolution of House of Assemblies by the votes of not less than 2/3 majority of the House. Can I repeat that again? Hello.
Baba, you don't need to
Hello.
repeat. Everybody heard it.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
No,
We
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you
Good.
very well.
So she says again, if he is removed from office by a resolution of House of Assembly by the votes of not less than 2/3 majority of members of the House.
Yep. That's
So
all we
that is
need.
what the Constitution says.
And
Yep.
there is
That's what.
nothing. There is no in
Yep.
Nigeria. There is no
But
rule.
that's what we are saying. They
Wait,
can remove him,
wait.
but politically they
Present or
can't.
no
That's what I'm
present,
saying
it's
there.
irrelevant.
Patoski, wait,
I'm
let me
not
talk.
speaking to whether constitution or not. I'm
Patoski,
just saying that from what is happening in Lagos State as we can see today,
Patoski,
that guy
let me
is coming back. That's what
leave
I've just said.
leave what is happening. I don't even care about what is happening. What is happening? Illegality can be upon illegality. But now let's speak on facts, right? Based on the Constitution, Obasa is impeached. And there is no rule or there is no book that is superior to the Nigerian Constitution.
Yep. Yep.
But does the constitution stipulate the procedures that need to be followed?
No, the
That is
Constitution
the
does not
procedure now to
It says
step.
by simple resolution
This is
of
what is
2/3.
explicitly stated in the Constitution. Every other thing that you want to add, maybe we did our own rule. No, your rule can never
The Constitution supersedes.
So constitution supersede. You
So
can
if
have
Obasa
your
thinks
house
he's
rules.
wrongly removed, he has gone to court. Why not wait for the court process?
That is the question he should answer because it's in court.
Nobody took you to court. You took them to court. Why not wait for the court process? Why do you have to force yourself in?
Yep.
Banana Republic.
How is he able to force himself in?
I wish the
because
guy
he
that was
has
angry.
Godfather's backing. And
Yeah,
that's what we are saying.
That is
That's
what
we
I'm
are
saying. See, Patoski, forget about they force him in, they will keep forcing him in. But the problem is you can keep forcing him and forcing him in as much as you can force people to lead, right? But you can't force the followers. Worst case scenario, he should just continue with his 4. He should lock the whole National Assembly. Yes, now he should continue with his 4.
Yes.
What is happening now? They are basically begging because they know that everything is in the open. It was not as they planned. They are basically
because the
begging.
plan actually, the Miranda group outsmarted them. Last weekend, in that meeting, they pressured her to resign. And she said, fine, I will resign, but it has to be on the floor of the House in a plenary session.
Yep, that's the place to resign. Yep.
That's exactly. So that won't fall their hand. So she's supposed to reconvene the House, and then she will formally resign, and somebody amongst them will raise a motion for the nomination of will-be speaker. But they thought she would be foolish enough to resign under pressure in that meeting so that Obasa can break in today and assume speakership again, because the assembly cannot operate in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
So they were beating that, but Obasa still carried out that shenanigan, that hidden agenda. But the fact here is, let's even look at it objectively. If they are saying, because Lagos senatorial zones is central, west, and east. West, of course, constitute Alimo, Osho, and all the rest. But then Obasa's own local government is Agege, and Agege contributed only 28,000 votes last election for APC presidential.
And Baba, that's not just Obasa, the two of them, the two honorable members from Agege.
Yeah. So the thing here is, if they are saying we have to do it like that, deputy governor, governor, and speaker, yes, as it was constituted, realistically, truthfully, on the map, Sanwo-Olu is from Ogun State. Hamzat, Deputy, Ogun State. Obasa, Ogun State. Yes. Yes, I say it.
Now, so now.
A lot of them, they are not Lagosians.
You get my point. So if if you want to face reality, I mean, you now saying?
Sorry, Baba. Can I, Patoski, could you check the message, please?
Is
Baba, you can go ahead, sir. Yes,
okay.
sorry about that.
Okay. So the thing here is, I don't like what is going on because there has been pressure on Lagos polity, particularly coming from the Renaissance group, which are basically the islanders. Yes, if we have to talk about that, in reality, it's about marginalization. Okay, fine. But I look at it on the other side. Okay, the Yorubas have the unique privilege of having a lingua franca, the normal or your Yoruba. So, coming from that point on, the West is the West, including Lagos State. And Lagos State, by that implication, is Yoruba land. Everybody can come and rule. But then, of course, even between a father and a son, there is always a boundary when it comes to space. When it comes to space. But this accommodation is getting to a head because of this friction that is happening. Obasa was not born a speaker. He will not be the first speaker to be removed. Belumi was removed, and Tejoshu was removed. Even, I think, one of them in their absence. Yes, I will admit, there is a house rule that says you cannot remove a speaker in his absence. I will admit to that. But the Constitution supersedes that. The Constitution did not elaborate on it. It just says by 2/3 majority, a speaker can be removed. For those that want to dwell on the fact that there is a house rule, or if perchance or peradventure, Obasa went on holidays and he was kidnapped and indisposed, wouldn't the business of the assembly go on? And if it has to go on, it behooves on the deputy to convene the house. Am I making sense?
Yep, 100%.
Baba, let me just add something for you.
Yeah.
Obasa knew they were going to impeach him. That was why he traveled. That was why he felt he was so silly. He felt, oh, where would they see Mace? He went to keep the Mace. He knew all those things now. It's not like he knew they were going to impeach him. That was why he traveled. It's not like he doesn't know. He knew. He knew they were going to impeach him. But he felt
Larry, like you said, I mean, we are going into election. Everybody can say, oh, it's 2 years away and everything. But in the life of a politician and the life of politicking and politics, 2 years is just like 2 weeks. So, Ashwa, you have to be very careful. Very, very, very careful. Because if you look at the constitution of those that were called in to intervene, they are elders in Yoruba land. I agree. But Baba DBC is from Osun State. Chief Aremo Segun Oshoba from Ogun State. Akinye Lure, who was Asiwaju's boss in Mobile, is from, I think, Ekiti State. You bring in them to come into Yoruba assembly to mediate. Though they've corrected that, but I'm not satisfied by bringing in Ambode in the last few days just to cover up that anomaly. Let me call it an anomaly. But I'm still not satisfied We have Obas in Lagos, traditional institution. We have them. And if I must speak plain here, those that are causing this rancor and confusion are the Ogun State people, the Ogun State group inside the GAC. They are not more than 7. They are not more than 7. Even though Are, who is the secretary to the GAC, is an Ibadan man. We know all these things. But we are looking at it that, well, it's Yoruba land, no problem. The time of the islanders will come. After all, most of us have our children in strategic places in the civil service of Lagos, in the MDAs. If you don't have your child there, your wife is there and things like that. That's how this thing is structured. But they should not take it for granted. They shouldn't take it for granted, please. There is the same one land, but then, of course, there are invisible boundaries. Sorry, whose space did I take? Patoski, right, or who?
No,
or is
continue now.
Okay, thank you. So this is the problem here. But as far as I'm concerned, yes, Miranda will come on. She's going to step down. And the agreement was she should still retain a deputy speakership. But then a new speaker has to emerge, which Obasa, on principle, have agreed to about a week and a half ago. That, okay, I will not pursue my ambition of reinstatement anymore, but Miranda will go. Miranda is on her way out.
Baba.
So another speaker has
this
to come in.
weekend,
So why is the same Obasa now? Yes, sir?
It was this same Sunday now, not a week ago. This Sunday, all of them were in Marina.
Yeah. So he now wants to usurp that position again. That's not gonna work. Because already it's even in courts. So if you are in court, you cannot, how do lawyers put it? You cannot abdicate and abdicate at the same time. You've gone to court, believe in that process, see it through. Quietly. That's what the gentlemen do. Even they've appointed another speaker, if you won your case in court, you will be reinstated, of course. But this Agbero attitude is something I don't understand, and it's alien to the political culture of Lagos. And I don't like it. I've been smarting from this in the last 12 hours. It makes me very unhappy. Very, very unhappy. Because we have a structure we are following. Why do they want to disrupt it? I think the GAC should be disbanded. What do you think, Arogidigba? AY and Larry? Please come in. And AI, if you are the one here, please chip in. I have no choice. I have no choice. I have to open up.
Baba, GAC or no GAC? Nothing like GAC. GAC is dead. Tinubu should just keep GAC in his bedroom.
That's the problem. He's offending himself right now.
He should just keep GAC in his bedroom.
Right now.
Because they are now beginning to make GAC as an established institution, which is not.
Which is not recognized by law.
What is GAC?
Or any statutes.
GAC is Tinubu's bedroom now. Why is he trying to make GAC?
I was speaking just a second a while ago that this is a compromising attitude when it comes to political, local political calculations that actually upset Awolowo in the end. Because what was the problem now to Awolowo? It was uncompromising. They will tell you that this is local politics. You will say, oh, this is the person I believe in. Forget who you believe in. This is the local politics of the area. This is what the local constituents want. Awolowo, he lost the trust of several people based on this. I walk about Oyo State, they say they are going to Kenya to go and seek Baba's blessing on who's going to contest in a particular election in Oyo State, in old Oyo State then. And in the end, you offended that man. That man suffered politically for it.
He lost comrades based on that. Tinubu can dictate absolutely, and they're using the organ of the TAC. The 26 members have made it very clear, very vocal, very public. They don't want this individual.
And that's two-thirds.
Baba, do you know that was why they had to restore Miranda's security?
Yeah, because of the noises was too much.
Yeah, because
every group has been threatening one another all day.
You know, those people said they said that the leaders told them not to talk.
Why did you put our life in jeopardy?
Don't talk. So
where we have marauding talks and everything all day, and you withdraw, you left her naked. What kind of rubbish was that?
So the moment those 26 came out and tell them, they were basically, they just didn't want to mention names. They were basically telling him, we need our dignity. We are against this guy. So there's nothing Moshood can do. At the end of the day, they will rubbish Moshood out of that commissioner of police that he is.
Think about it. Even this lady is a princess. Our brother is a king.
No, that was why they had to, they started. And what they've started, they can't finish it in Lagos. Oniru.
But what's the position of the Oba Ojora and Oba of Lagos? Because I know that those two are political heavyweights as well.
This is exactly what really baffled me, because this young woman, Moji, did not want to be speaker. She doesn't have that kind of ambition. And they consulted those who wanted to send Obasa packing. They consulted wide, very wide. And it was even the Oniru that was asked to persuade and impress it upon Muji to accept the speakership. And that is why those 26 plus people, legislator, they will not back down, because they push her into that position. They will not back down. A lot of things they try to smear campaign against her in the last 1 week and say, oh, she bought new vehicle for all of them, and things. All lies. All lies. So this just have to stop. They have to find a way. She has accepted. I will leave, no problem. But it has to be on the floor of the House, in a plenary. And she's very, very correct. Because that was where she was appointed and voted for, nominated and voted for, through emotion, with the maize in attendance.
Who wants to leave?
You say? AI.
Who wants to leave?
Miranda. She's accepted to resign.
Who is Miranda?
The Speaker of the House, the substantive Speaker of the House as we speak.
I don't even know who the heck guy is.
Well, what she's happened? A lady. Well, aren't you aware there was a change of leadership mantle in the Lagos State Assembly? January 17th.
We are talking about Lagos State Assembly.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we're talking about, because the speaker that was removed went there today with a lot of security escorts and forced the door open and
Who gave him the security escort?
That is the question. I don't want to guess, but in the same vein, the same stroke of time, they removed this substantive speaker's security cover and passed them on to Obasa. So she was left naked. And Obasa used that machinery to invade the house, sat with 4 stooges.
I don't get it. You removed a speaker. And
no,
then...
the speaker, the house has John CHINEDU. So technically they are not sitting. But today, Obasa
died.
CHINEDU, that is they suspend their sitting indefinitely.
Okay. CHINEDU, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said this, a man called
No,
CHINEDU.
I'm trying to speak
Okay, you are
Latin.
using their term, okay.
Their term, exactly. So he came in, broke in with 4 of his stooges, and they sat, and he proclaimed himself speaker, that in fact, he never left. He was trying to erase our memory. I never left.
I don't
Nobody.
understand the drama because somebody was removed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How come he had hold of security to the extent of, I don't get it. Was he removed in the air? Or I don't. You see, when they do those kind of shenanigans in Nigeria, I think we shouldn't be discussing it because those politicians are taking us for granted. And they even say it to our face, in our face. You can't do us anything. And that's why we do the way we do. So I don't get it. I don't understand the story.
No, I think the problem is, Zita, the problem here is, in every state, the governor is the numero uno, the leader of the party in that state. Ekpobolo, as much as people deride him, is the leader of APC in Edo State. Ditto for Fubara in River State. Established, wiki or no wiki, Fubara is PDP leader in River State. So Lagos is not different. But it happens that Sanwo-Olu is a gentleman politician because he could readily, whatever he says is final. It's his assembly. It is his legislature. But he's been very quiet. I know he doesn't want to upset the political apple carts. Rightfully so. I support him. He's a party man. But he's the man that has been injured most.
Baba, I don't seem to understand your political analysis. If you think that the so-called Obasi had a lot of powers, how come he was removed from office?
I didn't say he has a lot of power. I never said that.
No. I'm just saying that it shows somebody is interested in him.
Oh, sure.
If somebody is interested in him and then the person was not interested enough to not to stop him from being removed from power, then the person ain't got no power in the House of Assembly in Lagos State. It's as simple as ABC, because if you are removed from office, you are removed from office. It's as simple as that. Unless they want to turn Lagos State Assembly to yo, ho, ho, ho.
That's not going to happen.
If you are removed from office, you are removed from office. There is no two ways about it. Okay? If they voted for you to get the hell out of that place, you got to get the hell out of that place. I mean, it's like there is a disease going around Nigeria, honestly. Even the Lagos State you think is calm is struggling to do everything
Look,
right.
Zita, there is a saying in Yoruba land: if a house is peaceful, a family house is peaceful, the bastard in that house has not grown into maturity. So I think the bastard in Lagos State House has grown into maturity.
So who do you think is the bastard?
Well, figure that out.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying I don't like, I don't like mentioning
because
names.
The thing is that in 2027, what is his name? According to you people, they handpick the kind of people who even rule Lagos State. For one, don't even hear their name until they become Lagos State governor. I don't know who the heck they are. I don't know who the heck they were. I don't know what the heck they have done. I don't know where on earth they've been part of Lagos State, but when a governorship come out, you will hear one name like that, like Ambode, like what's his name? Fashola. You hear what's this one there now?
Sanwo-Olu.
And then they win. So I don't know, but all of them has been doing nice job. So I don't really think I should condemn the process in which they were being brought, because Lagos is doing great. So I don't know. Maybe now you people are hearing Obasi. As you are hearing his name, maybe probably he will not be part of the next governor. Before you know it, you will hear one ridiculous name that we never heard of before. The person will come and become the governor. So I don't know. They should not bring down their house. That's all I ask them.
No, in the end of the day, everything will be fine. But
no, it's not going to be fine.
This period,
Baba, it's not going to be fine.
It will be remembered. This period, because
forget that fine. Let me tell you something. I won't say don't call me a wish. You can call me a wish if you wish. Let me say this. There is what they call strife and contentiousness. It's something you don't let to come in. You see, Ambode, before Nigerians realized Ambode was out, it wasn't a dramatic process. It was a streamless, streamlined, streamful work.
Yeah, because these are educated people.
They
didn't go to night school. Apology to AB. They didn't go to night school.
Okay. Let me tell you now. You see this one that is happening in Lagos State now. Strife and contentiousness has entered. And if that thing that is brewing, if they let it brew, I laugh at sabbatical. Let me tell you, Lagos State, too. I hope you people are awake this morning. Listen to me carefully. There is one devil going around Nigeria, disturbing Nigerian institutions and their states and their assemblies, making it not to function. Your assembly has been okay. At least they sit down, they plan, they pass bills, they pass budgets, and then things are being done. You see this thing you people want to start now. You have just invited that devil moving around Nigeria. And if it hit Lagos, I pity Nigeria, honestly. I'll pity Nigeria. So, Baba, don't say it will come down. It's not coming down anywhere. Forget it.
Okay, Zita, allow Aro to chip in, please. Aro, go ahead, please.
Yeah, please.
And AY, don't just sleep on this.
Let's someone else. Yeah, I'm happy to listen now, but I'm waiting for your full take on this. So.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, Aro, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I think what you see in Lagos, don't you think is the house of Esau and the voice of Jacob? Because Lagos is not Edo, Lagos is not Bayelsa, Lagos is not Rivers. Lagos, fortunately, is the backyard of the cabinet. The Lagos you see is in the palm and the pocket of Asiwaju. So even when he wasn't a president, he didn't need to be a president to decide what happens in Lagos as far as the political equation is concerned. I think what you've seen in Lagos, on one hand, governor was instrumental. Governor had there was a cold war between Obasa and the state governor. The removal of Obasa, the present governor, talking of Sanwo-Olu.
Yeah.
Sanwo-Olu was instrumental. Sanwo-Olu felt slighted in 2 or 3 occasions where Obasa was becoming arrogant and too powerful, for the liking of certain politicians. It wasn't just being rude to the state governor alone. A lot of the elders and the political leaders were not happy with the way Obasa was going about his speakership position.
He showed that openly to everybody, and a lot of them first lighted. But my greatest concern is the dramatic coming back of to remove a speaker. A speaker is just one of the members of the House of Assembly, which is not a big deal. But don't you think the president is taking a very dangerous political decision? For without the backing of, let's be honest here, I'm not playing politics here. I try as much as possible to open this discussion so that we'll be able to, let's treat this issue with open mind so that we know where these are coming from, where they are getting their own support from. I can tell you with categorically, I'm not from Lagos, but I know so much about the politics of Lagos too. Without Asiwaju and his wife, but I can tell you for free that Obasa will not do what he's doing today and what he did yesterday. I don't know if I'm making any sense to you. Without power from somewhere pushing Obasa to come back, it will not even take Asiwaju coming to Lagos to resolve what is going on. That is just too trivial an issue for me to bother the president. It's just a call away from Abuja to Lagos with resolve whatever shenanigans you see going on in the House of Assembly. If the presidency is neither for both sides, neither for Obasa nor the members. If you back in Obasa to come back after he has been removed by overwhelming majority of the members of the House, I think that portends a very dangerous political situation in Lagos.
I agree with you there, comrade. I agree with you there. You cannot ask him to come back.
They are human beings. They are representing their various constituencies. You understand? Even if you want to talk to them, there is a way you do it. Make it more diplomatic, such a way that they will not feel the dignity. They feel they retain their dignity not just as human beings, but as members. Elected members of the House. There is a way you manage the situation that you will. This is too small an issue for Bola Tinubu, the position that I know. If you go the way you are going about it right now, withdrawing security from the supported speaker of the House, which is the lady, and you giving your party tactical support. You don't need a prophet to tell you that Obasa is getting his power. Somewhere above Lagos or somewhere, definitely people will point at accusing figures to the presidency. He's the only power. He's the only person that has the power to install Obasa as it is today. You don't have popularity among your members. Even among the political leaders in Lagos, they were not too comfortable with the way Obasa was going. They felt he was becoming too arrogant. I listened to about 3 to 4 of them who are very, very instrumental when it comes to the politics of Lagos, outside Asiwaju. For Obasa to be able to go and come back and say he remains the speaker, he has been there since 2015, for Christ's sake. It's not his birthright, it's not his private estate. If Tinubu is pushing, there was something I heard from the first lady, that Obasa is going to be returned. If that one is anything to go by, I think it does not portend a good political moment for Asiwaju and his 2027 ambition. Thank you. I rest my case then.
Yeah, Arogidigba, sorry about that. You wanted to chip in before. Aro.
I'm happy for others to go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
I think I told the line that's been put forward.
Mr. Murray, my comrade, I greet you. Yeah, what?
Good evening, bro. Happy to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, what the comrade just said now, that's exactly what I said. That's just the point, man. Like, everybody know, but what I know, I think Tinubu has a kind of handicap at this point because he's the first lady that is involved in this crisis. Trust me. So now, she doesn't even understand the politics. It's deep. Tinubu, to be honest, he does not even have time for all this again. I think the governor needs to step up. Obasa, to me, is making a very big mistake. He needs to go and sit down because the House formed a quorum. They said they don't want you. even till today, they are still standing by that statement. Trust me, there is nothing anybody can do. They will stand by that as long as they don't. And even if you want to settle this matter politically, as it starts today, even if they said, okay, we don't want me, what's her name, Mojisola, right, as the speaker, the right thing to do is, okay, they can have a settlement, probably because of the constituency where she's coming from. Okay, you need to make a neutral person the speaker, not Obasa. You can't bring Obasa back to the people. Obviously, they don't want him, period. That is what is written on that's what they're supposed to know by now. The member of the House of Assembly don't want Obasa. Obasa needs to go. Even if you have to settle this matter, you can get a neutral person among them if they don't want to retain the current speaker, and let the House have peace. Because how do you want to? Even the way, to be honest, just like Mori said now, even the way Obasa has been speaking, like, you listen to this guy, like, are you even the speaker? He just, what's the difference between you and MC Olumo? Like, he just making a lot of noise everywhere, talking like a garage boy. Like, you should not be talking like that as a speaker, you know. They're supposed to know the time. You know, the time is right for you to exit. You can't fight with your fellow house member and you want to rule there by force. You don't do that. So I think it's just time. They need to act very fast. Probably, I don't know, somebody need to tell Obasa to go and sit down. That is what it is, period. There is nothing more.
No, the thing is, he has shamed his backers with his action today. Because that wasn't the agreement.
Yeah, you said it.
So he has overshot the runway. So I want to see their response when Nigeria wakes tomorrow.
Yep.
Considering what happened in Lagos in the last dispensation in 2023, this is not the time for Tinubu to gamble with the politics of Lagos at all. That should have been a lesson. They say the fall of a yellow leaf, they say it's a signal to the green one. That was a signal that things are not the way they used to be. This is the time to consolidate and, make Lagos a formidable, home for Asiwaju. If he has any fear towards 2027, we should not come from Lagos at all. This is the time to make fences and bring everybody on board to make, to solidify Lagos for himself. It's only Lagos wasn't the Lagos of 1999 and 2023. Everybody saw what happened. Lagos was almost getting out of, it was almost. I think he almost lost Lagos, if not. If I'm not wrong.
Let me tell you something I'm not a Lagosian, okay, but I'm a Yoruba man, and it was very evident that going into the 2023 elections, I mean, the Tinubu is not particularly. People are indifferent. I think if you ask most Yoruba people, they are very indifferent to him as an individual. There's no particular, allegiance to him. The negotiators can do their things, but he lost it because people were indifferent to him. It wasn't necessarily that Peter Obi won him in Lagos. It was much more that he lost Lagos, if you get what I mean. And within 2 weeks, look at the turnout for Sanwo-Olu because other individuals believed in him. And Tinubu is going to gamble away whatever amount of goodwill he has left if he thinks that he can.
And a lot of enemies, sorry to cut you, a lot of enemies are waiting to take advantage, to jump at the crisis and, deal with Tinubu. So he should not allow what is happening at all. Obasa has been removed, He should take it in good faith or resign. I mean, I don't get it. This is an imposition. I mean, the other members are not happy. It's not just one or two members who are trying to have their way. This is overwhelming majority, for Christ's sake. What kind of politics are we playing? It portends a very dangerous situation for Tinubu. He has to call his wife to order. So that's where I let it to arrest it on me.
Actually, one other thing you actually see right now is showing you what post Tinubu Lagos is gonna look like. I have actually said it because there is nobody to take that leadership. I think Tinubu after after presidency, he's gonna go home and rest. I don't think he's gonna be involved in Lagos politics. But fortunately, Lagos don't have a leader that can wear Tinubu shoes. I think the person that was grooming for that would have been Aregbe, but I don't think Aregbe right now is they are completely in different place. So the Lagos don't have that leadership. It's gonna be hard to get somebody like Tinubu
No,
that can
the thing AY
get everybody
is,
together.
look, the thing AY is Lagos is just 2 election cycle away from sitting properly for the foundation to have really
But you need
solidified.
leadership.
You understand? So the Sanwo-Olu leaves 2007. The next governor will not leave until 2035.
Correct.
If Tinubu did a second term, Tinubu will leave 2031.
31.
So there will still be 4 years to see through his legacy with the governor. So proceeding therefrom politically, anybody can take over because the proper foundation has been laid. The institutions will be working perfectly, like
but
a well-greased machine.
Yes, but you're gonna have this kind of crisis because okay, look at it. So what after Tinubu finished as governor in 2003, what has been happening is Tinubu getting somebody and get all the leaders, Lagos leaders together, the KBC, all of them, like who is who in Lagos, and convince them kind of like this is the person I think will do a good job. And because these people respect him, even down to the Oba, okay, no problem. So that is what has been happening. So you need that person everybody is gonna listen to. If Tinubu leave that role, so you will see different faction in Lagos. That is where Lagos is going now. That is what happened in politics. Fashola will have his own faction. It's not going to be a leader. Even Sanwo-Olu, they will have interest. Obani Koro,
already AY, the groupings are there. There is a mandate movement. There is a conference 57. There is a Renaissance group. There is a Justice Forum and several others. They are there. It's all power blocks.
Tinubu is able to manage them now. He has been able to manage them. The GAC now, even with this speakership, they are divided even within the GAC. So that is what you will see. So Tinubu cannot do it. It's dealing with bigger issues now. I think the highest thing he can do now, he will call for Obasa, call for who he can call for. Even if he's 10 of them, fly them to Abuja, sit down. What do you no? I don't want this. I don't want this. Go and sit down, forget about this. Then everybody is gonna sit up. If Tinubu gets involved, like sit everybody that said, no, this is not happening, call the governor, they are gonna sit up. Obasa will go and sit down. I think Obasa's support, from what I gather from all these things, is coming from Remi Tinubu, nobody else. Because if a woman is involved, what usually happens, Tinubu will now look, okay, whatever you guys want to do, I'm not interested. So Tinubu is not coming boldly now, said, Obasa, return as speaker. You leave that position. So he does not have that time to be running after Lagos politics now. As for assembly, is just a small assembly. I think the governor himself needs to do more. If I were the governor, this is my last term. I have nothing to lose. I'm gonna like assume position of leadership and really have control of what is going on in the House of Assembly. Even the next governor, I will work with Tinubu and will make sure my input is stamped right there. Like I'm gonna be involved in Lagos politics. That's
can I correct something there?
Okay.
You made a very valid point, but it is obvious that the governor was instrumental one way or the other, tactically, directly or indirectly, to the removal of Obasa. And a superior power is not acting, and the governor is trying to either to be on the fence
Can
or
governor act
to be.
independently, comrade? Can he
Eh?
act independently and take such a decision in the without a recourse to Tinubu?
No, the
No,
first division will have been taken without a recourse to Tinubu. There was a contact with some political leaders in Lagos, thinking it was going to be a Lagos affair. He first slighted, other political leaders,
So
especially the elder,
you
first
think that
slighted.
of Obasa, you think that Tinubu will not get wind of it before they carried it out?
That's where I'm going to now. I'm talking about everyone was postulating that this guy should stamp his feet and take a decision. So that's the area I'm trying to address. He was instrumental to the removal of Obasa, one way or the other, either
yeah,
directly
I
or
agree.
indirectly. But now there's a superior power trying to act on the governor. You know, this girl, if you look at not Ambody, the governor, the current governor of Lagos State, he's not the militant type. He's not the
He's
one
not
that will
even
want
a
to.
politician, a comrade.
He's
He's
not the
not
one
a
that will come
politician.
out and fight, and stage a
I
fight with
know.
Remi Tinubu or anybody. It's not like Ambode or Fashola. So he's
No,
going to take.
Ambode does not have class. Fashola, this will not happen.
So whatever decision that is coming right now, the either he's trying to sit on the fence or trying to wash away or make it look as if I
You
wasn't.
should not sit on the fence. That's a mistake.
Exactly. So he started a fight, but he cannot continue the fight because there's a superior power acting on what is
Comrade,
happening.
I
So
think we need to. Oh, let me greet everybody. Good morning, Baba.
Hey, Dr. Simba, welcome.
Yeah. Arrow,
Hey, Simba,
AY, comrade. Good morning, sir.
And
I
Zita
think
too.
Zita. Madam
yeah, we
Zita. Good
can't see the
morning.
names.
I think Zita has gone to the other room. If she's there, she wouldn't have kept quiet.
How did you know? All right. Welcome, bro.
I think that most of the thing that we have been saying since this problem started, I think there are a lot of things that is still not clear to most of us. We are just speculating. Everybody was just saying his own. Because if you look at the situation in Lagos, there are so many vested interests in Lagos. And I don't think Tinubu is not aware of what is happening. He's aware of everything, and I don't think he will allow Lagos to be taken away from him because of his ambition to at least to still go for presidency in 2027. What I think we have to be careful about the way, because everybody just saying whatever they feel. Nobody really knows what is happening. I think that's the fact. Okay, it might be this one that is doing this. It might be Remi Tinubu. It might be whatever power.
There were meetings and there were utterances from certain quarters. That's what we are relying on. The body language, the utterances.
But AY raised a valid point earlier on. Let's assume that something happened today and Tinubu doesn't have that power to have a grip on Lagos. Don't you think that Lagos will be more chaotic than any other state in Nigeria?
Therefore, now he has the power to do everything he wants to do in Lagos. So we are relying on the position as it is today, not what happens when it's no longer
What
in
is
control.
happening now is also giving us an insight into what is going to happen in the nearest future, not even far.
Yeah, that is a matter of speculation. We are talking of now. If he wants to settle it, it's just a minor thing for him to do, except he doesn't want to take.
The question you're not supposed to ask is that, okay, if we think he has all the power and everything, why did he allow it to linger till this time? That's the question. Because this thing has been going on for months.
I don't want to believe he's neutral. I want to believe he's backing Basa. I think whether he was happy at the beginning or wasn't happy, I think along the line somebody was able to.
Whoever is supporting, whether it's supporting Obasa or is not supporting Obasa, whatever is happening is not to his advantage. So for him, if we think that he has all the power to nip it on the board and then he's not doing it, it shows us that something is fishy. When he wanted
depending
to
on
remove, Ambode, he didn't take him. That is the old governor. Talk less of somebody like ordinary speaker. He did it swiftly, and nothing
no,
happened.
it took a long time too. It was just I started as if he wasn't against somebody until 11th hour he showed him the exit door. You know, politicians, there is a way they behave, but you don't need a prophet to tell you that there is something pushing Obasa right now, the way things are going. He wasn't even around. He came back and started boasting. He started behaving as if without him, Lagos cannot be. You know, you don't need a prophet to tell you.
Baba,
Withdrawal of security from the speaker certainly was the power beyond the power of the speaker. You don't need a prophet to tell you.
Baba.
The only person that has the control over the police, over the security, is the IG. IG is directly under the presidency. I mean, these are the things we are basing our, speculations on. It's not as if we are there, we know what is happening. But then we don't need to be in Lagos to know what is happening. No other person can withdraw security from the current speaker, which is the lady, apart from the IG, without the knowledge of the IG. And IG cannot act in that way without the knowledge of the presidency. I mean, we know what it is.
Hey, well, I don't know. Well, God has a way of actually managing the affairs of that country. If not, that country will have been scattered since. Because what I can see is, let's assume that something happened to CHINEDU today. What will be the fate of Lagos?
Well,
that's a matter of speculation and insinuation. We don't know we don't know how it's going to look like. Other leaders will certainly, other leaders they will fight to take over his position.
Yeah.
They might not be exactly like a position. Awolowo died, and the Southwest, that didn't mean the end of Southwest politics. So if God calls him home tomorrow, Lagos will continue. Southwest politics will continue. Somebody else will replace him.
We imagine.
You know, it might not exactly be like Tinubu. One way or the other, it might take a while. There will be political struggle. There will be struggle for supremacy. At the end of the day, they will reach an equilibrium where somebody will be there, either more powerful than Tinubu. Yeah, exactly.
But it take time,
nature does not allow vacuum.
Yes, now even during Tinubu, I mean, why do you think people like Bode George and our Baba that just died? I mean, Tinubu had smart then. Now that was how Tinubu took power in Lagos. It's normal. Somebody will come, but there is no clear leadership right now in Lagos.
Before Tinubu emerged as a power in Southwest politics, we can see the transition. Who can we point to now?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, even during Tinubu, right, when they formed AD, don't forget, it was not only Tinubu, even Bola Ige was there. They were playing Baba BC Akon, all of them were playing the politics on the ground. But right now, if this set of people, everybody is gone, you gotta struggle, especially in Lagos, because now they know there is a lot of resources, a lot of money in Lagos. Everybody wants control. So it's not gonna be easy for that leader to really show up. It's gonna be like power struggle for a long time. You gotta accept these people, they can come together and they are able to like you gotta have a lot of leaders coming together. They are able to like speak with one voice. You know, leaders it's not easy, right? It's not easy. The only prayer is to even have a good leader that have the people at heart. Is able to like, okay, at least do things for people, you know, remember the people. That's what it is now. I mean, leaders will always go. Look at Edo State, where Tony Aneni was in Edo State. Like, you dare not, even down to councillor, he was fully in charge. But look at Edo State today.
It was the political maker of West Africa, not just Nigeria.
Aneni, what you see Aneni, like, he was in charge. When I mean he was in charge, but he was unable to help the people. That was his whole problem. But he has the power, you know. And any overnight will tell you, man, this is who I want or more. all the leaders, they will line
No,
up.
Anini in Edo that time was like the Babasaraki of Kwara then.
No,
Uromi became the maker.
serious.
The maker. I was a witness to what happened.
Sorry,
All the leaders will make their noise. As soon as they get to Uromi, they will be quiet to be as silent as graveyard. I went there for one program.
Saraki was million times better than Tony Aneni. Tony Aneni was not interested in anything.
No, I'm not talking about. What do you mean by Saraki?
Okay, in charge, right? No,
What
Saraki,
do you even mean? What do you say? What did the Saraki do for his people? What do you mean by Saraki is a million better?
Saraki was another one, but Saraki was still. I mean, the governor were still doing stuff, right? From his son Bukola Lawal, right? I mean, they did some stuff in Edo State.
Let me tell you, his own politics is even more. I think is even dirtier than that of Anini. There was nobody that Saraki installed that he did not fought. When between 1979 and 1983, he supported Adamuata. And they eventually fell out. That was when CEO Adebayo came in 1983.
Always
from UPN, not even MPN. You can see from another party. He sponsored another candidate from another party because Saraki was an MPN man.
Those guys.
Eh?
No, I'm just saying. I said those guys. Oh, yes.
Then in when after that the military came in 1999. He was part of the PDP. I mean, he was one of the strong person in APP.
AMPP.
No, Simba, even look at what they are saying. The power of Chief Tony Anene was not absolute, even during that period, because side by side there was Tommy KEMI and there was a STARMER.
No, those guys don't have no.
Okay.
See, look at if you watch if I study Tony Anene politics and Tinubu politics, there are similarities in terms of carry people along. And then he is good at carrying people along. Like he give the power to the people. For example, he wants a local government chairman in a certain local government. He will talk to the leaders. He will work with them. You know what I mean? That is that is the politics Tinubu was also playing in Lagos.
And whose son who became governor? Whose son went to House of Representatives? A STARMER.
In Edo State?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Edo State, right? So in Benin before now, right? Even with that, right? So Igbenedion have to work with Tony Anene to give them ticket. Igbenedion, then don't forget, Igbenedion had money. He's able to he has influence. And after Igbenedion influence, gave his son ticket, which is true. And then he never really brought his children into politics. But then he was still calling the shot, even with that Igbenedion son. He was the one calling the shot.
The only time he lost the grip was when Obasanjo was the president. He wanted Obasa as the gubernatorial candidate for PDP. And he wasn't aware that Obasanjo was statically supporting his in-law, which was Osumbo. At the 11th hour...
The kind of power that Anini has, you can't compare it even with Saraki. I don't think so.
Yeah, and then I agree. So, like what Omoriye is saying now, that time before Stella died, Stella had promised Osumbo the ticket. Like, okay, I'm going to support you. I think so. It seems Obasanjo wanted to honor that.
Stella is from Iruekpen now.
Yes,
Stella is from Iruekpen now.
Yeah. So that was the policy that was playing out. It seems Obasanjo it seems he really loved the woman, so he wanted to honor the woman. At that time, and then Obasanjo were not having issue already. They were having issue, here and there. So
I think the power that Anini has that time was by virtue of being at the federal level as minister for works. Believe me, it was to me because as at that time I was working.
Leader
I was working at ERA Specialist Teaching Hospital. I was a doctor there.
Okay.
So I knew at least I to understand
Yes,
what was going
but
on
the
in
other
that.
thing, Obasanjo trusted, and then you know what Obasanjo used to do, the way he plays politics. If he trusts you, if you are his right-hand man, he will allow you to do whatever. That's what you see Aneni was doing, Adedibu was doing, or your Uba brothers were doing, Anambra. So Obasanjo was, even Saraki, so Obasanjo, once he trusts you, even if you don't belong to his party, he allow you to operate, as long as he knows that. Yeah, Obasanjo was brutal, man, when it comes to politics. That's why people discuss him. It's only Tinubu that show him shaggy in Lagos. I don't know how Tinubu played Lagos politics.
And
Don't you
excuse
guys
me.
look at it this way? Okay.
Yeah, the only time Obasanjo used his incumbency power on Aneni, it didn't go well with the PDP. That was what brought the fight. That was what brought PDP down in a. He almost marked the end of PDP in Edo State. So
Yeah.
against his will, they imposed the Osumbo on the party. He had no option. He could not object Obasanjo because that would have been too dangerous for him. So he reluctantly agreed to feature Obasanjo. He called us to one hall opposite the secretariat in Ekboma. So as soon as he entered, people were clapping. Oh, leader! He said, "Shh." The only shh he made, everywhere became silent. So he said, "Here, I'm in Ekboma. I'm in Ekboma for 3 minutes. 1 minute in this hall, 2 minutes with the caucus members elsewhere." So we have decided to take our candidate. As people were jubilating again, also people were like, "Hey!" He said, "Shh." You could see the eyes of Aneni. It was red as
He was just come with the white.
he was almost shedding tears. So he left. At the end of the day, they conducted the election. That was what worked to the advantage of Shomoli. So most of them that were not really for Osumbo work against the remaining PDP, but work against their own candidate, which was Osumbo. And reluctantly, against the wills of the people, Osumbo was declared the winner. They went to tribunal. Those that really testify against Osumbo, that work against Osumbo, came from PDP. The likes of Lucky, Yamu, and Aneni supporters were not for Osumbo. So they work against Osumbo. That was what removed Osumbo from power and gave power to Adam Shomoli. They thought they would be able to control Adam Shomoli. At the end of the day, it became too uncontrollable for them. I think they will regret it. They will regret it the end of their to the very day of their life on this earth. So it was since that time, PDP in Edo State has done remain the same. So it was a big fight.
Then the final defeat was during Oshomole's second election. He defeated Aledibu in his local government.
Yeah, the 4 years gave him opportunity to consolidate through the Oba. He made Oba understand that they have been cheating him. The money that was supposed to come for him, the unlucky was cheating him and everything. He actually took advantage of the 4 years tenure to consolidate himself, and he just became a household name.
That first tenure, people saw what they never saw in Edo State. Like, so Caterpillar they work. So Oshomole was able that second term election or more. It was PDP knew like this thing is over. He won all the local government.
But if you look at the 8 years of Igbenedon, it was a wasted year now. Nothing. That guy did nothing.
Let me say this, Simba. Let me say this, Simba. If you go take statistics from 1999 till date, that is one of the worst administration in Nigeria. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe if he don't if he's not the first, he's gonna be like first three. Trust me. Like it was so bad that you see nothing.
You cannot see one project that guy executed.
Let me tell you, during rainy season, they will tell you dry season, they are going to start that road. Nothing will start. Then I started hearing federal. I knew the difference between federal and state road. They will not tell you, no, that one is federal road.
And if you remember that time, that was when armed robbery was actually raining in Edo State. You remember?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah,
this security in Edo State was
second time of Igbenedion, the people didn't wanted to vote for him. His father was now like, if a child fail, you gonna let him repeat now.
Yes, now let him repeat. Let him repeat the class.
Yeah, that was what Aleni said.
In Benin that time, you dare come out by 7 p.m. in the evening. 7 p.m. The whole town will be like a ghost.
Man,
Lucky said he used the first 4 years to service the leaders. He was going to use the second tenure to take care of himself and his father's business. You know, Igbenejo's business was almost down. So
yes,
the second tenure was actually used to revive their family business and his friends and his cronies. Oshomole didn't do much, but compared to what Lucky did, Oshomole now became a messiah. You know, he's like the one eye, the city of the blind. The one-eyed man became the king.
Yeah.
So compared to the miserable 8 years of Lucky Igbeneghu, Oshomole now became a messiah overnight.
If you look at the flood problem there, they used to. Oshomole did a lot of
No, Oshomole tried in that flood issue. Oshomole did a lot of work with the flood. He did some good work, RHODES. He did some good work. I think
compared to Lucky Igbeneghu, compared to what Lucky Igbeneghu did.
You can't compare Lucky Igbeneghu. Lucky was just
what
an
you
empty
mean? Lucky Igbeneghu did nothing now.
You
So
can't
what are you
compare
comparing
Lucky
them?
with anybody, I beg.
He did something. He did something.
What
Can't
did
say
he
he did
do?
nothing.
What did he do? What, tell us.
What
tell
did
us,
he do?
tell us
Mention one thing.
He didn't do much. I just
What
told
did
you.
he do at all? Tell us now.
Okay. Let me lay there for you. He didn't do much. He built. He said he built a casa. He built juice factory at Teho. He built a Casavita at Uromi. I don't want to believe it. If he said he didn't do anything, like you give him a 0, you give him 0 over 100. He did something, but at least I said it was a miserable.
Commission that never worked. Never.
I said it was a miserable 8 years. I already said that. But to say he didn't do anything, it look as if
you can't even discuss that government.
At least he was sworn in. He had a swearing in ceremony.
He's the governor. He was the governor. Like, man, that guy was something that his excuse he was taking care of the leaders. To be honest,
that time if you shout PDP negotiate, the time you share the money, it was a sharing galore.
Yeah,
he even told them in the meeting. He said
that time. I knew that that was the first time in my life that I have to be buying water in Epo.
Yeah, actually, that is what was going on. PDP were sharing money. Like
that was it became their slogan. PDP share the money. They were not hiding it.
There is one leader of PDP in the donut, Bruno Shokbega. He had a hotel in around Auchi, Polaris Hotel. That is where, and then he used to launch like days to election, and then most time he's in that hotel. Like they come with Ghana must go. They share money. They were actually sharing money. It's not.
They were not hiding it at all. They didn't hide it. Even at a point when they were trying to work against Lucky second coming, you know what he told them? He said he used the first 4 years to service the leaders. It was time for him to take care of himself, and nobody could stop him. And it's what that brought out money. Settle and any again. He was given a second chance. Said if a child fails in school, you cannot feed the child. You give him a second chance to repeat.
Oh, Nigerian politics.
What thing we never see. What thing we never see for Nigerian politics.
What I observe in Nigerian politics is that if we don't have a stable somebody that can get, let's say for example, we normally refer to all these regional government and we say, oh, it was better then because they have people that are in charge. You understand?
Visionary people who had vision.
You talk about Olowo in the western region. You talk about
Okpara in the east. Okpara in the
east, and they have grip. They have grip over every. You understand what they say now is free for all. You understand? In most of the states that we have now, we don't have somebody that is in charge. Anybody can just come to take his own and go. And,
no vision, no direction. Operation take your share.
No vision, no direction. And that is why I said the kind of democracy that we are practicing cannot make us to grow.
But Nigeria play dirty politics.
Let me tell you, there is no country. We talk about AY. Let me finish this. If we talk about corruption, there is no country that doesn't have corruption in the world.
Yes.
Let me use, for example, if you look at the Gulf country, maybe Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, is because they have stable leadership. You understand? And that is why all those countries are making progress. The little progress that we have in Lagos, whether people like it or not, we cannot say Tinubu is not corrupt, but because somebody is in control, they have vision, and that's why we can see the little development that we are seeing.
But let me tell you what you see in Lagos, right? To be honest, since I started following, let's say from Marwa, military administrator, down to, I don't think there is any governor that will come to Lagos that will not work. I'm telling you the plain truth. Because first of all, the money is actually too much for you to take. Where are you going to take? What are you going to do with the money? Lagos State, that's why anybody that come in as governor, as long as you have head at all to think, you can look for people, they will work.
If you know Lagos State before Tinubu came in.
I know now, I know.
You understand? The money that we are talking
even
about
Marwa
today,
was praised now. Even Marwa was praised.
The money that we are talking about in Lagos today is we can't give it to anybody. It's Tinubu. It's Tinubu that even made even the governors all over the country to know that they can make money internally. Everybody was just looking at whatever comes from the federal government. That's the only thing that. How much was even Lagos generating that time? Even before Tinubu came in, they were generating less than $1 billion.
No, yeah, sometimes even during election, right? Yeah, I was actually speaking some of those stuff because I was in Lagos. Like some of the decision that Tinubu, the decision as regard to local government, he took that time. I actually just realized that it looked like somebody that was actually ready for redevelopment. Like, let me do something. Because if you can create local government, even though Obasanjo refused to recognize them, that was a good move. I would have really seen something even in other states, even if federal government are not ready. Create local government, whatever you want to call them, pop money so the development will reach the people.
That thing has been if you don't know, that thing has been replicated in most of the southwestern states. I can say even they have what they call they have all these what they call it now, LCDAs.
LCDAs, yeah.
Yes, they have, and I think I don't know how they are financing them, but they have. Like even my own town, they have LCDA. Is one of the headquarters of one of the LCDA. So they replicated most of the thing in. Even Kwara at that time, Kwara in a month, it still will be generating like maybe 100 million, 150 million. But when they borrow what Tinubu was doing in Lagos, Kwara now they are now generating like 5 billion, 6 billion monthly every month.
Kwara that was a jail by Saraki. Like your son was governor, your daughter was senator. After you want to switch it, you wanted your son to be senator, your daughter to be governor. Hi, Saraki, may you calm down now. God do.
You know the problem now. When the father was actually favoring the lady to become the governor after his brother.
That is what he wanted.
But the brother didn't want.
That was the difference between Saraki and then he wasn't. I think he didn't project his children politically.
Yeah.
You can see when after his demise, the son wanted to. He couldn't even get the ticket to go to House of Assembly. He was struggling. So now he's trying. He worked with Igodalo. He's struggling. Even the politicians that were made by his father, they are not there to they were not there to help him.
People overrated the power of Anini. To me,
he was actually powerful though. He wasn't overrated. He was actually powerful.
And then he was powerful.
He was Madiguri from Kano, from Kaduna. Uromi became a maker of sorts, political maker.
So let me explain this to you. So even Obasanjo's second term, and then he was the main man. You know what he did? And then he invited all the PDP local government chairmen
when Atiku was giving him a tough time.
Abuja, yeah, and then he played the dirty game. Now, otherwise they would have kicked out Obasanjo. So those were the part of the respect. That's why even that Minister of Work was, and then he was in charge, even if he was not the one.
All the governors were ready to work with Atiku to kick Obasanjo.
Yeah, they were ready. And then he had a lot of power, to be honest. Even in other states. I think he also know how to he know how to negotiate. He know how to deal. He was also very corrupt. So if his money is gonna play the money game, he was in charge, to be honest, Mr. Fissit. Mr. Fissit.
You forget now, a retired policeman. You forget a retired policeman.
Oh yeah.
Very, very corrupt. He has been around since the time of Yaradua. Yaradua discovered him and.
What I eat the money for the east? I mean, what do you call this road?
Forget that guy. Even that was the problem I had with Aneni. If Aneni was like doing stuff for the people of Edo State, look at Benia Uchi Road today. That guy was in power. His boys were in power. Minister of War. He never, for some reason, like that road supposed to be like make it 4 lane. He did do it. Like
he was the Minister of War when he handed over to my Colonel Lememe, his boy.
That's
what so for complete 8 years, we were in charge of Works and Housing Ministry.
So you did really. That is the difference of somebody like that, somebody that really want to work. You know, like you can't do that. He would have used that to capture the people's mind. Okay, if this man
even the road to his village was not tied, it was tied by Shomoli. The road to his village.
Yeah, like
I comrade. I remember that time now. The road between Ekoma to Oromi was very good that time now.
No, the road to his village, Onewa, was not tied. It was done by Shomoli. I find out from anybody. Uromi will tell you.
I thought is it not from Uromi?
It's from Onewa, Uromi, yes.
It's from Uromi.
The one to his village. The road to his village was not tied, was bad. It was tied by Shomoli.
Simba.
I'm not making it up.
Yeah, it's true. One difference, right?
There was no water in Uromi. There was no road in Uromi. He was so corrupt and selfish.
I don't think was there water in any part of
no, the man
he was corrupt and very selfish, very greedy human being.
You see,
that time I used to buy water. I would use tanker to go and fetch water, and everybody is rainwater that people used to fetch in Edo Central. Now they would dig underground this thing and be fetching water from the roof.
You school in Ekboma?
Yes, now I was in Ekboma now.
Okay.
You got gone that year. So the difference, right? If you give Oshomole that power, Oshomole will get road done. He will do it because Oshomole understands the power of the people. He doesn't play with it.
Yeah, what Adeni did, Adeni was just getting powerful individuals, empowering individuals. He's stooge. He stooges like Besia, like Itulas of this world. Like there was another guy from Uboha, from another Uboha.
Searching for a leader. I think Oshomole would be a better leader than what Anini did.
Oshomole is a good leader, but the politics also, right? Oshomole will always, as far as I know, will always control his senatorial district. It's gonna be hard to take that from him. But Bini is different, right? Because Bini is like the biggest ethnic group in Edo. So they're not gonna submit to you like that. So they feel power of superiority. They feel like, okay, we have the population, just like what is happening in Nigeria. As you have the North, you have Yoruba, you have the Igbos. It's just the power game. It's still there, but it is what it is. Politics. It's politics. But Aneni had that opportunity to just get it to the heart of the people. Like somebody like Ogbemudia, even he's there, you know, people still call, Ogbemudia try, Brosali try. Like, I don't think anybody will tell you Aneni did anything for Edo people. I don't think you will see anybody that will tell you Aneni tried. You know,
and then he had every opportunity to transform not just his senatorial district, it's all of Edo State. Yeah, he had the opportunity. He was powerful.
Right now, by now, even his son will use that name in Edo State. Though they don't forget, they know he will use that name. I mean, when their daughter, I think she was in House of Assembly later, she was local government chairman also.
Yes.
They will still respect you with that name. I don't remember. So they will feel like, okay, his father did a lot. I think let's support him. You know, not that he was too nice to even his village people. So my friend, when we finished school there, he said, I said, go and meet and then he let him give you job. And I say, we know answer you.
At a point, I had a lot of friends from Uromi. The Tula, I had people from Tula's family.
Yeah.
Most of them were my business associates and all that. So we were going to Wari one day. I asked him, I say, how come this guy is so powerful? You guys complain before election that this guy is not doing what he's supposed to do. He's there's no development, nothing to show for his popularity. And when election comes, everybody listen to him. The boy told me he couldn't even understand what they were. Like somebody that cast a spell on them. I said, don't spell. He said there was a spell. He said he's casting spell on them. I said, nobody's casting spell on you guys. He said once he speaks, nobody can oppose him. You will complain before election. When election comes, everybody will go his way. Either by crook or by hook.
Even that to Benin, that's what I don't know. They will say, this is what the leader said, though. They call him leader. When you hear leader, they are referring to an enemy.
Yeah, whatever arrangement they had on ground before his intervention.
Whatever he was doing that time, do you people think that because actually rigging was at its peak in Nigerian policy?
The rigging,
No, then there was no opposition. The fear of PDP was the beginning of wisdom. If they will tell you either you belong here, either their way or the highway. You don't. They will beat you. If you challenge them in the meeting, they will flog you and throw you out of the meeting.
It's not strong politically. I think they were just using the power that they are the center. That was all the guy was using. Believe me.
Exactly. They were not connecting with the people.
He was using. Yes, he was not connecting with the people. So until when Oshomole showed up, that is when those so Oshomole was stopping Benedo, and then he stopped all the PDP leaders.
But do you know Oshomole played the first one of them? He actually had an agreement with him. The arrangement was for him to decamp to PDP after winning the election. So they went ahead to declare Osumbo against the will of the voters. So they went to court. Those that defeated Osumbo even in the court were also PDP members. They wanted to use Oshomole to deal with Osumbo. Later, he would decamp to PDP. As soon as he got there, he changed the game. He changed the plans for them. And
let me tell you what triggered Oshomole. Oshomole first budget, they took it to an any house in Abuja.
The other one was at Uromi.
Let me tell you,
Nova Hotel.
And then he scattered the budget. He removed. No, you can't have that was when Oshomole.
It wasn't Abuja. It was at Nova Hotel Uromi.
Okay. So what now happened, right? Oshomole now, then Feliciabo was the majority. Was in House of Assembly. He worked with all of them and said, listen, the speaker must go. And the speaker was from Mawuchi Zakawano Garuba then.
Yes.
He was not ready. That was how they have to look for a way. That speaker must go. So they impeached the speaker. That was how Oshomole grabbed the whole power in the state. Then he started telling, and then they collected your lad.
If you're not careful, I will send you to jail. He said if Igbeledje wasn't careful, he will send you to jail.
And those people like, and Oshomole had the support of the people.
They were not in the same party now. So
no, they were
not.
No, look at what happened. Look at what happened.
That grand discussion now.
Look at what happened. PDP was almost the only party. And we because of what were the injustice, because of the maltreatment and dehumanization we saw in PDP, we were very few. So we had lithium support, but there was no vocal voice. That was what gave Oshomole an advantage. When he came, he went to Labour. From Labour, he tried PDP. There was no way for him there. Somebody like Oshomole was not wanted in PDP because they felt he was too much for their control. So he now settled for AC. From AC, later transformed to ACN. From ACN to the APC you have today. So while he was there, because of his voice in Labour, he was coming from Labour. He was very popular. So before then, Shaibu was already in the House of Assembly. So he started the grassroots movement, like joke. You know, he had the grassroots support, but not enough to win a gubernatorial election. But as God will have it, I don't know what he used. I don't know what was going on. There was a heavy fight, a heavy division in PDP between the big wigs. Aneni was the demigod, the political demigod of a PDP. But there was no way. He was powerful, but not to the extent of challenging Obasanjo, his master. He already groomed somebody, Ubesia, or Joe Ubesia. You know, I was in that, I attended the primaries. The first thing he did, there was a primary, there was a senatorial primary between Ubesia and this senator from Odia. Ubesia did not even attend the primaries. At the end of the day, Odia won the primaries. At the end of the day, he brought Ubesia from nowhere. So, Obesia now became the senator. They promised Odia something. I didn't know what happened. He just chickened out. Very gentleman. So, when he now came to 2027, well, he wanted to pull Ubesia from Senate to those state. He already got the ticket. Everybody was, you could not challenge Aneni now. Once he make pronouncement, that is it. Nobody would challenge him. So everybody knew he was already fronting for, he was already supporting Ubesia. So everybody was already queuing behind the candidacy of Ubesia. At the 11th hour, maybe Obasanjo did not tell him he was for Osumbo or something. From nowhere, he just brought Osumbo to him. He just called Osumbo, a day to their primaries. He called Osumbo, and then he should go and make Osumbo the governor. Like, what? They said the few people that were with them said, he told Obasanjo it was already too late. They should have told him earlier. He said, I don't care how you do it. Go and tell them. You're not only going to agree with me in Abuja. Go to your locality, go around your constituency and tell them this is our candidate. So he has to take the next available flight to Edo. So he called everybody emergency meeting. Then I was aspiring for a position in my locality. So he called everybody. So by my position, by my virtue of aspiring for a position, so I became an executive member. So he called the executive members and the caucus leaders to a meeting. That was the meeting that was held at Abu Salih Hall, opposite the Eastern West Secretariat. He came, he was, if you look at his eyes, they were as red as a charcoal. So as soon as he entered, people were, hey, leader, shh. Everywhere was silent. So he said, we have decided to take he said, I only have 3 minutes to spend in the Eastern West. 1 minute in this hall, 2 minutes with the caucus elsewhere. So he said, we have decided, as soon as he said that, people were trying to hail again. He shut everybody down. He was almost crying. You could see, you could tell he was not happy. He said, we have decided to take our candidate. We have decided to take from East and West. Osumbo is our candidate. Everybody, they wanted to jubilate again. Said, shh. Everybody was quiet, including the so-called leaders of East and West. Everybody was quiet. So that was it. Before you knew it, he was already out of the hall. Man, I've never seen a human being like that.
Is it from Uzeba or where is it from?
It's from Uromi. He's from Uromi town. Onewa Uromi. So he came to Ekbomana to announce to people. Obasanjo gave him the directive that he should only agree in Abuja because Obasanjo knows how dangerous and then he was. So you don't only going to agree with me here. Go to the executive and tell them, go and raise the hand of Osumbo. That was a bitter pill for Aneni to swallow. They had no option than to do it because Obasanjo then was the president. No matter how powerful Aneni was, not to the extent of challenging Obasanjo, he would have been rendered useless or he would be finding his way to jail.
You know, comrade, the two of them, Obasanjo, and they were not they are not. It's not as if they carry people along. They were just bullying everybody that time. That's what they do, and they believe in rigging. If Obasanjo, I didn't mean Obasanjo was still the president, do you think Oshiomhole will ever become the governor of that state?
No, he was.
But look at what happened.
Where did he came in?
You didn't listen to me. I said it earlier. Just listen to this one. That was where I was almost getting there. So against everybody's will, or Aneni had no option than to drop Ubesia for Osumbo. because that was the directive given to him by Obasanjo. That was the candidate of Abuja. So also,
who
but the
won the
only
election? Who won the
I'm going
election?
there now. I'm going there. I'm taking it bit by bit.
Which election?
Also, Bola
That
became
election,
the.
Osumba, they declare Osumba as the winner now.
Can you let me land? I'm going there. I'm going there. Before you can become a you can win election, you have to go through primaries, right? So Obasanjo now imposed Osumbo on Aneni, and by extension, Aneni now imposed Osumbo on everybody because he had no option. But he wasn't happy. He wasn't going to work for Osumbo. They had no option than to show Osumbo as the candidate because that was what he was told to do from Abuja. So he came to Eastern West, went around the whole of Edo State to show Osumbo as the candidate against his own will. So they went into election. They were in PDP, but they worked against Osumbo because he wasn't their candidate. So against all, they declared Oshomole Osumbo the winner because of Obasanjo's factor. Are you getting the analysis?
What is the factor? Tell us what is Obasanjo's factor.
The same somebody that told you it was the do or die on the campaign podium. They say, President, is he a do or die? He said, yes, it's a do or die affair. So it was the factor was the do or die affair. He said it openly on national television. So it was a do or die affair. Either you are for PDP or you go to or they lock you up. So they declared Osumbo the winner. So the Oshomole now went to tribunal. Everything needed by Oshomole to win that case, PDP made it available for him. The likes of Lucky was
Obasanjo, as at the time he won in the tribunal, Obasanjo was no longer the president. The question
he was still the president. He was still the president. He was still the president.
Oshomole came in 2008 now.
No, it was not the
president. The case lingered till the case lingered till 2012, 2008, November, December 2008.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, get me? If Obasanjo were to still remain president, he wouldn't have won that case.
Yaradua
okay. You say he wouldn't have won.
He wouldn't have won that case. Believe me.
Oh, in tribunal, right? In tribunal, is that what you're saying?
He wouldn't have won.
Oh, from tribunal, the case went to appeal. I think it finally was declared in the appeal. I understand what you're saying.
By then, Musa Yaradua was now the president. So,
Obasanjo would have done everything possible. Would have done everything possible.
That judge wouldn't have tried it.
Let me.
You're right.
Let me quickly say this: before they declare Osumbo winner in Benin, they put armored vehicles in some strategic location in Benin. I'm telling you, like, you will know Obasanjo was ready for that election. Like, there is no way he's not gonna declare. So even the election itself, clearly, you don't even need to count. Oshomole won that election. Like, even PDP member voted for Oshomole. People really believe in Oshomole. Not be even now Oshomole no get that. Then Oshomole,
everything was just working for Oshomole. Even PDP members did anti-party for Oshomole.
They believe in
Oshomole. The courage that he brought from the labor as a labor leader.
You know it was popular. I also said, look, if actually Oshomole actually contested for Nigeria president, then is that crowd you would have seen in Nigeria? People would have because even if you listen to Oshomole speak, he will convince you. Obi no sabi speak well. Oshomole like orator now. He will speak PG. He will speak out. He will break it down for you. No, we gotta do this. We gotta.
No, when you talk about talk, don't even bring Obi. What Obi is? Obi cannot see anything.
Go to market. Go to Ring Road. You listen to him. And he has so much energy. That's how he would walk 2 kilometers and people would be running after. Oshomole was popular.
He has a very good structure. Being more than 70 and he's still waxing and he's very strong.
I don't say
if we look at it generally, the person that we handed over to in 1999 did not do well for our democracy. I mean that Obasanjo. He did not practice democracy at all.
No, he laid a very bad foundation.
Let me tell you.
And I don't even know why people used to praise that man. He did nothing as far as I'm concerned.
The excuse there was that it was an asset. There was a term they were using, asset democracy. Asset democracy. We're just coming from military. We are still learning the ropes. We'll get there gradually.
That PDP will rule for 60 years.
60 years, yes.
Let me remind you. Then they will conduct an election. You hear, the winner scored 2 million. Now nobody even score 500,000 again.
No, the winner will score more than the registered voters now.
Yes, no man. There was no election in state. They just say you just come. Even the police station, they will just bring ballot box. Somebody will just.
He laid a very poor foundation. There was something they did one time. The first meeting for evening. They did the meeting 8 a.m. in the morning. Before the other people arrived in the evening, the meeting was over. It was a very dangerous foundation.
OBJ, it was about the power, man. He was not interested on who. There was no election, okay? Is it not during Obasa they kidnap a city governor?
That's why when they complaining today, I will just be looking at them. Most of my friends then that were busy doing those games for.
Do you know what it takes to kidnap a city governor? Like that man, there is.
Okay, when Igige was
Igige of Anambra State.
Obasanjo, let me tell you, the atrocity that guy committed in that country, believe me, I don't think there's anybody that has committed such an atrocity.
He told everybody it was a do or die affair. He said, Mr. President, I hope it's not a do or die affair. Will you support whoever wins? He said, no, it's a do or die affair. What do you mean by it's not a do or die affair? He was almost fighting with journalists, openly.
Omari, then people are did the boo in Oyo then. I did the boo if a man that is not educated, if he tell you no, you can't be governor of this state, you know they go anywhere.
Yes.
When I did the boo die, my close friends served in Oyo during the did What the day I did die, I remember he calling me, he said, "This man they die? You sure say this man died? I'm not sure. This man." I was laughing. I said, everybody go die.
That would be like what Curtis for Uyi was dead. They were still dragging Uyi. Nobody believed Uyi could die so soon. They were still beating a dead man. They took it to mortuary. They didn't believe Uyi was dead. It was so hard. The guy was so hard. He caught his dead.
I know.
You know that the coming of Oshiomhole as AC governor in Edo was actually a turning point in our democracy.
It was. It was supposed to be, but then they all have their own problems.
Because after him,
the Oshiomhole I've seen today, I can't even believe that was Oshiomhole.
No. I'm not talking about him. That was what actually broke the power of PDP.
Of PDP, yes, you're right. The only person that had the guts to challenge them was this CHINEDU in Lagos. They fought to take Lagos. For the first time, even though Obasanjo couldn't even win, for the first 1999, I think he couldn't win any state in the Southwest. But 2023, they had to suspend and they say, okay, this is our own. If they wanted to give him a little break.
It was not that easy. He negotiated with Afenifere.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
All the people that he felt.
But he wanted to take. They gave him a year. He wanted to take a man. And Tinubu again chatting.
He took them away. All the people that could be a stumbling block to them, he took them away.
He deceived Afenifere. Actually,
yes, he deceived them. He deceived them.
After that meeting, right? After that meeting, they said Tinubu actually told the man that was killed? Bola Ige. He told Bola Ige, don't believe this man. You people should not believe this man. It was only Tinubu that escaped.
They gave him a yard. He wanted to take a man. He took a man.
Yeah, exactly what he did. He deceived.
He wanted to take over everything.
Yep.
I think those guys that fell that they were not smart. Obasanjo has never been that kind of person. It doesn't work with any Yoruba agenda. And
they wanted to feel okay. Since I already become a president, he's one of our own. We cannot just we cannot throw him out completely.
They
wanted to give him a home base.
Yeah, in 1999, you know, Yoruba did not support Obasanjo. So they now
They
felt
supported
that,
Olufalaye. They preferred
yeah,
Olufalaye.
in 2020, they now felt, it's our son, no, let's give him the support. He's there already. Then he just started. So AD, they had good people. They could have said, you know what, okay, we will give you the vote for president. But instead, Obasanjo took everything away.
He almost wanted to take Lagos
That
from
was the
you know what he did?
That was
He
the
changed.
agreement.
He changed the order
that
of
they
the
had
election.
was that the agreement they had was that they are going to support him during the presidential election, and
Exactly.
when it comes to state, they will return all the AD governor. But he
Exactly.
used his power and rig everything in favor of.
But he first changed the order of the election as well. Now he changed
Exactly to favor his party.
Governorship
You
is to
know,
go first.
gubernatorial election usually come first.
Yeah, that guy is making a very valid point. Yes.
Yeah, that was what happened. OBJ
because if you look, Atiku was already a governor before he chose him as his vice president.
Yes,
now.
Yeah, in Taraba State.
No, in Adamawa.
Adamawa. Yes, sorry, Adamawa.
OBJ. That man.
Maradona, another Maradona.
He's the real Maradona. He's the real Maradona.
Guys, that if God is not good for somebody to, but he needs to, when he dies, that country will breed well. Believe me, he's one of those people that is destroying that country.
You know what problem? You know my bitterness for Obasanjo. The only man that had opportunity to rectify his mistake. He made a mistake when he handed over to. Let's even assume it was a mistake. He handed over to Shagari against the constitutional, condition of a two-third majority, which was not made by Shagari. You understand? He was the military as the head of state. You handed over to somebody that was not supposed to be, a leader. You saw the corruption that emanated from that era. You were almost killed by Abacha. You were already in the death list of Abacha. But out of a sheer providence, you had the opportunity to come back again as a civilian president to right the wrong. If there's anybody that knows the problem of Nigeria, Obasanjo is number one in that country. But again, you had a second or third opportunity. You blew it again. That is my only bitterness on him. He knows how.
Comrade, when he was the military head of state, do you know the agreement they had before they even put him there as the head of state that time?
Let's assume he could not go against.
Obasanjo was just a stooge. Yaradua and Teofilo Danjuma were
the T.Y. Danjuma was one that put him there now. And
that is what I'm saying now.
So
let's assume
because when Muritala came in, what he immediately he started transition program, and they wanted to pursue that, and the agenda was to hand over to an Hausa, a Fulani president. Because one of the reasons why they even removed this guy that time, because it was not actually, it was derailing away from their agenda. Go on. So that was when
he overstayed in power too for 9 years. He overstayed in power. He was accused of so many things. But my point, you are buttressing the points I'm trying to make. The point I'm making is that let's assume he didn't have opportunity. Let's assume he was a stooge as a military head of state. Let's assume those that were calling the shot were the Danjumas and the Yaradwas of this world. But they had opportunity to rectify that mistake when he came back as a civilian president.
Why do you think they choose him again in 1999?
Okay, from the prison instead of supporting the genuine candidate of Yorubas.
Let me tell you, they had an agreement with him again.
Yes,
and you know that it's an agreement.
Yeah, they wanted somebody of Yoruba by birth, but a northerner by character.
Exactly.
And moreover, they wanted one of their own as a former military.
A Yoruba person that time. The Yorubas wanted Falai instead of Obasanjo.
Yes, and they wanted one of their own as a military man and somebody they not could trust.
That will follow whatever we ask him to do for.
Exactly. He was not interested. They told him he told them he was broke. He wasn't having money. He was trying to recover from the losses he incurred while he was in prison. They told him all we needed from you was just to say yes. Forget every other thing. He financial, he can pay everything. Live. Initially, he declined. I said, okay, go and think about it. So when he came back, he said, how can I be talking of presidency when I'm broke? I can't even think of how to survive.
They say
So they
Obasanjo
said no.
had like 20,000 naira in his
Yeah,
account.
they told him no.
You need to see his picture when he came back, when he came out of that.
Yeah, they told him what we wanted from you was just a positive answer. Tell us you are willing. Every other thing is done.
Before he left presidency, he became a billionaire.
Ah, Obasanjo na billionaire.
But somebody that could not win election, win one single state in the Southwest, became the president. To tell you the abracadabra in Nigerian politics.
Can he still win anything? Even in his polling units, they beat him now.
Up to now,
I hear he became the president.
Political relevance, as far as I'm concerned, in the Southwest, it doesn't. Obasanjo cannot tell Yorubas as okay, this is the way to vote. He doesn't have that power.
Obasanjo has always been anti-Yoruba and anti-South. Obasanjo contributed to the death of Abiola, to the annulment of June 12. He said Abiola wasn't the Messiah.
Obasanjo and they are not friends. Obasanjo, you know that Obasanjo, they had clash even in 1979 now.
Yes, serious one. When they told him presidency wasn't for sale. That was when they told Abiola that presidency wasn't for sale.
Actually supporting Abiola's cause in 1993. He was not supporting Abiola's cause.
No, he said even when they are not the Juto, he said he wasn't the Messiah.
And then when he came in, he did not recognize June 12. When he came in,
I think we need to look at the Abiola situation. But we have to look at the Abiola situation from a personal perspective. They went to school together. Obasanjo is older than Abiola, but Obasanjo came from poverty. Abiola was the head boy. Obasanjo didn't have
Abiola too came from poverty. Abiola's family were very poor.
Yes, but Obasanjo's family I think his father was a policeman.
And what does that mean, sir?
But I think it was personal. That's what I mean. His hatred
you
for
mean
Abiola,
that right from school?
It fell from when they were children. Hatred and jealousy.
Yes, so it was the personal.
It's a personal matter with Abiola that went beyond anything that Obasanjo was a devilish man that didn't advance any Yoruba cause.
I think he took it too far.
He had a personal hatred for Abiola.
Forget Abiola. Obasanjo has never worked for Yorubas. Forget Abiola. So don't just bring Abiola. Hey, tell me one thing.
The same thing he did against the Fela family now. So he has always been at Yoruba and at South.
OBJ.
But even the Fela family too are people that is familiar to from his childhood as well. Now they're all like bad people now.
Yeah, they always said that that fight is always among them. I don't know why.
They are both bad now. They are both.
You could see what they did. Even when they wanted to replace Abiola, they brought in Shonekon to form to head the interim national government. To tell you the level of bitterness and acrimony among them.
Tinubu's crime against him is that Tinubu didn't let him get his absolute.
You always let me tell you, Obasanjo is a very selfish person. He does not
want that.
He does not want anybody to rise above him.
Yeah.
So that is it.
He was almost like an enemy of Isha. That's why when I see people.
My biggest issue with Obasanjo, like I was shocked what happened between him and Iyabo. That was the biggest surprise, man.
His daughter.
Yeah, they say he has issue with a lot of them. To be honest,
most of his children. He has issues with quite a number of his children.
They said
he's another dangerous human being. That's why when I see people going there for political blessing, I don't know the kind of blessing they want to get. You know, Obasanjo will not support anybody. When I see Obi kneeling down before these people, you know, before IBB, before Obasanjo, I don't know how I look at Obi. People see him as a messiah, but kneeling down before Obasanjo, looking for a political blessing from Obasanjo, IBB, those people will never support you without a selfish and a very greedy condition. They will tie you. They will tie you. They will tie your legs and tie your hands and make you redundant.
Obi is a desperate politician. Obi
yes, I've seen that. That was very clear.
He can even die.
Simba, do they ask Obi to kneel down for them? Is it not because he went there, he's showing eye service? Go and kneel down. Is it the only person? He kneel down for Oyedepo and the rest. Why is he kneeling down all over the place?
He can never be free. He can never do anything free with those people in charge. Once they support you,
apart from that, if he has become the president of this country, I don't think he can take decision as this
he will never have the free will to do what he wants to do. They will tie your legs and tie your hands.
A person that cannot control a small party, the one went into now control a bigger party like that.
You saw what Obasa did to Jonathan, right? When he wanted to be smart. You saw what he did to Jonathan.
Jonathan is also a weakling. Jonathan does not know the power in his hand.
Exactly.
And apart from that, he did not prepare for that presidency. Jonathan was go and teach his zoology until they not draft him there.
Obasanjo will never bring anybody that will challenge him up. He will never do. He will always look for weaklings.
The reason why he's having a running battle is that the person as the president now will not listen to him. Okay, that one is as stubborn as him. And Obasanjo is the luckiest Nigerian. He just get everything on a platter of gold. Just go and beg him, and he's turned himself to semi-god in Nigeria. Until
it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
He's actually a very lucky man, to be honest.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
He's a lucky man.
He got almost everything on a platter of gold.
For example,
he's the luckiest Nigerian.
I know that thing, right? Even when you see Nigeria civil war, where some people will give him credit, I was even shocked.
No,
he was drafted like almost a month to the war end.
Yes, so
but he will come and claim your credit.
And yeah, you come and claim you fought in the civil. Which civil did you fight?
Yeah,
the people that fought in the civil are like people like Buhari, Babangida, and the rest. But him, he was just lucky. But people don't. He's the most wicked person I've ever seen.
God has granted him, as a comrade said, God granted him. He escaped death so many times. God granted long life. And up till now, the guy has not repented.
And he failed to utilize the advantage. I mean, he failed to utilize his luck to the advantage of Nigeria.
How can you almost 90 still be scheming?
Near-death experience of Sani Abacha, he could not even ask God.
He could not learn from that.
Oh man, Abacha, man. Abacha
can't you see that for the last 12 years now, all those candidates he always supported and screamed for, they always lose. It does not have any relevance.
You are saying near-death experience of Abacha.
Obasanjo does not have a political relevance.
Even the Muritala Mohammed coup as well. It's just by fortune that he didn't die. It was just a matter of what, 2-3 minutes. He would have been a dead man. 2-3 minutes, less than 2-3 minutes. If it was where it was meant, they was scheduled to be within a minute, 2 minutes, he would have been dead. That's the fact.
Yeah, the only person that he brought that would have been able to work for Nigeria was late Yaradua. Unfortunately, he was sick.
Forget that one. Forget that one.
That one was willing to work.
No, Yaradua was good though.
He was willing to die the consequence.
God used death. It's death that covered that man. No, believe me.
But he started very well. For the 2 years, the guy was awesome.
But Obasanjo did not know that the guy was not well before
he knew. He knew he was not well.
You remember during one of the campaign that I was calling him Umaru.
Are you dead?
Are you dead? Obasanjo is a clown.
Believe me. Nigerian Mumu, they just believe him like that.
Umaru, are you dead? Are you dead? They say you are dead.
They say you are dead.
That gonna character, man. Everything Nigeria never see, man. Everything we don't survive as a country. If I look back, I'm like, oh God, God must be a Nigerian.
Comrade, that was what I said earlier. Now that it's God that has been making that country to survive.
You know what we don't pass through, my brother. You know what we don't pass through for that country. You go to say don't finish. You go pass again.
Look at the insecurity in Nigeria during that Jonathan and Buhari regime. look at now. Sometimes when you ask yourself, we don't even know how God is protecting that country. It's today bomb blast, another day wahala, crisis everywhere.
No, no police has anything. No SS has anything. It's just the grace of God that is covering us, bro.
And look at that Babangida at almost 90, still lying. He will lie to his
Yeah, lying. Not even courageous enough to hold on for what he did. He is blaming Abacha because Abacha is late.
Is it not better for that guy not to release that book?
Yes,
it would have been better. But people are applauding him. They're donating money for him.
I saw an interview that was granted by a Nupe man. I think it was maybe one of these ex-NNPC people. And it seems like it was that man lambasted Olufai. But what he said about Babangida is quite serious. So the man asked for Babangida's paternity because apparently there's actually some major issues happening between the Hausas, the Fulanis, and the Nupes, and all this North Central, Northwest ethnic. It's gonna be very volatile. Some things I'm hearing about them. It's like there's no more of that Hausa Fulani. No, there's nothing like that anymore.
Babangida is not Hausa now.
No, I'm just saying there's some things happening because in that book,
you should know that there's no way the Northeast and North Central will agree for next West to become president after Buhari again. Are they the only Northern?
But no, if you hear what this man was saying about Babangida, because I think Babangida made some
because they are now aware that they are not one now. I can Northwest say they are totally different.
Even Niger State, that man was saying in Niger State that nothing like there's no more that only Nupe.
The North Central already said it. They are coming out and saying
that man said it very vocally. He said Niger State is only for the Nupe and only nothing else for the Nupe. And he said Babangida needs to go and find out his paternity. He made that statement very frontally.
Even when during his presidency, when he was there, people were saying that is actually that the guy is from Ogbomoso, that his parents actually they migrated to that Niger State. That name, but
even his name,
actually,
but even he said it in his book that when he signed up for the army, that was when he started using the name Babangida. His name is Badamasi. That's his last name. Ibrahim Badamasi. That's his name.
That's what I'm saying.
But when he went to join the army,
is a
Yoruba name.
He didn't know.
But he put it in the book as well. And even apparently that Nupe man said that even Babangida said this, that his grandfather that moved to Niger. They are not from Niger.
What about his father? His father is also
so they are not from Niger. His grandfather that located and settled there. That's why I said that Nupe man was saying that he put some things in his book, but even he said it in his book that it was when he went to join the army that they used to confuse him as a Yoruba man.
I think
that's when he took up the name Babangida. That Babangida is kind of like his grandfather's kind of nickname.
People in Nigeria that Nigeria should pray for so that they should just go and relax. I know God will answer our prayer, and it is that IBB and Obasanjo number one, because that one will never stop scheming, doing dabaru everywhere. I don't understand how a 90-year-old man continues to still do dabaru, scheming, doing all sorts of wala all over the country. I don't get it. And Atiku, you dummy head, this guy is just playing you. And there was a video I saw that Obasanjo went to an occasion with a governor. And they gave him an envelope, and he collected it immediately. So they are also bribing him to come and attend occasion when they invite him for a public occasion. They are giving him a kind of white envelope. So that Baba is.
But the issue is that what does it need money for?
I don't even understand.
It's only that the guy is just being evil and is unrepentant.
Yeah, he's very greedy, man. What do you need the money for? And people know about Obasanjo that he's very highly stingy. He never play with his money. So you are just collecting for who? Your children are ready.
If God gives you the grace to get to that age, I think what you need to do is you have to right your wrongs. But it's still just
most of them if you see all these white people, when they get to start, before they get to start, they already have a foundation that help their country people, the poor people all around the world. Obasanjo showed any foundation. It does not have any foundation. Has it ever helped an average Nigeria? No. Have you ever said, okay, all my produce from my plant, 30% of it go to the what do you call it, motherless baby, or maybe people in ID camp or something like that. It does not help nobody.
Is it not the library that he forced the governors those days to donate money for?
Yes,
that he's now using for his university now.
Yes, exactly. And those that are saying that they are going to donate billions for Babangida, maybe they already know it will not live for too long, so they are just making mouth. I don't think all of them.
Even that Babangida, how can you make money from the evil that you have committed against the country?
Of course.
And then you now say that okay, you want to raise money to build personal thing. You are not even opening up foundation for the people that actually lost their life during that election that you annulled, the people that died, the people that lost their businesses. Say okay, this money will go and at least be given to some of the family of the disease.
The evil that man has committed is still with him, and he will never leave him. And he's still lying up to 90 years old. He's 80 something plus now. Still
that book is just full of lies. So there's no single truth in that whole book.
It's kind of, even we all know that he's the one that buys what do you call it, Delegua. He's the one that buys him, and he's lying on it. You are the one that know that election, and you are telling us that it's Abacha. Did Abacha put gun on you when you are announcing it on TV?
How can you be? It was the. Can you imagine? As a military man, he was the first person that we hear as a military man using the
It's the head of state, though. It's the head of state. And you know how powerful you are at that time. And Abacha will just tell you, no, they don't want. And then you just go on TV. And then you read a long speech, more than 1 hour or more than that. And you acknowledge. It's a terrible human being. It's quite unfortunate for Uncle Bella. He would have done his own wrong. But at least this guy won the election. Why not give it to him? At least if we have been started practicing our democracy since that time, maybe things would have been better a little bit.
Let me tell you, if the guy did not come out and tell us the truth, who are the people that asked him not to hand over that time? He should come out and tell us. There are some forces, and I'm very sure Western world hands are in that annulment of that election.
Yes,
because
if you look,
he lied against David Mark now. He lied against David Mark, and that one I'm sure
David Mark is still living now.
That one will reply. That one will reply him in due time as well. Don't worry. And I could see T.Y. Danjuma just sitting there. He didn't, and T.Y. Danjuma's face throughout that screening was just emotionless.
Yeah, please. Somebody said he lied against David Mark.
He said that David Mark said that if he handed to Abuja,
no, he didn't lie. He didn't lie. Let me give you the breakdown. You know, I was already an adult, and I was we participated fully in the struggle to reclaim that mandate. What happened was that he wasn't willing to hand over. He wanted to transit from Kaki to Agbada. That is the plain truth. So along the line, because of pressure, because the annulment of Juju was not even the greatest evil that guy committed. You know how many times he formed political parties? You know when he disbanded the old stock.
Yes, now
they formed. He did all manners of maneuver. He did all manners of manipulations.
Dates several times.
Exactly. So let me tell you, he wasn't. The fact is that he wasn't willing to leave. Okay, if he knew how ambitious Abacha was, right? If he was sincere, he would have retired Abacha before he stepped aside. You know what he did? There was an arrangement between them, just that Abacha, in a way, outsmarted him. He wanted somebody that could protect while he was stepping aside. If you look at the word step aside, he wasn't going forever. He created the notion that he was going to come back one way or the other. You understand? So he played himself to the extent of stepping aside, and he wasn't satisfied. He wanted somebody that could protect the military and the transition program for him while he was preparing to come back. So that is the bitterness he had against Abacha. As soon as Abacha stepped in, he removed all his boys. He disconnected all his connection in the army and anything that would make it possible for him to come back. So that was the genesis of the bitterness. After the time he was stepping aside, if he wanted to do a sincere job, he would have retired Abacha for Shoneko to have his way. It was an arrangement. I bet people never wanted to go. Okay, let me even buttress it further. Do you know, even when all that one failed, he wanted to contest under PDP. Have you forgotten so soon? So it
Yes.
was it was well orchestrated game he played. And he mentioned the likes of David Mark. He wasn't lying. The likes of Dia never wanted Abiola. David Mark was very instrumental. They said, no way, we cannot trust these people. He mentioned the Sultan of Sokoto and co. In that regard, he wasn't lying. But all what he did, listening to those people, thought he was going to work for his own advantage. He was selfish, he was greedy, he was brutal, he was a Maradona, he was a player and a con artist, never to be relied upon. So nobody forced him to do what he did. The only thing our baby was forced to do was to step aside because of the number of people we lost, because of the destruction. We remember what Pegasi did. The next thing Pegasi was going to do in our last meeting was to use all tankers to block every highway in Nigeria so that Nigeria would be at a standstill. So when he got wind of that, he knew that would be the end of Nigeria. So after arresting the likes of Kokori and all that, he had no option because everywhere was boiling. In one day, one of the first riots we went for, we lost over 25 students. Instead of nursing that wound, the following day, we found ourselves in the street again. Before we were arrested, we lost a number of students. The first day was bad. The second day was even a catastrophe. So we were ready to die for what we believe. I don't know what came up. If I sit down and reflect to what we did, I'm like, what was running over our head? What was wrong with us? Everybody was ready to die for what we believe. We were not even aware of, we're not that politically conscious. We're not concerned about SDP or NROC. We're not concerned about Yoruba man, Igbo man, or whatever. We're just concerned about the people's mandate. No man can do this. Why allow the election to go on after all the maneuvering, after all the manipulation, after all the propaganda you did? You came, you allow your friend, your closest friend to run. IBB is not a human being. Somebody that could kill his best friend. Somebody that was his best man on his wedding day. He framed up all for selfish interest and the personal aggrandizement. He killed Vasa and missed, controversial circumstances. So he's not a person. He's not somebody that can be trusted for anything. So I don't know why you wanted him to write that book. I think something is about to happen. My greatest surprise, look at somebody that reviewed the book, or Zibajo of all people, a lawyer, a renowned lawyer, a professor of law. And look at somebody that gave the LBB the platform to actualize this evil orchestration. Somebody that had the courage to challenge him as far back as 1993 as a young senator. I think he's about to do something. I think he's trying to restore Abiola's dignity as a full president, pay his remuneration back to his family, and he wanted to clear the coast to be able to do that. Other than that, you cannot trust any of these people, man. They're all based on the same feather.
Well, that is politics. In politics, there are so many that you have your personal interest, we have group interest or something like that. But the way all these people like Babangida and Obasanjo play Nigeria, it was totally terrible and horrible. These are not good men. These are evil people. But unfortunately, when you also look at an average Nigeria, what is an average Nigerian mindset? When you not just oppose it to a country that have developed, what is the mindset of this average mindset of those people? An average mindset of a Chinese is patriotism. How can they develop their country? When you look at all this white Western world, look at the average mindset of their leader. It's not all about acquiring wealth to themselves. How come that all of these generals, you build mansions in a hilltop everywhere, and we know your salary? How did you get the money? And they will come out and be telling you they are holier than thou. But an average
Remy,
yeah.
Look at look at how they know how to speak to the sentiment of our people.
So don't you think
Look
the
at
literacy level
look at the way our Igbos brothers and sisters just jump at. Oh,
it's a lie, and they're jumping at it like
was
that,
not
like
an Igbo coup, and everybody because of that now they can forgive all the wrongdoing that he has done.
Thank you, my brother. That was my concern. That was my concern.
Are they not telling us that because are they not telling us that because of what IBB said, they are no more doing their IPOB anymore, or they are no more in that agitation anymore? So you can see that unfortunately in that area, everybody just think the same way, direct way, one way, because you know that this man is lying. From the people that do the partake in the coup, the 4 of them are from here. And apart from that, who are those one holding the position after the coup? It's not from the people from your side. So why did they kill? Why did they fight them?
No, why is he even dabbling into that controversy?
Is to appeal to their sentiment, to appeal to their emotions. My brother, did you actually need the IBB to write a book before we realize that Abiola won that election? There was nothing strange in what he said. He just came to confuse and to maneuver and to to confuse the mind of Nigerians as what is he did what he knows how to do best.
What he knows how to do best.
Exactly. He just took it to another level, and people were applauding him, donating money for him. The following day, Nigerians gathered on the various fora. They were busy fighting themselves. And at the end of the day, they all agreed that IBB lied. IBB is a liar. Why fighting among ourselves? If you know this guy is a liar, his utterances can never be relied upon. After your argument, after the fighting, you now agree that he's a liar. You fighting for the lie a liar has come to tell us. I don't understand it, my brother. They were busy everywhere fighting among ourselves instead of thinking of how to come together as a people to hold these people accountable. No, they would do everything possible to divide us. And he just came again to divide us even further. People were busy fighting themselves.
What I think one of the major problem of Nigeria is that in terms of basic education and people really understanding their community and their environment, because of that literacy level is very low. They can just bounce, just do whatever they like to them. That's what they are doing in Nigeria. Look at it now. An average Nigerian does not even know some of our people. They don't even understand the politics themselves. They don't even understand their community themselves. They just know that there's one big man in our street. Whether he's helping them or he's not helping them, everybody go to him. And he also use them according to his will. So, but if to say that all these our past leaders are very good people, if to say we have 24-hour electricity supply, we have good road, our hospitals are working very well, our schools are averagely okay, who cares who is your leader? But because there's no electricity, because no electricity, we are still believing there is wizard and witches flying every night.
My brother, we the people are not even helping matters. Our argument, our fight, our bitterness, our acrimony, the acrimony among ourselves is a huge industry for our oppressors. They profiteer from it. So they will never do anything that will make us come together. I asked one of them in one platform. When after the counter coup, when they came for Aguiyi, he was in the house of a Yoruba man. You refused to let him go. They prefer to die with his commander-in-chief. Nobody is thinking about that. Nobody is writing book on that. Nobody is donating money for that cause because they know such cause will unite us. So they don't want us to unite. So they profiteer from our division. They profiteer from our quarrel. They profiteer from our bitterness among ourselves. People that are supposed to be victims are not coming together to fight among themselves for the advantage of the oppressors.
And they Faji, that's the person.
Yes, he preferred to die. They told him they were not for him. He should stay clear. He said, "No, I cannot let my sins go."
An absolute gentleman that was not corrupt. That was
he said, "Not under my word." He preferred to die with nobody's amplifying that.
They begrudgingly killed him. They begrudgingly killed him because if they didn't get rid of him, they couldn't have gotten rid of him. Begrudgingly. And nobody celebrates him today. Even in Ekiti, they celebrate him here and there, but not really. They don't really celebrate him much. Even in
nobody is writing a book on that. Nobody is donating money towards that cause because that will lead to our unity. That will reduce the level of division and acrimony among the people. People like that are not celebrated. You know, somebody just came again to lie to us, to divide us more. The more people are busy fighting among themselves, clapping for this rogue, this criminal called Babangida, who's supposed to be facing a question. Who's supposed to be taken to Hague to answer questions for his crime against humanity. People are busy clapping for him, donating money for him. I don't understand the kind of situation we are, man. If Tinubu had the God to challenge IBB as far back as 1993, by now, he has gotten the opportunity he wanted then to right the wrongs of the past. What is he doing with it? Celebrating IBB.
Comrade, that was the only election that I've ever voted in my life in Nigeria.
It was worth it.
After that, I just said no. In fact, since that time, even ordinary voters card I didn't register for. Talk less of saying that I will not vote for anybody for any election.
Because you are discouraged, no belief, no confidence in the system.
Actually demoralized me. And then I know how many years we lost in the university that time.
Yeah, okay, you belong to school too now. You belong to our generation.
I was in the university that time now.
Already, okay. What level were you?
I was already in 200 level then.
Okay, we belong to the same about the same generation. I was fresh, but we were very, very. You were in Ekboma then.
The whole of 1994.
Were you in Ekboma then?
There was no school then. There was no
school. Were you in Ekboma then?
Eh?
Were you in Ekboma then already?
No. I was in when I was in Ekboma, I was already working. That was during.
Do you know late Moses Osakede? You know late Moses Osakede, former NAS president.
No.
Okay, you didn't hear of him?
Actually, that time, I'm a medical student. So
you don't get time for Aluta. You don't get time for Aluta.
Exactly. We don't have time.
You read your book. Make you don't get carried
book. I had to carry a book now.
We were involved, my brother. If I look back, if I compare to that era to this era, I will be wondering what kind of generation do we have today? We were not that desperate to make money.
Let me tell you, even go to university now, the student that you see in the university, can they discuss anything tangibly?
Yeah, most of them are even being sponsored by politicians.
No, I'm not even talking about what did they even know. You understand? Because
brother, Nigeria,
university now is just like a secondary school. It's just
my brother, that generation of students were committed to the struggle. They were ready to die for what they believe in.
The only thing that makes students happy is Aluta now. If you remember those days, that's the only time that you see the whole place we just scattered. Everybody will just.
My brother, I could remember there was a strong riot over the increment of school fees by 100 naira, and that thing was reversed. I can never forget that episode. 100 naira increment led to serious riot on campus. That thing was not just reduced; it was completely reversed. Oh, my brother, where Nigeria has.
Do you hear of any riots in any university again in Nigeria?
Hey! If they even talk, you listen to who is talking. Look at what is coming out from them. You will be wondering, this one is a student leader. Well, how did you get there? Eh? If you listen to them talk, you will be disappointed, my brother. Then student leader will stand up, VC will listen, or else there will be no peace, my brother.
Because the matured people were the students in the university those days now. But now, when you see a 14-year-old, 15 years old being a university student, what does that one know? That one that is still breastfeeding.
Can I accept to defend Babangida?
Defend who? Babangida? Who is here to defend Babangida?
No, I cannot come and.
Oh yeah, bring it on. Let's bring it on. Welcome, sir.
I know the defend Babangida.
Okay, thank you.
We only emphasize on
he doesn't know anything about Babangida now. So
we only emphasize on what he wrote on this book. Nothing concerning Babangida.
Nothing. You didn't write anything on that book. There was nothing in that book. That book is as empty as
What What comrade was saying it is truth. So me, I know they defend anybody. I beg. None of our leader was defending.
So are you saying Babangida? Are you saying you agree that Babangida lied?
He's a chronic liar. He's a chronic liar and a manipulator.
The issue is that none of our past leaders is saying the truth. You understand? None of them has come out any day to say, let's bring Nigeria together. Let's bring South, East, South, Southwest, North, East, North, Central. Let's sit down together.
They are not after your unity. If you unite, they will not profiteer from you. This is the point you are not getting. The more you divide, the more they gain. The more your division is their gain.
You know, comrade, there was one book I read that they said I learned one thing. They said the biggest fear of leadership, leaders in a society, is for the people to be on one point. You understand? Like to be on one point, one position, because they are just one step away from kicking a leader out. Because the people are too powerful now. You understand? Imagine the entire population, they are all sharing the same view, and then the leader, and they all have opposing views to that leader. That leader is gone now. So
the quarter of the people, the division of the people is their greatest industry.
The thing makes sense to me, man. I'm like, wow, no wonder. Even in America, they go find with every country, they go find with divide people because they don't say, man, if everybody there on one page, that means the people will just be dictating who will rule them.
Baba, you didn't see how colonial masters succeeded, how they came, how they utilized the existing traditional institutions to make it easier to administer their territories. So that is what our position have taken to another level. Divide and rule, that is. Either through religion, either through ethnicity, whatever they can to throw at you to make you fight among yourself. The more you fight, the more they clap, the more they're happy, the more they smile to their banks. People are not getting this.
Look at this from this way. When they protest in Nigeria, when you listen to what they are asking for, you just laugh. This is not something that they are protesting for their own pocket. Why are not people protesting all over Nigeria that, okay, this Senate, they are too big, let's reduce them. Let's make them part-time lawmakers. Why are you not protesting in your state? That our
how can people protest all over Nigeria when the people are not on the same page?
Yes. When they are
it's not possible now.
They are not protesting to make their institutions strong. They are just
protest in Nigeria. That protest always
Omori, are you from those states, right? Because
yes, I had a problem. Let me just land this point. I had a problem yesterday. I was on a forum. They were discussing. I came where they were almost rounding off. So I wanted to make them understand that the fight we are fighting among ourselves is not necessary. There's no basis for this fight. That the greatest industry, the greatest advantage these people have over us is our division and our quarrel, our disunity. They created it by deliberately. So we should not fight. We should come together. Until we come together, they will continue to lie to us and get away with murder. You know what one of them accused me? The owner of the platform accused me of they accused me of being insensitive to the plight of certain people in Nigeria. I said for the job I fought for, I wasn't a Yoruba man. I wasn't even an SDP member. You're accusing me of being insensitive to the plight of another person? If there's anybody that want anything, that want anything against, if I had my way to enter that room where they were gathered that day, I wouldn't mind, sacrificing my life. If I can do it for a better Nigeria, I would do it. If I had my way to enter that room and do something, even to the detriment of my life, I would do it. He ended up by accusing me. She ended up by accusing me that I'm being sensitive to the plight of the Igbo people. I said, you are not getting what I'm saying. Our unity, our healing, our agreement, our coming together will not come from those leaders. They don't want. I gave him an example of Oputa Pane. They didn't do it so that you can come together, so that you can heal. They don't want your healing. They don't care about your healing. They were all accusing me of being insensitive to the plight of certain people. I say, there's no part of Nigeria that has no complaint against the nation called Nigeria. Which the minorities are even worse off. So you are accusing me of being insensitive to what happened to a certain region. I said, depend on who you are listening to. If Usama is telling you what happened to Sadana Sokoto and his family, what Kaduna did to those people, you will be like, wow, these people need their healing. They need a compensation. If any man is telling you what happened to them in form of Biafra, annihilation, and the program that happened in Asaba, the massacre, you'll be like, wow, these people have suffered a lot. So even the crossing Niger Bridge to Ore, if I tell you what we pass through, what our people pass through in Edo, you'll be like, wow, these people have suffered a lot. Who has not suffered in Nigeria? That makes you feel and be sensitive to certain people, to the plight of certain people. So I have to close, I have to leave. Honorable that.
Hold on,
Dr.
look,
Simba,
look,
Dr. Simba,
look,
we
hold
all
on,
need
hold on,
healing.
hold on. And the listener, look, the truth of the matter will say, the people will condemn that country, and the people will kill that country, that they die, they go so that they forge book. This so-called new generation, that Joe 12 at the University of Benin. You see, Obasanjo, na key with the CISO. It started from his time by introducing what we call private universities. When private universities started pumping out, all this so-called Aluta Continental, all this student power to throw away government started dying slowly. I don't blame Amo because they tell us, say, you have to do societies because this country, Nigeria, they are notoriously overthrowing people. You understand me? Things don't overthrow you. All
And the Buchanans NAS, the divided NAS. They not started having NAS, the Northwest, the NAS. NAS used to be a national body. They created division among NAS.
The people will see carry that civil war with lies and everything. Now that they die, they come out so they won't forge history to them, same way they favor to them. Let's just be honest.
The one lesson are we learning? What this generation? What lesson are we learning from their lives?
Nothing. They don't know nothing. The Nigeria is in the worst situation now, more tribalistic than ever than any other thing. See, and they're very corrupt. Not even only the government, the individuals.
The Nigeria are discussing the 2027 election without asking what have we achieved in the past election.
Oh, but not be you. This one they talk. So not be you. They defend the indefensible people now. Now you don't they change your mouth now. I don't they want part where you criticize Peter Obi heavily like something else. Wait till you don't gain now since you yourself like say they against Peter Obi at that time. What we see now, there are some criminals that came from United States and London that hijacked that country. What the thief won't do for your country? I want to ask you what the thief you give thief country make you rule. What did of it do?
To steal, to kill, and to destroy.
Yes, thank you, because now what did they learn? Nothing else. They don't know how to run country. The civil Russia where they fight war, they far more organized. But we just they Chama, Adeye Chama, beggars don't fool Nigeria now like all that thing.
Rakandede for the north. Rakandede, sir. Rakandede.
And go to villages everywhere. You see, say beggars they beg, old women they beg. What you don't dare before? They don't use Fulani people. Chase people come out for farm. Nobody feel the farm again. Hungry day everywhere. And the worst thing, they go introduce chemical food. One make kabat, then they do akpu, kabat, then they do plantain. Everything is fake. Everything. That's why you see a lot of people they sick for kidney disease there now. If you don't, if you just say, oh, I don't get liver disease yet or kidney disease, that's just matter of time because all the food where they eat now kabat and all kind of things to introduce. Nowadays, if I want to buy something that they go inside farm now, go there as say, go buy a fresh inside plantain fresh, all ripe one.
You know that they don't introduce that American GMO.
But bros, where you they see those things, but where you they stay? They can come join you.
No, and they go at those states too, and they go farms there. Because
where they live? They live on Nigeria.
Yeah, they stay Lagos at the Lagos side.
Yeah, I go to home.
All this food you see they sell now for Lagos. Now they don't use if you carry beans, they don't pour all these things inside that chemical that they kill this thing, pesticide, snap. They will pour up inside beans. So that make go kill ant inside there. Everything that chemical. We don't just get brain anymore. We don't lost our soul. We don't get nothing anymore. You see person they sick, kidney disease. Then how does it take come? Where did they happen? But now because we get people who be like say they don't know how to run country. Now just at the beginning. No say it starts down. No, that's your time.
What you are saying, I don't even know. Okay, they pour pesticide, they pour carbide, they pour. Is that one about governance or about the people?
Because when government, you're talking about government.
Lack of control.
Like country, my brother, when
let
the
me
root
tell
country
you.
everywhere corrupt,
Wait,
the root country everywhere corrupt, chaos will come inside
wait.
now. You don't see whether they carry fake medicine. Enter a
You
country,
know,
is that country corrupt?
when you say the whole country is corrupt, including everybody is corrupt. People have been preserving food right from time immemorial. But when you put certain chemical, they will say, okay, you use it for you have to leave this food for this also number of days, weeks, or months before you begin to sell it to people. But when people are very greedy, you understand? Sometimes we have to talk to ourselves also. We do a lot of harms to ourselves, but the problem we have is that we don't want to take responsibility. We always look for to point accusing finger. If you are a farmer, you buy beans and you preserve it. They say, okay, this chemical that you use, you have to. And within 3 months, you start selling it. That means you don't care. You are very wicked. That is it. That one. There is no way a government can know that. Okay, you pour a chemical inside your house, inside one beans, and they say, okay, this is the way to regulate it. There are certain things that you do as human beings. Have we lost our humanity? Have we lost our conscience? What I see in Nigeria is that no Nigerian want to take it. You'll be doing wrong thing, and then they will accuse you of doing the wrong thing. You say, oh no, it's not for me.
No, what about the other person? That is the excuse. You did the wrong thing. You tell me, what about the other person? What about that person did it? What did you do to him? So why is it only me? It's tribe by this. The problem we are having are so numerous that even an average follower mindset is terrible. And I continue to repeat it. Because you cannot be telling us that, everything is your leader. You yourself, uncle. You personally, as the average Nigerian, the mind is also very horrible. It's all about everything in Nigeria. It's all about how to exploit people. It's all about money. Everything is about money. How, for God's sake, can people have a whole house full of medicine, fake product everywhere? This is unfair. And when they are not trying to close their shop or maybe seal their shop, and one politician will come out and telling them they shouldn't do that. And this politician, I don't just understand. An average Nigeria mindset is all about.
Are you talking about Obi?
Yes,
Obi that went to the market and the drug lords.
It's really.
Remy, you guys are not understanding the matter. Did Obi say that they should not close the shop? There are other shop close to that Obo that is not really doing that business that was closed down, and that is the issue he was talking about. That is still the problem. That is still the problem. You cannot even say the truth.
Can I ask you one question? Other people that are selling genuine product, quality product, can you tell me they don't know that those people are doing fake work?
Grammy, please don't let us let
What do you mean by that? What do you mean that? Can you tell me that?
Ekene, please give me 1 second. Ekene, give me 1 second. Let us not mislead the people here. There have been 87 trucks. 3 markets have been affected in 3 states. 87 trucks full of fake expired products have been removed. Now, wait. There's also the issue that in Anambra, the issue extends from the drug sellers market to the plumbing market, where several shops were opened. Okay, and when the shops were opened, it was actually a leak. It was actually someone that a whistleblower that told them that there's actually dealers storing fake drugs and they are operating out of the plumbing market, and that is why the plumbing market has been shut down in conjunction with the open drug.
There is nothing like that.
Market.
I know that market very well. There is nothing like that.
There's nothing like plumbing market. Wait. There's nothing like plumbing market.
Let me tell you.
Okay, so why
let us even hear. It's something that we saw on the television. The video is circulating, and you say there's nothing like that.
Nothing like that. The chairman of the market not there.
Even the chairman, even your governor went there and he confirmed it. Your governor, Soludo was there. They confirmed
what is Soludo saying?
And then you are saying it's not
what is Soludo saying? Let me tell you, nobody saying that there is no fake drug in that market. There are fake drugs everywhere in that market, and government has the right to regulate it. But when you come out to say what this person says, say it the right way, the way you put it. The building materials was closed down. For what reason? The other plumbing materials was closed down. For what reason? And those people were complaining. We are not among these people. Let me finish now. Open our market. Let us be doing our business. Then be following the people you are following, chasing the people you are chasing. Allow us that are doing the genuine business out of the market to do what we are doing. And that Obi came and advocate for them. You now turn it that you cannot even say.
Hold on, Simba. Hold on. Ekene, the problem is not that Obi sympathize with those people that are close their market. The problem is that Obi he didn't condemn those ones that were doing the bad ones. That's the problem. You know, he didn't talk about those ones that were doing the bad ones. He was more concerned about the ones that are.
Obi did not come for those people. Obi came for the people that he advocating for their market to be open, which is
for people that are
the timber tree, the timber market, and
which one is worse? The people, which one is supposed to even talk about first?
Which one is more important? Which one is more urgent?
Which one is more important?
He even talked about it. Go and look at his tweets. He talked about regulation. He talked about putting right channels to pursue those to make sure that you fight.
I read the tweet now.
So don't say that he did not say anything about it.
Even condemn. He did not condemn the other activities at all.
How do you want him to condemn it again? How do you want him to condemn it again? If you don't want to say, just keep it like that. You cannot read out whatever everything he said here. What you just say. Is he not the state that he has covered? Doesn't he? Even during his time, the same thing also happened. Is he not with him and the dollar union? Did they close down the whole market?
Again, Obi hasn't even condemned the unknown gunmen today. That's the guy that wants to rule us as president. You know, the guy
how many northern governors are condemned Boko Haram?
Those ones. How many of them? So
you want to use want to use another round to justify what he's doing. How is it different? How is it different then? How is it different from them?
You know, they will tell us to leave the unknown government alone because Boko Haram.
Let me tell you, I would rather leave Boko Haram and fight fake drug, because fake drug is worse than Boko Haram.
It is now. Boko Haram is in Sambisa. How many of us experience Boko Haram for where we did? But fake drug is everywhere, man. So, my brother, fake drug
even you that you are defending the indefensible, you could be a victim. And you don't know.
He fought fake drug when he even fought it when he was a governor. So what are you telling me? He fought it with dollar. But he did not close down the market. He never closed down the market, but he fought it during dollar.
Don't lie.
But he never closed down the market.
That market was closed down for 4 months. Even Soludo confirmed this when Soludo in his speech. It was closed down for 4 months, and Obi only showed up to the market on the day the market was opened. Stop lying, okay? Come on, this is public discourse now.
What are you saying?
Maybe gaslighting people.
What are you saying?
The market was closed down during this period for 4 months.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody, me, I don't like
even in this Lagos.
The question we want to even ask him: what will be NAFDAC gain in closing down plumbing markets? What will be their target? Why should they close it if they didn't find those things there? Why should they go and close up another market that is not affected?
The last time they went to regulate,
what will be their interest in that? That is what we say. The Nigerians, look at the way he's talking. I've never seen Ekene on this platform condemning bad habits. He will always say they have the reason of doing this.
The last time
when you are talking about bad habit or whatever, I'm condemning bad habit. But if you want me to say the way I think about it, your leaders represent bad habit. So if your citizens represent a bad habit, then your leaders know that for them to get power, they have to do it in a bad habit. So for every citizen to survive, they have to implement bad habit also. You understand? You cannot be telling people not to do this. Why your leaders, you are doing it worse. The citizens learn from the leaders. And that is my stand. You understand? All your leaders today, let me say all your leaders, starting from your president to your governors, you cannot trace any business, any genuine thing they have done today to make money or to make wealth. Starting from your president to your governors, to your ministers, to your commissioners, to every of them, apart from politics, none of them has established any form of business in their life.
Does it include?
You just open your mouth and you say.
So what are you saying?
Is it Fayose
that are backing your commonwealth for their own benefit?
Is it Fayose that had Spotless hotel, that had Spotless, had a string of businesses that didn't have something to do? Which of the leaders are you talking about? Name one. They might be corrupt now. They might have corrupted themselves in government, but most of them were really successful individuals. Is it Denga Daniels as a successful? Is it Denga Daniels as a successful?
That have built a genuine source of income.
Name one will tell you.
Their shops, their branches, business.
Name one and we'll tell you his story. Name one. You just pull one out of the hair now, I would give you his story. And pull a leader out.
I don't want to call them, but just pick one person.
You don't want to call them because you have no conviction.
You know your commissioners. You know your senators. Just name one of them.
You've already debunked. You come here this evening. You make some statements that will debunk instantaneously, and you're still over here. One day, you and these leaders, both you these bad people, and the leaders that are bad will get rid of you by God's grace one of these days. Because what all of you are birds of the same feather, and we'll get rid of you. All of you will be swept away by the wind of change that's coming. Some of us are honest citizens of this country now. You'll be defending nonsense.
We will be defending criminality and everything. The other time when we are talking about Nigerians carrying drugs, he was also giving reason for them. He will always come here and defend criminality.
If criminalities, would you have voted a drug lord? Would you have done that?
Don't worry, both you and those people will go with
defended the drug laws and even had the God to tell us that, the forfeiture is not is bank that forfeited, not you.
I have no doubt they had the opportunity to join them in their corruption as well.
Would you have voted a drug law to be your president today? If you don't know what to do, if you don't know what to say, just
let others speak also. Look at it now.
Okay, let's hear other voices, man. Ten voices at the same time.
I gave a very good analysis, and I told you from my analysis that when you attack one leader, they will tell you, what about that leader? What about that one? That leader is bad. They will not face the reality. What happened is people selling fake products, fake medicine. It can affect any of us or any of our relatives in Nigeria. This is not about and they are not doing it only in Anambra. They are doing it all over the country. Why are people doing this? It's bad. Fake medicine, fake drink, everything fake. What kind of country live like that? Young people are dropping dead easily in Nigeria. You also have to say, why? What is killing them? The other time I heard about a 28-year-old man having a man having an heart attack. This one, liver problem. Another one, kidney problem. Who is doing it? And when you accuse somebody, they will tell you, what about that leader? If you cannot condemn criminality, I'm sorry, you're also part of them.
You know what's funny, Remy? Like, there will be those people doing it in places like Alaba, right? And there'll be other people that know that they are doing it too. They are saying, but they will not report them, you know. They will not report them because they'll say it's my brother. I can't report my brother.
Let me tell you, Nigerian system. Many Nigerian cities cannot even afford original stuff in the market. If you sell original stuff the way it is,
forget about it. We are talking about medication. You are talking about Nigerians cannot afford original.
motion.
I don't see how this
Go to the pharmacy.
Wait,
is this not justification of evil? Wait,
How many
wicked
people
man.
can afford real drugs in the
Hey, shut up.
pharmacies?
Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. One voice. Najama just came in. Let's hear from Najama.
Yeah, good morning.
I'm in trouble with this morning.
The topic we are talking here is about the fake drug, not politician. Not politician, but please don't be coming here every time and just start shouting, overriding everybody. And you always want to change the topic. That is not the topic. The topic is about fake drug. People are dying. This thing is getting too much. Obi was there. During Obi closed, that market was closed for 4 months. Obi only come the last day they opened that market. So even Soludo still said it. Everybody know all this thing. I don't know why people will always come to platform and just demarketing Obi instead of you thinking you are doing it good. No, you guys are just doing it bad. And what Obi is doing is very bad. You have to condemn everything that is bad. This is Nigerian life. People are dying. This is too much. The NAFDAC man is telling him they have come out with more than how many trucks inside this place. So you are telling me that you want to tell NAFDAC because you get sense pass what they should do and what they should not do. If they find it anyway, they should close the market even for 100 years and do the right thing first. What is all this one? You want to come here? Everything people want to tribalize it. You want to form as if they're against Igbo now. The next thing they will say because it's Igbo man. No, please don't deviate us here. If you don't have anything to say, Oga, please, you can leave us. Let's discuss it. This is people's life. This is our family life. Don't come and bring politicians.
People are giving them license. Nigeria give them license. The pharmacists, they were given license by the NAFDAC also. So what are the NAFDAC doing also? When they give them license, what is the procedure they do?
Stop lying. The NAFDAC lady made it very clear that
give them license.
What is this now?
What I gave them license. And these people you see, people in your government, these people,
hold on. One voice, man. One voice. So, Ekene, I'll let you land your point in 30 seconds. But hold on. I think what I'm trying to understand that Ekene is saying here is that because if people cannot afford, people cannot afford the original drugs. So those people are doing them a favor by selling them the fake ones. That's what he's telling us.
They are helping them now.
Okay, go ahead, finish your point, Ekene, and then.
My point is that the fake drugs are good, but because of the situation of the country and the lack of purchasing power of the people, they go for what is cheap. If I go to the market, I don't buy what is cheap because I know the implication.
Medication is not clothes. It's not television. It's not.
You will not even allow me to talk.
Okay, 10 seconds.
You will not even allow the 30 seconds for me to use it judiciously. You not even allow me to use it judiciously. So that's my point. And the another point I'm making is this: the NAFDAC people we are talking about go to many factories, both pure water, both everything. They have license for a factory that you know that this thing they are producing is not okay. You cannot even drink their water. Everything is not okay, but they still have NAFDAC approved. And when you ask them, they tell you, yes, I have this license. I pay so amount to get this license.
I can get your point, man.
It's okay.
Simba, you wanted to come in.
Let me finish.
Okay, Ekene, you cannot compare drugs to either something like clothes, shoes, television. If you manufacture fake ones of all those ones, the worst that you lose your money. That's all. But when you are talking about medication, there is no. You can't say you are helping people by now manufacturing fake and substandard medication. They say because of purchasing power, so because Nigerians cannot afford original drugs, then they should give them fake. How will that one work? It can't even come to international platform and be spitting this kind of useless ideas. Then you said, okay, government NAFDAC approved license. So if you have license to manufacture something, and then does that mean that you have the license to be manufacturing fake things? They granted you license to manufacture original things.
So when they give license, they don't go through procedures. Is that what you say? When they want to give license, they don't go through procedures. They just give out license like that. Is that what you're telling me?
Hold on.
Let me tell you, once your leaders steal money, they misbehave.
And the NAFDAC is part of it. That when people come for approval for social production, I think they have procedure.
Hold on, before you continue. Hold on.
So
hold on, wait,
what are you
before we
telling me?
continue.
Oh my God!
Wait.
I just give this guy a time to talk rubbish, honestly.
Okay, let's let Najama come in. Najama, come in, please.
I've
So
not even finished what I'm saying.
okay, let's see my
Mike.
Okay, see my finish, but can I keep cutting?
Let me educate him. If you are giving a license to manufacture certain things, that does not give you morality or any impedance for you to now say, okay, you want, because you are paying for that license, you continue to manufacture substandard or fake things. So if they now discover that you are manufacturing fake things, they have the right to withdraw your license or to even close your shop. So for the fact that you pay for that license.
Why would they give you license in the first place?
Dude, let this guy. What the
They
heck?
buy license in Nigeria. They buy license in Nigeria. That is what they do. They buy license in Nigeria.
Come on, yourself, man. We can't have you just talking. Let people talk, man. You have your time. I gave you time to talk. Now let other people have their own time to talk. Finish your point, man.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, let's say you want to be manufacturing water, and they know, so, okay, this is what you want to. Okay, they will give them a sample, and they will give you approval, but they still have an oversight portion to make sure that that standard that you are presenting to them, you have to maintain it. But if you are not maintaining it, they can seize that license, and they can withdraw that license, and then you close your shop. That's what we are telling you. For the fact that you are paid for certain things does not mean that you have the right to do whatever you want to do forever.
Let Najama come in. Najama, yeah.
Okay. You see, before a week or 2 weeks too, before this Anambra, that lady, that DG of NAFDAC, he came to Arise. That he wanted to pass he said they should pass a law. There's a proposal they want to send that they should put death penalty on fake death sentence. Do you know that people, the anchor, they will start to drag with him, even some people start to drag, no, the company. He said, no, people are buying people, taking life, millions. So that person, the penalty has to be very, very stiff. And I don't
that's Southeastern man. They were saying they should not do that.
I don't want them to go like that. Maybe they will not try that. Okay. You see, so, and if you see there are some way out, the KEMI is saying they will go there, they give the license, assuming they bring the factory to that office. You come and solicit for a license, they do QA, you bring sample, they do QA, everything is okay, that's okay, standard. Okay, now go take, approve. At the end of the day, look at the one they're doing, I think in Lagos, the one warehouse, I don't know, it's one big warehouse. They were changing all the dates of the Spanish drug, they imported it. Conforming, bringing from it that they put these people will go, when that will come for QA, for inspection, they will show that the standard one, they will see everything is okay. But they will have another way out, corner, inside another place. They will be importing fake drug, manufacturing fake drug. Look at Mate, look at the video of Mate, look at the video of fake leak that they are doing there. So you don't expect, because NAFDAC, because they wish the way he's sleeping with brother inside this also house, so they are doing fake drug. It's information.
What you are saying is not what we are witnessing. Even in the custom,
what are we witnessing? The video you are seeing is
let me respond to you a little bit. Even in the custom service that they test these things and know that these things are fake, and they collect certain amount of money to allow it to be smuggled into the country. Yes, if the container is 20 million,
why
you pay 14 million.
Why do you even engage in an illegal business in the first place?
What I'm telling you is this:
why do you engage in illegal business?
You must be involved to know that there's custom officers to be
your leaders that are corrupt. That is corruption.
You are killing people because you want to make money, overnight money. You are killing people. You are saying that your leader.
Then you are saying, okay, because they allow you. So why should you be doing such a thing?
So at the end of December, you tell us you are the richest.
Don't worry. When we get rid of the leaders, we will lead you people too as well. You people will go and join those leaders.
If you are sincere talking about fake this and fake that, you wouldn't have supported a president that wants a drug and selling fake cocaine and everything in his lifestyle. So you cannot be defending it and be saying all of you are combined together. All of you are victims. All of you are accomplished to all these things.
Dora, when Dora was there, who was the president then? No, tell us now.
That is what I even find out my husband. That was my husband.
We are talking about Jonathan was the president. We are talking about
your double standard.
You are talking about drug.
Let me tell you. Don't come and be playing good citizen. But when it comes to election, you choose one of your bad corrupt.
That is not what you are saying. Leave that one. You are a bad Ekene. You are a confirmed bad citizen. You are a confirmed bad citizen.
You don't even know that leader you choose is also having effect in your country. The leader you choose is also having effect in your country.
You don't know that. Leave that one. That is not.
When you come to a particular country, you claim to be somebody good and you
He's definitely a participant now. He's evidently a participant. He's talking about custom officers that have been bribed. He's one of them. He's a criminal. Take me to court. I'll tell you when I come to Nigeria. I'll tell you so that I can come and take me for defamation. You can take me for defamation.
Come and arrest me. Come and arrest me. I'm a criminal. Come and arrest me.
Criminal.
Thief. No be thief. You the thief abroad. Criminal. What do you do? Do you have any business to India? No be drug. What are you doing? No be. Are you not in India? You are staying. Come here. If you have to come here and talk it now. Come down to Nigeria and say it. Criminal, not be thief, you the thief also. You think I'm you?
Me, I will come and face you, Nigeria, and I will not say to your face.
Oh, yeah, come now. If you have the right, just come now.
They just want to bring a quarrel for where there's no quarrel. Want to bring great issue where there's no issue. They're talking something else. You want to bring it to try. Want to bring it to this one.
He's a bloody criminal.
That's what I said now. Come and arrest me now. Come down. Come and say it here. Come where I am and say it. You left Nigeria. All of you corrupt Nigeria. You corrupt Nigeria. You campaign for drug ballon. You elected it for Nigeria and you left Nigeria. And the citizens are stopping when they are talk and be saying nonsense. Come here and say it now.
Are you in charge of the control mechanism there, Mike? Please control the
this guy, please let us have some good decorum here.
It's too rowdy unnecessary.
Okay, one voice, one at a time. Let me go ahead, man. No interruption. Allow me to talk.
In all, we have seen now that some people, they like criminality. They do not care whether this medicine is killing thousands or millions of Nigeria, whether old or young. What they care more is how much gets into their pocket. It's all about the money. What we are saying, we are not talking about politics. We are talking about something that is very important, that is germane, that a lot of people, when they are sick or ill, they need to take the right medicine. And I think it's high time Nigeria control that environment. I will give an example of where I'm living here. Here, you only have few pharmacies, maybe 2 or 3, and everybody go to that pharmacy store to go and buy their medicine. There are so many medicines that you cannot buy. The OTC off-the-shelf medicine you can buy are just simple Panadol and paracetamol. If you want an eye drop, you must get a doctor's report. If we want to buy all these antibiotics, it must come with doctor's report. Everything is being controlled. And I think if truly this legislator or the governor really like our country, they need to do something like that. In one city, maybe only 4 or 5 pharmacies recognized. Everybody go to the pharmacy store and buy their medicine there. All these people producing or selling their marketing, you have to find a way to a lot of them sent to jail. Because that is the only way you can control. Because so many on there, in your street, you will see somebody with a small kiosk telling you it's a medicine man. Most of what they are selling is fake. So I think it's high time the government control. If you have like in one city, 2 or 3 pharmacy stores, everybody go there and they will control it much more better. So that we get rid of unscrupulous Nigeria who are making the country all because of money. I'll stop here so that people can talk. Thank you.
Everybody want to make some money in Nigeria the way it is in the country. Nobody in this country, you will tell me, that can earn salary in this non-country and become somebody in life. You understand?
If you want to make money,
but people must die for you to make money.
The way the country is structured, the way the country is structured, is either you make it big,
it's not structured. It's only structured for you.
It's just like your IBB. IBB
so
that runs his book.
You cannot
see
do
all your
illegal business and make it.
You see all your let me finish. You see all your criminals in that room celebrating how the wealth of Nigeria was shared to them, how they acquired Nigerian wealth with a dubious manner. How Nigerian wealth was cornered to them in a dubious manner. You cannot even say anything about it because they are donating billions and all that. You cannot condemn them.
I beg you, don't remove this one. I beg you.
Once you elect one back, because you are there, see what hits they do me for this country. With all this thing you are saying there, if I use my vest, the kind hit where they do me here for this country since day before yesterday, without any life, and Tuesday there, you will just mind your business there and know how to put this country in order. If I use the vest of the heat where they do me for this Nigeria for the past 3-4 days. If I talk to you in that manner, you will not like me.
Hold on.
There are some people that haven't said anything since. Guys, hold on.
If you is comfortable,
1 second.
is happy.
Arrow, give me 1 second. Prince Daddy, are you here? And Kidola, are you here?
I did.
If you guys have something to say, I know these guys have shut you guys down. I mean, you guys haven't said anything. If you got something to say, go ahead now.
Oh.
Yeah. Kidola, are you there?
I'm listening.
Yes.
Okay, Prince Daddy, you go ahead. I don't think Kidola has something to say.
Well, Prince Daddy said he's listening. I don't know what to say.
Oh, he's listening. Okay. Aaron, then continue then.
No, I'm here.
Okay, Kidola, go ahead. Go ahead.
See, are they listening to all these things since? Brother, look, not too far ago, in the history of that country, this fake drug came in inside 1990. Really. That's where the beginning of this fake drug. But the greed of our people, they not just care, buy Rolls Royce, buy Bentley, live large, and call themselves overnight billionaire by going to India, Pakistan to bring some of this fake mercy. But if they really have the people mind in their head, like normal country they do, you went to a place to buy this medicine, which they give you the license. So some of this medicine are not be. So this thing what you talk to is being brought by people that the federal government give license to. But you went somewhere to buy something. You say you are so-called a medicine man. They give you license, but no, you don't go to the original one. You start negotiating with the people. This one, this fake this paracetamol, just put maybe just get small tiny fill of paracetamol. From there, the country where you go to buy all these things, how do they respect you? Because CC, you not be. If you can be like that, your country is it's a fake country. You understand me? So most you see person they sick, they go take paracetamol. You not go work for headache. You go take all kind of mess where they buy. But the person where they import and come, he get family, he get wife, he get children. But the person they praise billionaire, pharmacy, philanthropist. It's like you see a man carrying himself as angel, but he's one of the most wicked devil on earth. He does not care about his family, his lineage. He does not care about anything but just for himself to just become billionaire and go to occasion, spray money, go to some fake that the children that is evil killing. He will go there and say, I give you all of you scholarship to go to school. But you are poisoning these children and their family continuously. See, these people, they don't even care about their state or they don't even care about their village. As long as you bring money, they will even sell out to yourself. They say they drink, not the same Abba they discover, say, fake Koyank and everything they go on. But this people say, this Koyank, they poison people. It don't send so people to quick hospital. Even the most Afrobeat producer video clip where they produce video that will almost die. Even Whiskey itself was even in bed because of fake drink. They even to their bucket they still like give them, but they know say this is what they do, so not good. They don't just give it them. All of them will they see for Instagram, TV, or December time. All these guys say they're all criminals, and then because of these politicians who will get they too get the same mindset. They too not the same. You understand me? But bro, in the fortunate country, before you put anything, they will see where you for bring and come, which company produce them. They go test all those drugs for 1 month or 2 months, everything, before they go even allow you. Say you they even the carry out come on for work. Because our country, since 1990, during this so-called Babangida time, when they see so, now corrupt the OT, since 1990, now that they come slowly.
Babangida give the license now. It doesn't mean they're going to import fake drug now.
Yeah, but
you don't make the private citizens, the private sector boom now.
He don't say fake message day at that time. He already know. He knows that all this is friends.
That's why now they there now. They are doing their job.
So all this so-called Babangida is a big. They introduced a very so kind of on that to talk.
It was an accomplice. Babangida was an accomplice. He gave them licenses and he knew they were fake. Even Babangida.
He knows now.
What was the reason they overthrew? What was the reason they overthrew Buhari? Because of that, remember that woman that was meant to be killed for where they were fight for that she was carrying that's why they fight the
Gloria something.
Yeah, they said they don't fight the woman. The here for London. Not that one with the one shout. Maybe the was trying to blackmail them that they fight him. Each was waiting for they will send him money now. He was waiting for brown paper envelope.
This Babangida is a criminal, and guess what? All this our politician with the
Babangida is a criminal. Babangida time don't go now, but this not Babangida the producer now, my brother.
We'll talk about this, but all the so-called governors, local government chairmen, all the so-called politicians with the see all of them are 400 people, all of them are criminals, all of them, some of themselves, if you go check their record for where they come from, for UK, everywhere, none of their record good. So we'll be ruled by criminals. We be sorties to where criminals are bringing in fake drugs, everything we do.
And you don't know that most of these guys are working for these cartels, these politicians. Most of those people smuggling drugs and cocaine and all this. Most of them are working for your politicians. You don't know that. Come here and be saying nothing.
Mike, do you know why the market is so flooded with this fake drug? Last year, because the president just give them free duty on the drugs on food. That's why they flood the markets. Go to India, go and bring fake drugs. They want to turn to millionaire in this December. By December, they will not telling us there are too much millionaire in Nigeria. If Babangida give their license because he give the private citizens okay, take you start importing. Why did they went there to go and import fake? Did he tell them when I give you this license? He want to make the people a millionaire. He want to make the people become rich. That is why. Great job. Did they tell you go to India, go to this, go and import the fake? You will go to pharmaceutical in India. Tell no, produce fake for me.
You give license without regulation in a normal country. In a normal country, you give license without regulation.
We'll give license without regulation.
No, shut up. You don't know what you are saying. You give country, you give license, just give license. Government will come and give license without regulation. The government don't know what they are doing.
You don't know. You see you that know that. See you that know that. If I don't get 300 shop now.
You give license without regulation, and you want to remove government out of the equation and blame the regulation. Is it not when you give room for those things that those things will continue will be happening?
What is regulation?
What is the regulation? In a normal country, is it how they do things? That country that you are, is it how they do things there? Is it how they
now that is the regulator, and now that is the regulator, correcting things. So that's the regulation.
I don't tire for us.
I'm telling you with everything that I know. I'm telling you with everything that I know. When you go to the bus stop, when you go to the custom to clear your goods, the custom know what is in your container, and they know the amount you are going to pay them to pass it through and smuggle it into Nigeria. They do it. They collect the money. They eat it.
We are
cool.
Let's on having this one. So if they open Calabar just free like this, so what will we have in the country?
Calabar they go suffer. I will go ahead, man. I'm coming.
Kene is over here. It's evident that it is smuggling items into Nigeria because some of the language he has used over here has exposed that. Okay, because I don't get it.
You will soon come and prove yourself now.
You go and take your whatever.
You are a madman. You are very foolish woman.
Whatever pennies you have. Whatever pennies you have. Go and take it and go and use it. Go and use it.
You get mental issues. You be like say your mom.
We'll jam in court. Don't be stupid.
Madman. You go come explain and very soon. We are a madman. You are very foolish.
Is that a threat to you? Not go buy trouble. Say your call explain very soon.
They not born you well. You be like say you no get sense, Abi. You no get sense, Abi.
You dey stupid.
Ekene don't do that when they turn out to insult now.
You are very stupid woman being. Your mama no born you well. Your mama no born you well. He is very
Don't tell him it's okay. Don't beg him. I've insulted him.
You are a very mad man. He is very mad.
That's fine.
Very foolish human being. You don't know your age, Abi.
Yeah,
you don't know your age. You don't want to respect your age, Abi. You don't want to respect your age, Abi. You are very mad.
It's enough of
madman.
You are adult, okay? We should stop.
Okay. All right. My network was out. So, guys, enough. War. We don't know fight. Okay, again, I get one question. So, what do you think they should do to
Mike? Let me say something. I won't make it personal, but the way I can has been speaking, because some of us have family members that have died. Young people that have died.
Yeah, but we don't know for a fact if he's one of them now.
From sudden failure, okay, of the organ failure, multiple organ failure, out of nowhere. Mike,
but the question I have for Ekene, what do you think they should do to anyone they catch?
Those custom officers, most of them are Yorubas and
okay, whatever tribe they come from, whether they are Yoruba or Igbo,
what do you think about tribe here now? What's made about tribe? Why are you injecting tribe?
Because I hold on now. Calm down. Let the man answer the question now. I just want to see where he stands, because he looks. I mean, we don't understand where he really stands. So if they catch anyone selling fake drug, what should they do to them? Okay.
You don't tell you. I say they are Yoruba. Don't tell you what you want. That is what you want.
Whether they are Yoruba or what should they do to them? That's a simple question.
They are part of what I'm saying is that both Yoruba and Hausa, they are part of the criminals.
What should they do to them now? It's a simple question.
Most of them are in the custom service doing their duty. But
okay, let me ask another question. Let me
collect the money.
Hold on. Let me ask
the money also.
Wait now. Let me ask another question.
To say it's an Igbo thing. It's furniture. It's a Obowo. It's this. It's that. Both outside Igbo, they are combined.
Okay, let me ask a different question then. Wait, Aaron, wait now. Wait.
Who has introduced tribe now?
Aaron, wait.
Which tribe?
This is go, sir. Can you guys hear me? My network is out.
I hear you. You are clear now. We can hear you very well, Mike.
Okay. So, if they catch Boko Haram, what should they do to them?
He will not answer. Just all the questions.
I want to know if the guy can at least say what they should do to somebody that do something bad. I don't know. You can't just. It's almost like you don't care. You don't want anything done to bad people. I don't get it. Like people that do wrong or something. Because
what I'm saying is that before you, let me. What I'm saying is this that now there is when one of your finger touches a red oil, it touches the whole all of your fingers.
If I go
steal, if I go do Nigeria. You understand it? Before you talk about what these things are doing, talk about where the corruption starts. It starts from your leaders. Supporting them to come into power.
This guy, man.
Let Prince Daddy talk. I say, move this guy. We don't go progress today.
Okay, Kenneth, we don't hear enough, man. Don't answer the question. Let Prince Daddy come in, I beg. We don't get your point tonight. It's okay. Just keep quiet for a while, I beg. Prince Daddy, come on, go ahead.
But Kenneth asking them before all this corruption, drug thing come into play. What about the leaders? They have a responsibility too, right?
Yeah, Prince Daddy, but we condemn leaders all day now. No one is here saying leader. I mean, we all swear for Babangida all night here tonight. I mean, like, but that, so we know that. No one is denying that. We know bad leaders, we condemn them every day. We talk about the evil, we talk about it. But then when it's time to talk about other evil, why is it that we can't now we have to let other evil reign? Because one evil is, I mean, what is this? What is so difficult in just condemning someone as selling fake drug? I don't get it.
Mike,
Prince Daddy,
not
or are you too? Prince Daddy, or you too? You can't condemn them too. Or are you with Ekene or which one?
Mike, it's not only fake drug. There is also fake skincare product. Finishing our
fake everything, fake everything. Forget about it. It's not only you can't mention fake everything.
Fake everything, fake TV, fake radio,
guys,
fake
a lot of things are fake in Nigeria, but whose responsibility is it?
Yeah, when you go to abroad where you are, you can afford it.
I don't even know what you are. I don't even know what you are speaking these days.
Najama, no provoke me. Me and you go get why. You know, say they respect you. No provoke.
People they talk one by one. And you just write on the phone of us.
Even though you're an Abadorian, I still respect you.
Not the Abadorian will be talk here. You know they do what they make me they respect you too. That's why. Sometimes before you be the talk to, you know they talk to again. That's why I know the day against you. Sometimes
you know they talk to against this way. You don't
get with you. I don't get any problem with you.
I don't get any problem with you. Najaman, since you don't talk about you know they misbehave. You know they talk to again.
You know they talk this one. They talk where they baby. So if you come they talk now,
you know they talk through again. Before you me and you they talk through. Make this Nigeria better. Today you know they talk them again. You don't become Abadoria. You don't support that government.
Are you talking today when you are supporting criminality?
Why not this Najaman for this platform? Na better person in be, na better citizen in be.
No.
They defend the people.
You where they defend criminals, you be
Nigerian don't on their side. Come they talk against the citizen, talk nonsense.
Ekene, let me tell you one thing. Do you know say one of my cousins died because of kidney problem, because of fake injection 6 years ago. You understand? So sometimes when you come see all these things they happen.
Hey, look at the story about what?
He's not sorry now. I lost at least 2 courses as well.
How can you be saying sorry? How can you be saying sorry? Defending people that are killing people every day.
So when we talk, because if you have never been victim, now they understand the way some people
kill. I lost a cousin now. I lost a cousin as well. 30 years old.
One of my family members also is a victim. We have to rush
out to injection. When the injection was fake.
We have to rush out to UCH. We spend over.
There's only one dialysis machine in UCH. Only one.
Wait. Remy. Let me say this. You people are even looking at maybe the ones that develop complication, renal problem, liver problem. What about children that die every day because they are giving them fake anti-malaria that's supposed to save their life and they are dying every day? Forget about complication. It's the only one that you are looking at.
No, we're in serious trouble in that country.
Wait, do you know how many children die in Nigeria every second by virtue of these fake medications that we are talking about? It's only people that doesn't have conscience.
Let me give
that
you
will say because one leader is this and this and then that's why I'm doing this. You are killing people.
Let me give you a new angle. What is the buffer? What's the buffer material that they use to substitute as a filler material for all of these drugs? Cornstarch and this kind of corn flour products is what they use as a buffer for these fake products. And that is actually causing a lot of people to have diabetes. Because the body cannot process the volume of all this stuff that individuals are taking. And in Nigeria, like you said, people are accessing drugs without prescription. So a lot of people are even accessing stuff that is
Mike, I want to make a sincere point.
I'm talking, please.
Medical
it's only people that doesn't have conscience that have lost their soul that will come here and be telling us, okay, what about the leaders? What about why should you?
Simba,
Why should you,
let me make
as
a
a
sincere
human
point. Let me
being?
make a sincere point.
No, let me finish my point. You will talk. Let me finish my point. You will talk. Why should you, as a human being, now venture into something that you know that is the highest killer of fellow human being, and that's what you want to take as a trade, and then you now be blaming another person, say, okay, if they allow me, if the custom officer allow me to bring fake things in, so why should I stop? It's just easy. I can't even understand that kind of thinking.
Let me say this, Simba, give me a few minutes. Let me make a sincere point. You guys are busy saying all things because of you just saw something. What happened to your health care that the government can manage, that anybody that has such a problem can easily go to the government hospital to attend to a proper treatment? Then when the government hospital and the maternities that are owned by local government and all that are encouraging, let me finish now, because when I'm saying the truth, you when you allow a private hospital, when your private hospital are the one functioning more than your government hospital, government institution, that the government has to manage in a more proper way. You don't have a good primary health care. You don't have no good maternity everywhere in Nigeria. Then the private, what do you want to happen? What do I expecting? The private citizens will always have their way to amass money. But when government put in place and the functioning good health care in the system, you can easily remove those things out of the system.
I beg, ready, 1 second, please. Ekene, please. If you went to hospital, if the after everything, the doctor will prescribe a medication for you, and you go to the pharmacy and chemist and buy, the doctor is not going to give you everything.
When you bring the medicine, the doctor will not know that this one is a fake drug.
Are you coming back to the hospital?
Before he admit that drug, that medicine. What are you trying to say?
Visually, it is not visually. You can't differentiate fake because
it's made.
Okay,
it's a lie. A good doctor has to differentiate between good one and fake one.
It's a low level. I don't think
you understand that some of these drugs as well are manufactured by different. So do you understand drug manufacturing? A lot of the drugs themselves.
How can you identify fake drug by just looking at it?
Quite a lot of the drugs that we're talking about don't have patents anymore. So it's not necessarily manufactured. The original is not necessarily manufactured by a singular manufacturer. A lot of the drugs for a lot of the common diseases, ailments in Nigeria don't have patents anymore. Most of the diabetes drugs we use in Nigeria, they don't have patents anymore.
But do you know where the problem is?
Instead, you guys trying to push the blame on these people that were given license to import these drugs. Just like Ekene is saying, the government and the people have to
not all of the importers have a license either. There's a lot of smuggling.
So don't
use that.
Let us, Ekene, we know where Ekene belongs. Aro, let us even hear what this Trump daddy want to say this morning. Let him expose himself.
He wants to defend stuff now.
Trump daddy just had a new Igbo girlfriend. So I think his girlfriend is in the child. I think he's just getting Vivian.
No, these days, I don't even know what since we turned to this year, he has been talking rubbish on this platform. Let him.
The guy don't find new girlfriend for Anambra.
Prince Daddy, I want you to take this along with too. Remember, it is not fake imported product alone. They are also manufacturing it in Nigeria using white and the rest. So it's not that all these fake products we are talking about it's not that they are importing it in. There are some unscrupulous Nigeria.
I hear you. So, Dr. Simbat, the question is, how much of our GDP do we spend on healthcare? If you know, I don't know the answer. Okay. See, if you identify,
what do you mean? Do you spend? What do you mean? You want to talk about budget or talk about GDP?
My point here is that how much
exactly that's why I wanted to answer, but then I couldn't even answer because GDP is beyond what the government spends.
I said that has started taking something.
I just
he has started taking something. You not to allow him to get to speak. Because you want to defend nonsense, allow him to speak.
Give me a number. Give me a number. Are we spending adequately on our healthcare system?
Far too much. No. You didn't say health. You didn't talk about budget. You spoke about GDP.
I was just
Does he
hold
even
on.
know what the
Let's
does
not get caught up on
can I even
GDP.
know
I
what
was just trying to get an
GDP
idea
means?
Because
how
when
much
you
the
use the
government
word
spends on
GDP, I
healthcare.
have to think
What do you
about
mean?
the expenditure of the citizenry in general as well.
No, that was
What are the
why I was
citizens
asking whether it
spending
means
to take
budget
care of their
or
health and take care of poor health?
means budget or GDP. How can we be talking
And
about
if that
GDP?
poor health is made worse by fake drugs, they then have to go and expend money, extra money, okay, on that as well. So let's even remove the budgetary allocation from the government.
Okay, so to
What
you,
are you saying? The budgetary allocation is part of it now.
overall?
No, I'm saying no.
Are we spending
GDP.
adequately on our
When he
healthcare
asked the
system?
question,
See what you are defending. You remove budget allocation. Where do you produce money for healthcare? Is it not from the budget?
Wait, everybody else in this group chat understands what I'm saying.
Okay, then listen. Prince Daddy was wrong. Instead of mentioning budget, he said GDP.
He mentioned GDP. That's why I'm correcting.
No.
I was going to answer Prince Daddy when he first made that statement, but even I had to stop because
it depends. Budget or GDP, whatever matrix you want to use, that is fine. I'm just trying to
You
get an
don't
idea.
spend your GDP now. How can you be spending your GDP?
Prince Daddy, don't confuse this matter.
Hold on, guys.
You shouldn't.
It doesn't. Instead of him to behave like an honorable person and say, "Okay, I made mistake," he wanted to be defending defensible.
I'm not defending.
Why can't you remain honorable from that?
I wrote, Simba, did he even hear my question? Did he hear my question at all?
You said how much of our GDP do we spend on healthcare?
No. I said what percentage of our
it doesn't matter percentage or amount. It doesn't matter.
No matter how you want to spin it, just accept that you made mistake and move on and talk.
Okay.
Use the word budget and then we can actually then be more accurate. We cannot estimate the GDP and we cannot estimate if it's too much or if it's too little.
Guys, we don't have to make it complicated. For example, when Trump asked the NATO members to spend 3 to 5% of their GDP on defense for NATO, that's one way to measure it. It could be your budget or whatever you want to put it. That is fine, but that's not the point. Let's not get caught up with GDP and all this other stuff. My point, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of my question. Are we spending enough adequately for our healthcare in that country? That's what I'm just trying to get to. Okay. I would think Simba would know that the answer to that question. Are we spending enough money?
Continue what you want to say. Go ahead.
Okay.
So what is your point now?
The entire country. Name one industry. Is it the ports? Is it healthcare? What industry in Nigeria actually is it? The central bank that we put Emefiele there and we saw it did. See, there's no area in our country that works so perfectly. So now that you guys want to talk about fake drugs, if the government and the people in authority recognize that, hey, these people that we're giving license to, or this method of getting drugs into this country for the citizen is not the safest way to do it, then they should have revamped and find a new way to get it done.
They are in the process of doing that.
Ask question about perhaps instead of making, let's pass the drugs
instead of what? No, finish that statement. Finish that statement. You say instead of what?
But instead of the supply chain.
Instead of hunting them down,
drugs coming into Nigeria, instead of passing it through these private hands that go to India and all these other places to go procure the drugs, why don't you have a system that it passes through the hospitals or the clinics or?
But they already have the system now. Hold on. They already have a system now. They have now.
Daddy, are you a socialist? Are you a socialist?
You're not a
socialist. So why are you making such a capitalist?
No. It has nothing to. What are you socialist? What are you talking about?
You're advocating for socialism.
I'm trying to get to the point where we have a.
Hold on. Besides that, hold on, Harold. Give me a second. Prince Daddy, hold on.
Drugs safely.
Prince Daddy, the government already have NAFDAC, where you know the original one got to get NAFDAC, what do you call it, the stamp, like they already have a system in place. But what we are saying is the fake ones, they're being smuggled in, and so that's what we are dealing with right now. And that's why we are telling you, and is the government has even busting them now. So this one you are talking about.
NAFDAC is corrupt. It's a system of corruption. It's a system of corruption. They give license anyhow.
Okay. the citizens need to be conscientized in regards to fake drugs. See, it gets to a point. Instead of always
is that not what they are doing?
Is that not what they are doing? That's what the NAFDAC drug boss has been doing.
But just tired
Since when have they been doing that? That is still a big problem.
I mean, have you heard about Dora King? Have you heard about this? Dora King, what's her name?
She was almost
Have you heard about her?
They almost spied that twice.
They almost killed her. We're talking about almost 20 years ago now. What is this guy talking about?
Even the present one, they have started threatening her life also.
They are threatening the DG now. They are threatening the DG now.
Please, Daddy, let me tell you this.
Even Ekene is threatening us.
What about if you conscientize the people and educate the people to go to certain sources for their drugs rather than patronizing this fake drugs peddlers?
Please, Daddy, in Ibadan, okay? I think there's one or two people here that know Ibadan very well. In Ibadan, there's actually a pharmacist close to UCH. That is one of the only credible pharmacies. Maybe that's one. There's one there. I say food court. Which one in Bashor? There's only one or two credible pharmacies in the whole of it, but that a lot of people go to. It's that bad.
Oh, sorry.
People are conscious about this.
Is that a private owned or
yes, private? They are both private. They are both private pharmacies.
It's only two in Ibadan. Only two.
Prince Daddy.
Let me tell you,
where private hospital and private maternities functions more than the public one. Even the public one is not even functioning at all. What do you expect? There's something like a lie. There's nothing like a lie. You see, most of these things are supposed to be regulated by government hospital, government institution, government maternity home, and all that, because they are the ones that will be dishing out the original medicine.
I don't even know
public health care. But when you go to your because your public health care are not accessible. Let me finish. Because your public health care are not accessible, they are not functioning. Then the private hospital are taking advantage of it to amass wealth in an improper way. That is what is happening in your system. If you cannot understand it, it's as simple as that. Understand it like that. Continue. Your government, your governors, your president knows what to do, but they don't want to do it. They will turn around and be saying that the citizens that are taking advantage of their failure to inflict more pains by importing fake drugs in Nigeria, they want killing Nigeria when they know the right thing to do and they don't want to do it.
Please, Daddy, Mike,
you are right.
Can I make some statements? I'm so sorry that I've been a bit out of character this evening, but Ekene really riled me up because, like I said, I've lost at least two cousins from very unusual complications, which start from just a small illness, which has nothing to do with organ failure. Very quickly, they start getting medicated and getting heavy dosages of medication. From there, you have renal failure, and it just goes from bad to worse. And in less than 8 months, they are dead. I have an uncle that was suffering from diabetes and high blood pressure. Okay. In fact, we had to be buying. I on several occasions, my mom sent me, okay, we had to even get a prescription for him so that we could be actually going to a pharmacy here and sending the drugs to Nigeria. I'm not talking about cheap. We're talking about, expensive stuff. It was that bad because nothing was working. It just wasn't getting good. Now, he passed away some years ago, but was 79 at the time. He really maintained. He pulled through for for more than 2 decades. So when we're speaking from a point of pain and anger. So when you come over here and try and rationalize criminality, we wouldn't let it float. I won't let it go. I won't let it pass. Now, Ekene, I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something. We speak about government and about leadership. In some of these government hospitals, we have senior consultants and senior doctors, and even junior doctors and staff, and even administrative staff that have gone ahead to set up their own private hospitals that intentionally undermine. These are not, remember, they are not politicians. They are civil servants. They undermine these institutions
so that the patients can then go and use the services of there's actually one that operates a dialysis we are called a machine, but it's a dialysis service in Ibadan. There's only one other dialysis machine in UCH, and it's a bit temperamental. For you to get a dialysis appointment in UCH, is either you know someone or it's just impossible. If you're a poor man, it's just forget about it. So are those leaders? We keep talking about leaders. This is I mean, we are citizens. We think the leaders. We are so fixated on these leaders. We ourselves are actually criminals. Amongst us are many people that just engage in criminality, in evil, in just terrible things. The leaders are getting away with it because they see that amongst us are criminals, and we ourselves want to get away with it.
The leaders, where are they coming from? Are they not from followers?
Thank you. God bless you. And just to buttress your point, I went to UCH Ibadan. We want to do scan for my mom because my mom also had a problem of this. From medicine, she started having stomach complication. We have to rush her to UCH. So they are talking about scanning. And I saw a room full of all these scan machines. Do you know what they told us? They are telling us that machine did not work.
It's a lie. The MRI machine in UCH works, but instead they decide when they don't want it to work.
They have to send us to another place to go and do the scan. So that's how all of them are doing. So when you talk about corruption in Nigeria and you blame your leader, it's not only leaders. So followers are even terrible.
Oh, okay. Hold on. You guys are coming around. See, now I think you guys are now kind of supporting Ekene's point all along because
no, we are not supporting Ekene's
point. Hold on. The corruption and the abuse of the system by the government officials and the government itself is the reason why this fake drug problem is prevalent in our country.
So if the government are now fighting it, then why should you now be against the government fighting it?
You cannot fight what you have not seen. You cannot fight what you have not seen. People will still go back there to patronize those fake drugs.
I was asking
what are you telling me?
Because you're a doctor. How much do we spend on healthcare?
Prince Daddy, you're missing a point. Prince Daddy, hold on. Prince Daddy, hold on. We are praising the government for fighting it. This thing, but Ekene is coming to condemn them for fighting it and condemning us for praising the fight. It's not that we are supporting
there is nothing like fight. I'm not saying they will not fight, but let them fix what is right so that citizens will get the right and adequate treatment and medical this thing in this country. What are you telling me?
Don't you get it that that's what they're trying to do?
Guy, go backstage, man. This guy, not a shout for my head, I beg.
Thank God.
What we are saying, the guy will just a shout, not to manipulate the whole conversation.
The guy is talking from frustration. I think he's a frustrated guy.
Maybe it's one of those drug dealers. I don't know. What we are saying is that, hold on. What we are saying is both should be done. Both the government should fix their own wrongdoing, and then the drug dealer should also. It's like both, but he's acting as if we are. Hold on, he's acting as if we are here, like kind of defending what government is not doing right or defending government or something. That's what we don't want to even have a conversation about a good government. What government is. No one is doing that. We are just saying we are discussing the problem. We are condemning everything that's wrong, and he's acting. Hold on, listen. He's acting as if we are against him, saying what the government should do right. As if we are arguing. No one has ever presented any argument against that.
No, man. You see the problem that Kede have. See why Kede get anger because you brought Obi to this topic. That is what it just pissing the Kede off.
No, Kene's problem Ekene also thinks it's an assault on his people. On their business. It is not. It is
not. Niger man, if you have known Ekene on this platform, he has never condemned any criminality from any citizen. I could remember there was a time we are talking about Nigerians carrying drugs to foreign country. The time the Nigerians were banned from Seychelles, he was busy defending. Hey, if Nigeria is good, why should Nigerians be good to all those things? It's to me. When you have good citizens, that's when you can produce a good leader. If the citizens are bad, there's no way the leaders will not come from heaven. You get what you deserve from your citizen. It's a pool. It's a pool of bad people.
Majority of them want to. They always take Nigeria as an isolation, as if Nigeria is in another world.
If you have pool of bad people, so why do you not get a good leader?
Have you forgotten what those people did to Akunyele? Have you forgotten? Those people can do anything for money. They don't care.
Dora, please, Daddy. Dora
was one of the first. They were using chalk as Panadol as a baby paracetamol. They were using chalk for new baby.
Dora was one of the first. Dora was one of the first people, or one of the first MDA DGs, okay, and directors in Nigeria to start using bulletproof vehicle. It is after Dora that all of them now did long throat. I started saying that, oh, they are under attack. All of you now see DG and all these directors, all these directors.
They are threatening this new one now. They are threatening
I don't even know. That woman's a old one. I said, her husband used to be a senator. Both her and her husband, they are one of their Tinubu's allies from long time.
Do you know that, sometimes then, if that woman, if you know the circumstances that led to her death, you'll be surprised. This is a professor.
They killed her.
Let me even tell you what happened to her. She's a professor of pharmacy.
Yeah.
And could you believe that with all her education and everything, when she had that problem of cancer, she was not taking any medication. She resorted to spiritual healing.
Oh.
Believe me, that was what happened.
She went to TB Joshua at the time.
No, yeah, because she's losing faith. Now, when you lose faith, when you've seen the extent of how bad it is, you lose faith in it. You won't believe it. You'll be paranoid.
But she's afraid of the drug now.
Because she has seen the extent of it now.
Let me tell you this. If it's not like that, she has enough power, she has the money to even make importation for her own medication.
Yeah,
I have a brother that is on treatment for cancer now, and we get his medication from abroad. So it's not.
My brother, you are talking from a professional angle. If she hadn't gone into politics to contest for the gubernatorial seat of Anambra, she would be alive today. If she didn't go against those criminals dealing on drugs and the people that turned on the market to poisonous grant, she would have been alive today. They did a lot of things to that woman. You are talking for professional.
Omari, there is nothing anybody can do to inflict cancer on you. You understand? That one come naturally.
You are talking a doctor. I will argue with you.
Don't let us be going spiritual.
I will argue with you. If I give you instances, you understand where I'm coming from. I will argue with you because it's your profession.
Let me give you another example. You know this woman, the richest.
Blind.
Exactly, that's what I want to say.
Alakija.
From probably glaucoma that has treatment. She was also using, she's a pastor. She goes to all these, how Nigeria. In fact, we are. I don't understand.
I don't blame those people. There are some people, they see ghosts everywhere and they see enemies everywhere because they think that
Let me tell you what stopped you from doing both simultaneously.
Simba, please hold on. Simba, what I want to even say is even more. I'm afraid of that one. Do you know that any street you go to in Nigeria, you see small kiosks or shop selling medicine. They don't have any NAFTA approved number. They just say any medicine.
It's not even just that. They are prescribing.
Mostly the rural area.
Remy, let me tell you this. It's because of the same criminality that we are talking about. Patent medicine store. Ordinarily, they are supposed to be selling OTC. What you call over-the-counter
and now
multivitamins, paracetamol, and all those things. They are not supposed to be selling any antimicrobial, anything polluting. Let me give you, for example, people have been talking and they say, "Oh, I have a family member who developed complication from what." let me tell you, do you know how many pregnant women died from postpartum hemorrhage due to fake medication?
Oh my.
Those ones, they don't need to develop any complication. They will die immediately. Let's say somebody, a woman has a child.
Oh, no, Dr. Simba, 1 second. So are you telling me that, okay, these people deliberately left, went ahead and bought fake drugs to take when they have alternative sources to buy these drugs? Is that what you're saying?
They don't know it's fake now. Prince Daddy, did they think did they write it say it's fake drugs? No, but they don't know it's fake now.
That's what I'm telling you. How can we don't educate the citizens to go to the right sources?
Prince Daddy, should there be fake drugs in a normal society? Should there be fake drugs? I should assume as a normal citizen, I should assume that I'm going to a shop to buy real.
We have to come back to reality. What do you mean in normal society? Come back to reality. You got to face the reality in your country, the things you're dealing with.
Are you also facing reality in America? They are using some medicine to suppress, and a lot of people have cancer in America.
Don't mind him. He's living in America where they have access to all these hard drugs that they're turning all of them into colo.
They are hyper medicated in America. It's an hyper medicated country now. Okay, look at this, Mr. Remy, Mr. Simba. Even for Panadol, any Panadol product, I cannot buy more than one packet of it. When I go to the shop and I buy a packet of Panadol, there will be maybe 8 or 9 capsules, 10 at most, inside the packets. That's it. And if I buy a pack of Panadol or paracetamol, I will not be able to buy even something as simple as Capol for my children. So I cannot buy a bottle of Capol for my children and Panadol at the same tilling point. If for instance, I need to buy Capol for the children and I want to buy Panadol for myself, I want to buy even something, maybe a flu medication, I can't buy them at the same time. I will not be sold those items at the same time unless it's prescribed. I cannot buy it over the counter unless prescribed. I have to be going to one shop, so I maybe go to 2 or 3 shops just to buy, but I cannot buy at the same selling point.
They are street here. If you have flu without no doctor's prescription, they are not selling you no medicine, no jaja.
Remy, how come we don't have the same system in Nigeria then?
Go and ask Kenny Andrews.
We used to have the same system in
Nigeria. Let me ask you this. The drugs that your fellow countrymen in US are taking, how are they getting it?
Because we have registered
No. I'm talking about all those illegal drugs, all those hard drugs that they are using. So how are they getting it?
They come through the borders from Mexico, from Canada.
Okay, this is a country that you claim has everything, has institutions, has everything. They have institutions, they have regulatory agency, they have everything.
They have the best.
Okay, let me respond to that. But that's the problem. See, now you're talking about illegal drugs on the street. But a normal patient or somebody that needs drugs don't go. I mean, you can go to the street and buy the drugs, but that's more like illegal hard drugs. But if
so the one we are talking about is illegal. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't understand people. You are just contribution to. What will talk about that?
They have every time you get a prescription from your doctor or clinic, it is sent into a system, a database that's accessible to all the registered pharmaceutical stores. So you can go anywhere pretty much across the country and they'll pull up your record to dispense the drug. Now, do we have such a system in Nigeria?
Which record? I mean, we are
they don't do that. They don't. Please, I don't know about America. That doesn't work like that. Usually, your doctor will write your prescription on a letterhead for the practice, or if it's a hospital, the hospital will have a prescription paper that they write all the prescriptions on. Where I live, and it's what I've seen being operated. What they do is the doctor puts a prescription on either a practice, a general practice. He writes the prescription on the practice's letterheaded practice paper. There's a paper they use for the prescription.
So you take it to the pharmacy.
And then you take it to the pharmacy, any pharmacy of your choice. Lately, there's a GP, the general practice I bring my children to. What I've noticed is that they have a pharmacy attached to the GP, general practice. They have a pharmacy next door. You can either request for the prescription to be handed to you because you have a pharmacy of your preference, or they can actually just email your prescription to the pharmacy next door and you just walk around the corner. It's just there for convenience. But you can receive your prescription because you want to go to the pharmacy of your choice.
Well, obviously, there's a whole bunch of a whole lot of room there for corruption, manipulation, and to circumvent the system. It doesn't seem to be well proof, if you ask me. But a system whereby you go to the doctor, they give a prescription, it's entered at a doctor's office into the database that's automatically sent to the pharmacist, and you can go to the store, a pharmacy of your choice, you tell them the address or the location that you want, and you go pick up the drugs. See,
yeah, that's fine. That's a good idea. I'm not against that. That's a fantastic idea.
But here we are blaming Ekene and the people that
we are not. No. Prince Daddy, we are not blaming Ekene.
We don't have a foolproof system, a more streamlined system.
Prince Daddy, in Nigeria, you do not need a prescription to buy a lot of drugs. That's what we are saying. All these patent medicine dealers.
Prince Daddy, why are you doing strongman argument? Now you say we are blaming Ekene. What are we? Hold on. Wait, Aaron, can you give me a second? Janjama, give me a second. Prince Daddy, you say we are blaming him for what? For what? What are we blaming him for?
Well, not him personally, but the people selling fake drugs.
So we should not blame him for selling fake drugs. We should not condemn him for selling fake drugs.
But you can, unless you have a mechanism, a way to.
No. Are you saying we should not condemn someone that's selling fake drugs?
Mike, you can't.
Just answer this.
You can talk all day now. You can condemn anybody. It means nothing.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So what's the problem then?
No, the problem is not about condemning them. Who cares if you condemn anybody? What are you
okay,
doing?
Okay, so you're accusing of condemning as if it's something wrong that we're doing.
But Mike, what does condemning mean? What does it do for anybody?
But that's the only power we have here. I mean, wait. Prince Daddy, tell me, Prince Daddy, me right now. Tell me other power that I have. What else can I do? What else can I do on this platform? What else can I do?
Mike, can condemn.
Other than condemn, that's the only thing I can do now.
Mike, let me ask Prince Daddy. Maybe you didn't know where we started the argument from.
I was listening to you guys now. I just didn't talk.
Just hold on. We said, okay, we have a regulatory agency trying to regulate something. And then you are not defending them that why should they be closing their shops? That is where we started from. So we are trying to, okay, you can condemn our system, but that one is a very easy argument to do. Hey, nothing is working in Nigeria, everything is in shambles, and is a very easy argument anybody can engage in. Now we now have an agency that is trying to work, and we are still condemning them. That's our argument. That why should you condemn them for doing their work?
Yeah.
Do you have anything against that?
Of course not. Of course not. But at the same time, why should I be against that? I mean, of course, Mike is right. You can condemn people. It's not about condemn. See, me, I'm trying to go past condemning anybody. And
we are not even. It's not even people. We didn't start from people. If we came here, we are talking about. Okay, they discovered that in some shops, that is where they are hiding all these fake medications. And then they close those shops.
Can I take it personally? Because you know the majority of those people that peddle those do this kind of business, they're from the east. So it's not like an attack. So I see where Ken is coming from.
But it is not. It is not. It is. Prince Daddy, I can assure you.
Prince Daddy. Let me tell you this. If you don't condemn what is happening in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, you know that the whole world is a global village now. Let me tell you what you don't realize. Because people always talking about complications. Let me talk about antimicrobials. I'm talking about antibiotics. You know, when there is a resistance that develop against certain antibiotics, it goes worldwide. So whatever happens in Nigeria, don't believe that you are in US, you are immune against it.
No, I didn't say that. In fact, a million
So
people as of right now,
so
a
all
million
these
people died from
let me
a
tell
million
you,
people died
if
in America from
you are giving somebody a substandard or a fake antibiotics, that means what you are giving is below the in-vitro concentration that's supposed to kill that organism. That organism will develop that resistance and the whole thing will spread all over the world. That everybody will be affected. So don't think that, okay, I mean, US, we have a standard distribution of other medication, so our own, we are safe, all those things. You are not safe. So that's what I want you to realize.
I'm not saying that, but I tell you, a million people die every year in the United States, maybe worldwide, from antibiotics resistance complications. A million people die. A million. It's projected to be about 4 million in 2050 or 2030. So I understand where you're coming from, but again, I'm trying to bypass or pass this stage of looking at and blaming the people, and rather talk about a system and education to help the people. Trust me, an average Nigerian would not want to risk their life if they can afford quality drug.
The way I see it, you still don't get the idea that the average Nigerian doesn't know it's fake.
It's supposed to be
I
an
don't go to a patent dealer knowing it's fake now.
Do you think? I mean, myself, I would know if I'm taking a fake drug. If I went to Nigeria, even here, would I know? I wouldn't know. How the heck would
exactly,
I know?
They don't know. So don't say that. They don't
that's
say
the point
that.
Here. Since they don't know and it's difficult, then it's incumbent upon the government to have a system, okay, to educate these people and make sure they have proper avenues to procure their drugs.
Well, that is what NAFDAC is trying to do. NAFDAC is the regulator. So NAFDAC has been implementing regulation, but also there's also an organization that regulates pharmaceuticals in Nigeria. That organization has said that a lot of the individuals.
Forget about regulation. I'm talking about distribution here. Distribution
network
of drugs.
The regulator controls distribution as well. The regulator controls distribution. The regulator also controls licensing. The regulator at the moment has said.
Let me tell you this. Maybe things that you don't understand. The people that especially when you talk about drugs like antibiotics and chemotherapy agents and all those high medications, they are not giving it to just anyhow people. They are companies. But you know how people that are not even licensed to import these things. You forget about the people that are licensed. We have unlicensed people that are bringing in this thing on their own. You understand? That is the problem. That's the major problem.
They are smuggling.
Most of them are not even licensed.
I get Ekene's point about the customs, the complicity of the customs service. We agree with that.
We all know Nigeria is corrupt, but then
yes, I'm not contesting the complicity of the customs service. Okay, but let us also address the criminals and call them for what they are.
I know.
See, just like you guys said, listen, the approach you guys are
taking. Okay, please, Daddy. It's not only medication, no, even food.
Baby food, perfume, everything.
You understand? So
look at that shop in Lagos. Look at that supermarket that they busted in Lagos, selling baby food, everything. All this medication, all this food, drink, they take it to big supermarkets. Not that most is the local. They take it to big supermarket. Those are all of their companies.
If you are talking about distribution, okay, I can be talking about medication. So how do you now regulate distribution of drinks and food in the country? So you have to get a designated. No, wow.
Prince Daddy, let me give you another
So
angle. Okay.
you're talking about a broken down society. Okay, so where even our politicians are sick. Well, what about that? What do we do about that? What do we do about that, Dr. Simba?
I think the everybody in that country need reorientation, and that's to
There you
start
go.
from
That's
the
what I'm talking
grassroots.
about. We need
It has
education.
to start from the grassroots. Is so you cannot exonerate anybody. There's nobody that does not know what
And
is
now,
good and
now
what
you're
is
talking.
wrong.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
You can't exonerate anybody. I totally agree
But
with you.
Prince Daddy, we must all come to that table with the goodwill and the intention to be reorientated.
Well, that would be after the coming of Jesus Christ. So forget about that right now. So,
Jesus.
well, let's do what we can do in the immediate, term to address this issue.
But that's what
We talk
NAFDAC
about
is doing. That is exactly what the NAFDAC is doing. They are I know they are corrupt individuals in NAFDAC, but there's also very good,
though there's
honest
corrupt individuals
individuals
in
there.
NASDAQ, just like in the police force, just like everything.
Yes.
Hey, come on.
But I'm certain that there's a lot of good people there, and it does seem like the good people want to do some work. There's no reason for individuals like ourselves that are observers to then pillory them for attempting to do good work.
No, there's only you can
They are
encourage
attempting
them.
to corrupt. They are attempting to correct a very bad situation. Why must we then, unduly accuse them of misdeeds when they are trying to correct something that's bad?
The entire system is corrupt. The entire system is corrupt. And by the way, I was hoping to get an opportunity to get on the show to actually ask a question, if to you guys, and the question stems from, if you guys have been paying attention to what is going on with in the U.S. in regards to the corruption in the USAID and whatnot. And I mean, something that's kind of blew my mind, and you guys, we've talked about it ad nauseum on this show, when it comes to what you guys call them, ghost workers or fake workers, people that collect paychecks and they don't come to work, nor do they even exist. Some of them are dead. Guys, if you guys realize, if you heard, that's the same thing we described about Nigeria actually is going on right here in America. Could you believe that? They have people on the payroll getting paid and they don't exist.
Even in UK, even they have it in UK.
Okay,
they just
good.
Yeah.
So all the finger pointing that we point to Nigeria and condemn what we do, then I'm not trying to compare in order to encourage, but my main question here though is that, look, with all, because I've said it before, there's a lot of corruption in America also, but with all the corruption in America, how come America or the West, like Finland, works? With all the corruption in Nigeria or in Africa, nothing seems to work.
Let me tell you. I will tell you why things seems to work. Okay, let me give you for example. How many billionaires you have in America? You have almost 1,000 billionaire. You understand? When you have money, you understand, people will still see the remaining one that will remain will still be enough to get something done for the people. And that's what is happening. We are so poor to the extent that by the time they steal the little money that we have, nothing is left. So that is our situation.
Our leaders are so greedy. The little one they will get, they didn't use it, they just steal it all of them steal it and share it among themselves. That's the problem in Nigeria. And when the little one they have, they use it for development. By now, we should have been getting something better, tangible in Nigeria. But the problem they have, because they have little, and they will just look at it, and it will not be enough, let's share it among ourselves. And that is the problem we have in Nigeria. America is like that, UK is like that, Spain, Germany, but their leader is not greedy. The little one they have, they spend it on the people.
Let me address Prince Daddy that I think America is so perfect. So if if everything works so much, why do we have so millions of drug addicts and junkies everywhere?
No. You didn't hear my question.
There's no country in the world that doesn't have problems. So stop talking all these everything.
So you didn't hear my question.
No, Mike, I don't think you got Prince Daddy very well. I think
No,
Prince
but understand, Prince Daddy, you have a point. Yeah.
He's on the country. He's not what
I was
you think he said is not what he
of
said.
Nigeria or Africa, actually, that there's so much corruption here in America, but why do things seem to work? Now, see, the government, they do stuff. They do stuff. I mean, they build roads, hospitals or whatnot. They do stuff. In addition to all the corruption that exists.
But wait. Oh, you have to start from where they started from. You cannot be looking at what happened today. They have infrastructure that they have used African resources to have built over years.
Yes,
they are just consolidating on those things. They have the money. So though you can't just be looking at it the way as if everybody is starting from the same level.
I think also, let me address something. Let me address the notion, because I think what Prince Daddy is trying to address is actually not from a leadership perspective. He's trying to address it from perspective of the civil population. And I think there's two things. There's number one, there's a critical mass of civilians, okay, who are good intentioned, who have this concept that they've developed called the American dream. That if I work hard, somehow manage to get an education, a skill set, some capacity that allows me to develop myself and be gainfully employed, that I can then have the opportunity to buy a home, to respectfully educate my children, and to give them a somewhat decent quality of life. Now, beyond the issues that many Americans are indebted and all these other matters, the reality is that most Americans can sustain a respectable quality of life based on their earnings, legitimate earnings. And I think that is really where we need to start as a country.
Is a fake environment designed for them and for themselves alone. Okay, look at the debt that America has.
That is fine.
They have about 30. No, just wait now, because he is talking about because they can just what they can do, he cannot do it. America has about 32 trillion, more than even their GDP, as debt, which they are not paying. They can even, when they have any issue, they can even collect another one. I don't even know where the money is coming from. You understand? When you have a world where we have double standard, the rule are not the same. So it's not even that question that he's asking. It's also uncalled for, because we're not the same. We're not the same. The rules are not the same. There's no level playing ground. So there's no need for comparison. There's no reason for it at all.
Well,
it's just
it's an issue of corruption. See, corruption is corruption, right? I mean, I know you're not trying to justify the corruption in the West, but my point here is that how can we have corruption in two different systems? And one system seems to function with the corruption.
I've told you why the other one seems to be functioning and the other one seem not to be functioning. Tell me, American debt, when are they paying it? Who are they paying to? They have
not paying anybody.
Hey, so what are you talking about? When they have issues, they will just go and borrow money and say, okay, this is, and then if you borrow $1 billion, you know how much you are going to pay. So the problem is not even the corruption. What is actually affecting us is not even the corruption is not the major problem. There's no level playing ground.
Corruption is a major problem. No matter where you take it, no matter where you want to dribble it around, you still centers around corruption. In a country where you have a super cop certain people were bringing.
Comrade, let me tell you, there's some. I know some country.
No matter how you borrow,
Wait. If you take Nigerians, how many billionaires do we have? How much? Even our richest person. You understand? There are certain things I cannot be saying because of where I am, and then we are on a global platform. The corruption in Nigeria is just a chicken change corruption. Forget about it.
You say it's a chicken change?
How much? It's a chicken change. Believe me, it's a chicken change. How much is even? Wait. How much is even all the money that we're even talking about as a country? How much is our budget?
Even if you billionaires you have, one way or the other, if you trace their weight, it's out of a gross corruption.
The richest person, let me tell you, the richest person in Nigeria, who is talking about Dangote, who we can value at maybe $20 billion. How much is that?
Bro, it's not about how much you have.
Let me tell you how much you have. Let me tell you, I don't know. If you are here, can you help me interpret? When you are rich, let me tell you, when you are rich, you have a country. Let me tell you, you have a country like Qatar, with a population of less than 1 million people, having a budget of almost $500 billion. And then you want to tell me that what corruption will happen in that country, that money will still not be sufficient for the 1 million people?
My brother, can I correct you? Can I correct you? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. Let me be calm so that you can get where I'm coming from. I know I'm not disputing the fact that there is corruption everywhere, right? There's corruption in America. But in the one we have in Africa, Nigeria particularly, is so endemic that no matter the amount you bring into that system, the way it is, without a method of accountability, without one arm checkmating the other, it's a free-for-all affair. No matter the trillions you bring into Nigeria, the way it is right now, the way it is going, the ones that the leaders we had in the past had a direction, they had a vision of what they wanted to achieve. The ones we are getting right now,
we have never had any leader. Forget about it. Don't let us deceive ourselves. We've never had any leader.
No, the likes of our war,
that country that have any direction. We've never had.
No, I want to disagree with you.
Forget it.
The likes of our war of this world, the likes of our of this world. They were corrupt. They had a vision. They have a blueprint of what they wanted to achieve.
Also. They were corrupt also.
But not to the extent you have now. Let me even give you a good example.
Let me tell you, the population then, the level of awareness.
I thought you asked me a question. We'll try to answer you.
Okay.
If you say those people were corrupt, I'm not disputing it. I give you a recent example. Buhari wasn't a saint. He was corrupt in the past. But it was better than when he came back. When he left with Buhari wasn't all that rich compared to what ABB and Abacha got. So when he was coming back, he actually came back to correct his mistake of not looting. So every subsequent one you are seeing, they come in to loot, not to contribute anything to the center. When we had regional system, you could see what the winners of our work will achieve. If we cannot see anything, at least the free education in the Southwest was a testimony to the vision of our world. The industrial development in the Southeast, it was a testimony to what the likes of Okpara could achieve. Not even with the resources from oil, but from palm nuts and cocoa and what have you, what they had in their region. It did not. You could see the little development they were able to achieve in Kano and some other areas from their granite pyramid and co. So the level of corruption we have now, no matter the trillions you throw into that system, it will just vaporize. It will go like vapor. It's not about how much you have, how much you're able to utilize. It's just like when you're walking, right? You feel, especially when you get to Western world, you don't have a paper. You hustling to do anything that comes your way. If you spend that money anyhow, there was somebody I stayed with for 2 months in New York. This guy had no primary school certificate. He was just going from one security work to another. Do you know the doctors that he came to meet in America? Those that were the nurses and all that. What that guy could achieve with the service from his security and everything. Most of them borrow, they live from debt for him. I can mention his name. His children might be listening right now.
Why are you debating? What is your point about?
I'm just giving you example. I'm giving you example. It's not about how much you receive or how much you got in economy.
It's both.
When you're able to utilize it, what you're able to do with it is what matters. You comparing a Nigerian budget with American budget. There's no basis for comparison, for Christ's sake. What are we doing with the little we have? Even if you throw 1 trillion into Nigeria today, the way the system is, the system will burn it out without anything tangible to show for it.
Let me tell you, even with the little that we have, I was even wondering how we are even able to have little things that we have, because that money is too small to make any meaningful impact.
But we used to have a leader who went to the world to tell them that money wasn't our problem. What to do with the money was the problem.
Hey, because it's not a visionary leader. Does he know what to do?
We have never had a visionary leader. Now you are coming back to the viewpoint, not the amount of money you have.
Hey, that was what I told you earlier. You said we have a leader. I said we've never had one, and then you are trying to tell me that we have. So you are just getting to my point.
No matter the amount of money we have, without a necessary system for accountability, we go nowhere. It's not about the amount of money you have in your bank account or your whatever you have. How you are able to utilize it will determine the level of development you achieve.
Prince Daddy, the question that you ask is back to you now. So why do you think that with the level of corruption that you have in US, the US is still functioning?
You know,
is that question for me?
To the example
no, it's for Prince Daddy. It was one that raised the question earlier on.
When you were talking about what do you call it? Is it Dubai? Less than 1 million people, and their budget almost like up $1 trillion. That's a good reason, because they have a lot of money. They're sloshed with money. So even with their corruption, they can still do a lot of things to the people.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, I get that point. That's a good point. And also to the point of, I can't, is it Nigerian man talking or the other person talking? I didn't catch the name. See, sometimes it's not about having big money, but you know, there's a level of corruption. Perhaps Nigeria's corruption may be on a different level. That no matter how much money you put in the system, the corrupt system will like, you know, we eat it up. It will be gone. So it comes to the point about maybe not the amount of money that we need to have. Even the small amount that we have right now, if you use judiciously, we can still do a lot of things with it.
Thank you, bro. That is the point.
Yeah, I get that point too. I think that's a valid point. So, like I wish Remy was still here. I'm not sure about the level of corruption.
You know what is making us to think that corruption is the major issue is because we don't have the money. People don't talk about corruption in US and all these places because people can see they have enough to even circulate around for everybody. Just because it's like you are poor and you have this small amount of money, everybody's eyes on that small amount of money that you have. And that's everybody just be, hey, it's corruption. I agree that we have problem with corruption. But even with that corruption, if we continue at this pace that we have with this little amount of money, we aren't going anywhere. Our revenue since
why would they allow Simba to bully? Simba, did I hear you?
But we generate a lot of money in that country. Apart from the budget and the foreign reserve or whatever, the crude oil revenue, we generate a lot of money in that country.
I heard Simba committing some kind of fallacy. Did that hear you say Nigeria never had a visionary leader?
I beg you, go away. I know where you go. We've never had it, Joe. Forget about it.
Okay, well, so Awolowo was what?
Awolowo, hey, I know that's the only person that you come and mention here. Awolowo.
The crop of leaders we have today are worse than the likes of Awolowo and Co.
Hey, let me tell you, because you are living today, you are not there that time. All these things that you people are talking is based on what you people here see.
No,
it's not their shenanigans. Hey, hold on. It's not their shenanigans. I beg you, Ola, go and sleep.
Hey, my brother, are you not from Edo State? Are you not from Edo State?
I'm not from Edo State.
Okay, let's not even go back to Awolowo. The free education Ali brought to Edo is the reason why most of us are able to say what we are saying today.
Let me just even answer this old man. I don't know. He's behaving like a kitty man with his stubbornness, and stubborn rich. the thing is, Awolowo, all those people, they were visionary leaders. You can't say we just essay. We made their legacy. When you talk of Oodua investment before the military administrator, if not because of military administrator, Oodua investment would have been like something like a very big conglomerate. When you are talking of all this group of companies in Korea, when you are talking of some international group of companies, Oodua investment was another world on its own. But the military administrator that Buhari started leading destroyed that. When you say everything Buhari, you can't understand where I'm coming from. You think it's only this thing. So Obafemi Awolowo is a testament. A UCA, a UI, UCH, although when I say UCA, the hospital, there are all those evidences. Ogba Industrial.
I hope you know, Ola. I hope you know that all those things were not even the legacy of Awolowo. You see,
that is the vision we are talking about there.
Wait now.
The template of Awolowo.
What some of us we have to go and maybe read about our history. And just because we have hatred for certain group of people does not mean
it's not about hatred, bro. It's not about hatred.
I know where Ola is coming from. I know where Ola is coming from. You always blame everything on Buhari. That as if Buhari is but somebody that rules just for maybe
don't limit it to Buhari, but let me tell you one thing. A lot of things happened during that Buhari. Okay, you want to tell me that UCH is not a legacy?
You can see where I'm coming from now. He doesn't like Buhari because Buhari did certain bad things to him.
Let us
no, I'm not trying to blame it on any particular region. You could hear when I was praising Okpara. You could hear when I was praising the glass of Awolowo Jakande. I came back to Ali. I came back to Ali and all that. So I'm not sentimental. I'm not trying to play the tribal card.
I have a lot of reasons why I mentioned Buhari, because that is when our decline in growth started. In fact, the deceleration was at the.
Is it the first coming or the second coming of Buhari?
From the first coming, it paved way to. I could as well mention the IBB as well. But what I'm saying is, even though we know that Shagari, they did a lot of things, but they were still doing expansion, even though with corruption. They were building schools, they were building everything. Yes, with corruption. The thing is, the expansion of Buhari, of Shagari, could have led the country into a crisis, but those infrastructure too could have stood to some point. But now, the thing is this. There's no way you want to wish this in a way. All those river basin project they were doing that time that became a moribund. All those Oluwa Glass, Ibokoda, all those in the bomb big, all those Fashola farm, Ikuderi farm, a lot of Oodua investment that went bad. You understand? Textile industry, all those stuff. Yeah, come on.
Can I interject you, sir?
No, let me go clearly round up. It was like intention. It like they did those things intentionally just to weaken the Southwest, because it was like a target. Awolowo was targeted right from the time they created the Midwest. You understand? They gang up against Awolowo because the way Awolowo was accelerating that time, they gang up and took away Midwest from his control. And despite that, he was still growing. He was still on. But you can't just use a blanket statement to say, we don't have visionary leader. No visionary leader. They challenge someone that there's no way he will succeed with a free education, and he did it successfully. And the next excuse will not be population.
Ola, let me ask you. I want to ask you, because you're talking about Oodua investment. When do you think Oodua investment? When did they even inaugurated Oodua investment company? When?
You see, forget about the fact that they brought everything together in 1976. But the point is this: it has always been there. That they now I get everything because the way you know, when the military took over in 1966, they stripped the state of their investment. So the remaining one that these people could gather up together, they just quickly use opportunity to put everything together. So why Odua investment itself typically did not start in 1976, but that was when they were able to go for the remainder of what they have.
The problem that we have is that we tend to forget every other person that contributed to the growth of the Western region that time. We just believe that it's only Awolowo. Even when Odua,
goodness, we are talking of Awolowo because he was the leader.
He laid the foundation and he had the template.
Which foundation are we talking about, Jerry?
Brother,
Which foundation?
I don't know. I don't want to. Are you a Fulanima? Are you a Fulanima?
Simba. See, it's still on record that when Awolowo was leading, those people he put in power, at least in the state he controlled, they tried them, and these people did not steal penny. They went to the office. They didn't buy official car for them. They left the official car they were using. Some didn't even buy official car that they were using. So
okay, Ola, the question is asking, so how would you rate Awolowo's performance?
Yeah, compared to what you have today.
Compared to, the military and all these other guys. How would you rate?
The military.
There's no absolute perfect leader.
In terms of vision, and vision.
Let me tell you what I can say. Let me tell you this is. I think the whole thing is too overrated.
No, how can you rate them?
The rate. How do you rate it? Forget how someone else rates it. I understand. You think.
Well, make a comparison now. Make comparison.
Most of the things that we actually look at it's just like it's just a short period between the.
It doesn't matter, even if it's for one day.
But
we're telling you what you had.
It was all these things are colonial masters' performance that we just attributed to these people.
How can you see it? How can you see the Western British performance? Abba, Erola now.
Now, wow. Even up to 1979, what we had in the Bended State was an exception.
Let me tell you something, guys.
Ali was a product of Awolowo. We know what we benefited.
Simba family are the the opposition to Awolowo.
GMPP.
And Simba is still playing that politics today. He's still playing that MPN and the rest. He's still playing that politics.
We are not campaigning election. We are not campaigning for election. Let's be honest.
Awolowo is a visionary leader.
There is no need the prophet to tell you that.
All the first thing in the Southwest that time, from 1960 to the early 1960s and the rest, this guy did wonderfully well in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of national, regional development. It was his time that we
just wait. How many years did he even spend as the premier of the Western?
It doesn't matter. He laid the foundation. There was a template.
Yes,
I just gave you an example of Ali was a product of Awolowo.
Not only foundation. What do you mean only foundation? He completed most of the stuff. Okay, during his time, during his own time, which leader can you say?
Let me wait now. Wait. Somebody said this chamber is very annoying now. I'm the only opposition here, and everybody is speaking the same way.
No. This is not a matter of opposition. Nobody's opposing you.
The issue here is that if you look at most of the money, most of the landmark projects. Hold on. Most of the landmark projects in the Southwest were actually constructed and completed when he was no longer the premier.
Simba,
oh my goodness. Okay, example. Tell us that.
You have a personal bitterness and acrimony with Awolowo to resolve.
I told you now, is that GMPP family now?
Even between 79 and 83 in the Bended State, what we had, the free education we enjoyed, was an extension of the foundation laid by Awolowo. And it was a product of Awolowo.
Awolowo was, with the last I can remember, Awolowo was not the governor of old Bended State. So what are you talking about?
I'm just telling you what Awolowo, what Awoism, those that follow his own
their party philosophy that time.
The ideology was extended to Bended State. I'm telling you not just what Awolowo did in the Western region. I'm telling you what they brought to a Bended State through Ali, a product of Awolowo.
Let me respond to Simba. you see one thing, you know, you are one of the oldest people on this platform as we speak now.
You didn't know my age. Why you want to get it on Solenu? Show my age.
I know you are very older. You are very older than me. So
I think I'm older than Simba. I think I'm older than him.
No, Baba, his candidate don't. Ola wants to.
He's not talking like an old man tonight. He's not talking like an old man tonight.
Ola wants to use time to abuse Simba. Let Ola abuse Simba use his time.
No, because why I said it is this. Why I said so is this. I know head or tail. You can't start primary school, you know, later than 1975 or 1976. Then you must have been beneficiary of Awolowo free education. That time you were eating, you were taking exercise book.
No. 1970. Even if I don't even want to agree to that, but how can you be telling us during military regime that it was Obasanjo and Awolowo? What kind of lies are you peddling this morning, Ola?
No, wait now. If you started school that time, at least you were still there up to 1979. You will be there. You get a free exercise book 1979. You get 1980, 1981, up to the end of 1983, up to the December 31st, 1983, before this guy took over. So what I'm telling you invariably is this: even let's assume that you didn't even you want to discount those period of this guy out of it, that of General Obasanjo. Now the point I'm saying is this: the same Awolowo you were saying, you quickly discounted it. Oh, when did this guy? How long did he spend as the premier? But you know, it's on his name that he brought the first television or a radio in West Africa, or wherever you want to call it. Maybe it's the entire Africa. You know, it's on record against his name. There, you will remember that time in the southern West Nigeria that we don't bring cattle. All this one that is working on leg, even from the north. What we used to have in our region, that is Enila, we call it Enila. It's either they are coming from Fashola farm, dairy farm, or our dairy farm anyway, because we have so many dairy farm. We have Iku dairy farm, we have them as Kata. So our ranching was functioning. Then this, where they do normal research on agriculture in Ibadan, it was functional. Then don't forget that it was a National Bank, all those Nigerites, Wema Board Estate, a lot of things that belong to Odua Investment, including all those hotel, just a lot of things. You know, a lot of things.
Bro, apart from the physical, apart from the tangible asset you're talking about, the greatest vision of those people, especially Awolowo, was in terms of human capital development. When you send a child to school, you close the door of a prison. What are you talking about?
The Nigerian house we use in the UK now today was for the Western region. You understand? You will see our textile, everything was functional. Nobody was importing Bonvita. Nobody was importing other beverages. Everything was produced. You know, we were adding values to even what we produce. We have rubber farm where people were manufacturing. They were manufacturing plastic locally. Abba, Simba, now look at our air center, the way it was functional that time. You know, so what are you talking about? Then you want to say, okay, it was not the governor of Benue.
Excuse me.
Wait. That time, all the governors, just like when we are saying, even Tinubu, I would say, does not even have power on all those Western state governor like Awolowo. Any area up to be a Bende state, whenever you mention Jupende, you understand, they were all reporting to Awolowo, and it was uniform policy. It is today that what Ibadan is doing is different from Ekiti, even if they are under the same party. But then it's uniform. It tells you that for a leader to bring those people together, for them to implement the same policy, to be going at the same rate, and you are saying this man was not a visionary leader. This
was the kind of policy they play with him. That was why Zik never cooperated with him. This was the kind of political damage they did to Awolowo.
You know, any.
Simba, it was because of the education that Awolowo brought. That was why we could stand up. We could go toe to toe with our Southeastern brethren, because they were ahead in certain aspects. It was because of his free education. If not, we would be behind the Southeastern brethren today. What are you talking about, Baba? What are you talking about?
Awolowo did a lot. He was a man of vision and mission. He was on a mission to transform Nigeria. And the likes of this guy arguing with us tonight was the people that were with Zeke that turned the brain of Zeke, that turned him not wise. What will you say Awolowo wasn't a visionary leader? Who else will you mention? Apart from Awolowo.
That political scientists beyond Nigeria, they are referencing this book.
He was far ahead of his past. He was far. They were scared of him. Even the northern politicians were scared of him. They were not on the same level at all.
Go to ResearchGate. Go to ResearchGate International Center. All those online journals. You will see how people are referencing this man. And if scholars can be referenced now as the visionary leaders, and you are saying it's not. Abba. See, I'll tell you, Paul. The thing is this, we know that prophet never get honor in his own village. You understand?
Simba, you're laughing. Or tiny Simba,
This is enemy of Nigeria now. Attack was the enemy now.
I mean, and now I'm beginning to know why Zeke could not work with Awolowo. That's why he's
excuse me. Whether people might be many, but you cannot suppress me. And let me talk. Let me say my own. Let me. What I'm saying, you people should get me. When he was doing all these things, there are some people behind him that you people now tend to suppress, and you give police.
No. That's why we say leader. That's why we say leader. Everybody cannot lead.
No man is an island. No man can operate in isolation. The tree cannot make a forest.
And I said something earlier. Let me tell you, most of the landmark projects in the Western region at that time were not even built when he was the premier.
He laid the foundation.
You talk about even the Western Nigerian television that time, the so-called NTA, they say is the first in West Africa or whatever at that time, was after he left as a premier. It was 1959 to 1964 that thing was commissioned. Cocoa House was
brother, did you hear of somebody like Jack Kande? Did you hear of somebody like Jack Kande in Lagos, for example?
No. You said it was okay. When was Awolowo the premier? How many years did this spend as a premier?
Awolowo left as premier in 1959 when he went to federal now.
So when was that? When was the project started?
Awolowo was around 1964.
Somebody that has been in prison since 1963, you are saying that it was around since 1964.
I'm talking about the general election that led to weight pressure.
He was not even around
as a premier. I think he was the premier when they were negotiating Nigeria independence. So what are you talking, this man?
I said he left. Go and check. That's what I'm saying. You people don't know history. He left as premier in 1959.
I've been asking question when Zeke will not work will form alliance with Awolowo. That's why he's clear visions for Nigeria. Now I'm beginning to see the reason. People like you were the reason behind the decision. Maybe your father was not alive then. But there were people like you. There were people like you then. The way you are talking
even my father was not in Nigeria then. So
maybe your uncle was around to mislead.
Why are you shifting goalposts?
No, I don't know what you have. You were not around. Look at the way you are attacking Awolowo, as if he took your girlfriend.
I'm not attacking him. I'm not attacking him. There are some people. There are some people who perform greatly. Excuse me. There are some people that perform greatly that maybe because of politics. People have suppressed, and that's what I'm talking about.
No. Awolowo was a visionary leader. No matter how you look at it,
a leader that is too selfish. He's a selfish leader. That was
why I see the political persuasion of Simba. The people that broke away from AG, the Fadi Power people in Osun State,
yeah, you're right.
I want the Fadi Power, they were virulently against Awolowo.
Yeah, you have a point. You have a very strong point there.
This is Fadi Kayode persuasion.
This guy needs to be investigated. These are the people that infiltrated all of us camp that caused the division.
You know that this Fanikayode bunch were, very educated, and one of the main reasons they were, so.
What was the name of the other guy that challenged I want to go from his camp? What was the other guy that broke away?
Akintola.
You must be a grandchild of Akintola. You need to be investigated. You have not forgiven Awolowo at all. Even the northern politicians at that time will tell you that Awolowo was way ahead of them.
Let me say this. Ola, let me say this.
Right.
Are you related to Akintola in any way? Are you related to Akintola? Are you related to Fanikayode of this world?
I'm not.
We need to investigate you. Give me your contact. Give me your information. Your data.
Let me tell you, that time, we know that our Eastern brothers are the one that dominated everywhere.
Civil service
got
and
that.
military.
Everywhere, even the civil service and military.
Yes, you are right on that point.
So, and then, what Akintola was trying to do that time, and they also funded some projects in the Eastern region by using federal government money.
It doesn't matter whether federal or state or regional money.
No. What Akintola was trying to do
we're talking about the vision and the mission of those leaders compared to what you have today.
Wait now, even most of the institutions that we have in the Western region that time, who are the people leading them? Who are the VC of the University of Ibadan that time? Who are the provost of the Yaba Technology? They are all Southeasterners.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Just hold on now. Let me finish now. Don't say it doesn't matter. They hold political offices all over the country. Meanwhile, there was nobody from other regions that hold political offices in their own region.
Bro, they were queuing behind the vision of a man. That's what we are trying to. That's the point we are making. It doesn't matter who he used.
Oh, okay.
It's like you're telling me now, Ali was a visionary leader in a Bende. You can't complete the story of Ali without extending it to Awolowo, who was behind the vision. That's the point we're trying to make.
Some people
you're not letting him finish. I get where he wants to build on something. Let him build on. I know where he's going to. Let him build on what he wants to build on. I think he's trying to say that the Akintola's intention was to bring the Western people from Southwest into the said federal level.
Exactly.
Because Akintola have been complaining about Zeke and Zeke's nepotism. So Akintola wanted to use his influence and his relationship with their built with the Saldana because the Saldana was willing to trade Zeke for Akintola. They were going to get rid of Zeke and take Akintola and partner with Akintola and bring the Western Nigeria into partnership with the North to the center.
To the center, exactly.
That is, we are talking politics. We are not talking politics here. We are trying to explain
that was why people now neglected him and now give everything to Awolowo. Oh, Awolowo is the only person whatever, because
Simba, that we can accept to some extent, but for you to come and say Awolowo was not a visionary leader, it was honestly it's a treasonable offense. That if I will take you to court tomorrow.
Treasonable offense, no. Awolowo did the law,
Arrow. Awolowo was just like a god. You remember that time? Even we say, "Hey, see Awolowo in the moon. See Awolowo in the moon." He's eating with his wife.
When Penkele they said it was Awolowo that because Penkele was driving past Awolowo's Kodaremo. That's why he had accident.
Yeah, he was regarded as a demigod. We're not looking at that, but he does not erode the fact that he was a visionary leader. He had vision for transformation. His visions were very transformative.
Let me tell you, if Awolowo has been more open-minded he will have achieved what he wanted to
a lot
achieve.
more. Awolowo was very uncompromising as an individual. He was too uncompromising.
Have you thought about
No, don't say Awolowo was very peculiar in the fact that he was uncompromising.
You guys are talking the politics. You guys are talking politics now. We're not talking politics. That was not a road decision.
Praise Daddy. Okay, Daddy, we are listening.
Yeah, just a few seconds. I was going to say, Simba, have you thought about Awolowo, the way he perceived other parts of the country, the other tribes? Have you thought about that? See,
yes, he didn't think much of it.
He's super smart and brilliant. He has a great ability to perceive. I mean, that's what I would say about Awolowo.
No, Awolowo wasn't very invested in. I know Awolowo and I know of him well enough. Even my family is very connected to him.
The Western Nigeria.
He wasn't very interested in other parts of Nigeria until just before he ran
because he has dealt with them and he saw their hands. And
not really. Awolowo wasn't as exposed. Akintola was very exposed to Northern Nigeria because it's been alleged that Akintola's mother is actually from the north. So Akintola is partially from the north.
He's not even from the his mother is not from the north. His father actually he was born in the western region. He was taken maybe as a teenager, not even a teenager. I think it was like 4 or 5 years when his father moved to Niger State. So
this tribal politics has been with us for a very long time.
You know, Akintola speak all the Nigerian language. I mean, he speaks Nupe, he speaks Hausa very well, he speaks Igbo, and he speaks very eloquently Yoruba. In fact, he's more oratory than Awolowo. In fact, all the campaign that Awolowo used to go that time is Akintola that used to do.
Akintola is a better speaker.
He's a better speaker.
Yeah, of the two, he's the better. But the thing about it is this. What I'm trying to get on is this. Awolowo was very uncompromising. I don't think Awolowo had the outlook, the national outlook that Akintola had. It didn't. Because like you said already, Akintola already seen a lot more of Nigeria. Awolowo didn't. Because when you look at Awolowo, he was a relatively poor man he was brilliant. He had to get the scholarship to even get himself ahead in life.
Bro, this is a different thing entirely. Does that remove anything from his vision?
No, it doesn't. We're not speaking about Awolowo.
No, I'm talking about Simba.
We are speaking about the nationalist.
You guys are talking politics. Does that erode his vision for the nation?
Comrade, if we are talking about vision, I think a leader should also be is part of vision. He didn't see beyond his region
for a long time.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Comrade, have you ever seen any political party whereby he will be the presidential candidate, he will be the secretary and the chairman and everything of the party?
Yeah,
that was what caused the issue.
Yeah, let me also tell you. The times are different. Let me also tell you what happened there. If you look at the nature of the political parties, they were more or less of a regional stock. If you look at the Northern People's Congress, right?
No, let me tell you, the way managed, let me tell you, you did not answer because what you are saying
I'm going to answer your question now. You are trying to stampede me. The arrangement then is different from what we have today. The arrangement then was more of regional arrangement. Look at the composition of the Northern People's Congress. It was actually restricted to a certain region. Look at the UPN.
It's not. We are not talking about region. We are not talking about.
He was the regional champion.
No. Wait.
That's why he was the regional champion.
Wait. If you take NCNC that time, Zik was their presidential candidate. They have a party chairman who is even a South and a Westerner. Is it not Adeniji Adele or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
A lot of their powerful members were from the Southwest.
Exactly.
Before Zik captured the party.
Simba, what you are not trying to acknowledge is
how does that remove anything from the vision of Awolowo as a man, as a politician, as a leader?
Visionary doesn't mean that because he was not looking at the.
You might say it wasn't national. It was a regional. Whether it was a regional vision or not, he had a vision.
Like a business. If you're in a business, you choose your segment where you can perform perfectly. You don't just go and pick everywhere. You have.
Let me tell you, there's no democracy in Awolowo's party. And I can prove that. There's no democracy.
You cannot decide.
Simba, you are talking politics. We are talking about vision. You are talking politics. We are talking politics.
How can you isolate? You want to be a leader? How can you isolate your politics from your vision?
Simba, we are
talking about his ideology, political ideology.
Even within their party that time, they don't conduct any primary, nothing in that party. Also, what are you talking about?
Are you saying what was another Shogore? Is that what you're trying to say?
It's the same thing. Believe me, it's practically the same thing.
You know me better person. I don't know what I want to do you. Doctor.
Let me tell you one thing. Even some visionary leaders can sometimes be dictatorial in nature because they so believe in their vision strongly and they just want people to come in. So every little person that want to go against that vision, they find a way to crush those people, although they see attract majority. Now, when you will know that Awolowo was a visionary leader, don't tell me that Awolowo will just override people. Without people, Awolowo will not be able to stampede Akitola. That thing I want you to get properly. Without people, Awolowo will not be able to put all those things in place. So saying that Awolowo was a dictator, there was not democracy, all those things. All this is afterthought of you saying Awolowo was never a visionary leader. First of all, agree and apologize that okay, I committed a serious fraud by saying Awolowo was not a visionary leader. And just we move ahead.
This is a simple phenomenon. You are guilty as
that's a prefix before you can say anything else. You have to first say that one.
Exactly.
We demand apology. Always have apology from you with their voice.
Comrade, you know one thing about Awolowo. The most virulent supporters of Awolowo I've seen have been these Ekiti people. They know they agree. The Ekiti people are like unapologetic about Awolowo because when you look at
what did he do to them? What did he do to them?
Really, to be frank, you have to look at Ekiti. Ekiti it's kind of like the backwaters of the Southwest then. If not for Awolowo, they won't really have anything. But through that they were able to get education, they were able to advance, they were able to really do something with themselves rather than just being farmers in the backwaters of nowhere.
The professor of history, professor of Yoruba, professor of philosophy. That's what they went and studied. Can we compare the education with the education of Ogun people?
That free education really emancipated the Ekiti people, and I think they will never forget it till the end of their days.
Education is the best legacy any leader can bequeath to his people.
We contributed a lot to the
education is light.
Oh yes, yeah. A lot of the agriculture obviously came from there, but that education really changed things for them.
Cocoa, we contributed. In fact, if not because they took over.
Are you talking of Ekiti or you are talking about old Ondo State?
Both now. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Ekiti was Ekiti was not happy because Obafemi Awolowo was taken to Ife. You understand? Because Ekiti was like that. Like we were the one giving you cocoa.
Do you know how that happened? How did it happen? Let me just not speak because you literally believe it if I tell you that happened.
No, just tell me. I want to know. Because I know that the correct.
Please tell us. We are willing to learn.
A member of my family literally asked for a favor. And it was moved from Ekiti to Ife. And gave them land.
Exactly. So because that time was even when Akitola was even making jest of Ekiti. Our professor Professor Atioro, Professor Aluko,
in fact, Akitola was the person that was persuaded to change his mind and move it to Ife. It wasn't even Awolowo. They just told Awolowo that.
It was Awolowo. No, it was Akitola that was actually the backbone of that project. To be honest.
Yeah, it was one that was told. It was one that decided.
I understand what Simba was saying, but the question is this: people look up to the leader that guides you. If you're a medical director of a company, you understand If anything goes wrong, the medical director is what the person the government will look at first. Not like we talk of VC of a school, you understand? So it's normal. I understand. To compensate it later, they created a stage.
Ola, let me say this. If you look at how many years did Akitola govern as the premier of Western region, and how many years, you discover that he was even there more than the number of years that Awolowo was there.
Yeah.
I know.
So
I'm not sure.
Dr. Simba, you can. It's one thing. The vision of Awolowo is one thing, but how he tried to, his methodology is another thing entirely. If you try to forge his methodology and his inability to transcend his vision to national level, we can understand you. But that does not erode the fact that he was a man of vision. You know, there's nobody compared to him, even till from that time till now. No man is fit to wear the political shoes of Awolowo.
Awolowo that brought a person like Jack Kondi, as you are saying, a dictator. People call Baba Jale go today, you see the way he will praise Jack Kondi. That man was just a daily. So that's why people were even joking that which president they work for that if you want to become a state governor or the UP, go and be a pressman. You know, when he brought this guy, this Baba then see what that man achieved in Lagos within that period. So Dr. Simba again say sorry. Just say it. You can't say sorry that I'm sorry to have defamed Awolowo achievement. Oh yeah.
I will never do that. I will never.
What is that apology?
So
without that, Awolowo was an enigma.
Awolowo served as a premier for 6 years, even going to 7 years, and Akitola served as a premier for 6 years. So that's not even a big deal, to be honest.
No, they were both very good. They were both very effective. They both really did a lot.
Highly educated.
They are almost the same. They are the same age. They are
no, Awolowo was just a bit older than Akitola, maybe a year.
A month. So it's months. It's not even up to a year that is between the. Awolowo was born 1909. Akitola was born 1910.
It's the failure to compromise
that instigated Akitola against Awolowo. Now beginning to know.
No, comrade, I wouldn't say so. I think Awolowo as well was not willing, which he should have been, willing to give Akitola some space. They were co-leaders. Okay, they were co-leaders. There was an attempt to negotiate, I think it was in Jos. It was an attempt to negotiate a compromise. But Awolowo wasn't willing to move. And that's one of the failures. And I would say it's a character flaw of Awolowo. He's uncompromising. Okay, he believes he has a principle, and he's not willing to move from that principle for no reason.
Do you think that if Awolowo was more open, he would have become the president of that country?
Yes, he would have, without a doubt.
Yeah, you are not blaming. You are talking about the methodology. There is a way you pursue a vision. You have a good vision. But the method, how you go about it, is another thing entirely. That's what you're talking about. You can blame me for that. You try to like him to somebody like Shogorena. You know, like every election, people feel is the candidate. Is his best right and everything. Are you trying to?
Let me respond to you, Simba. That he will have become the president of Nigeria at that time. I beg, just cross it. Forget that thing. See, even all those our northern brethren, they don't joke with power. Even it is even worse today that we go and look at all the governors, even in the northern part of the country. I mean, the core northern part. I'm not talking of the north central now. How many of them are Hausas? To even tell you how bad it is.
Please, I have a question for Simba. Somebody like you will be able to answer this question tonight. There's something that has been bothering my mind.
How long would not have become the president?
Can anybody throw light? More from me, apart from the little I know? While Zeke was reluctant to form a government, coalition government with Awolowo, he said, that he preferred to go to the north. Can anybody throw light around that?
I think it's already been reviewed. I think there was a dispatch, some files that were released by the British some British
No.
that are saying that it can. I think the British influenced him to go to
They had different ideology.
And apart from the different ideology, there's actually something that was said about that Zeke he was cornered into having to go with that because also he had some issues with some money in a bank that went missing. So I think it was a matter of also, let me say this. So there was actually something written. It was one of the I think what's the name of this British Governor General that oversaw the Lancaster House meetings and all these meetings they did before independence. And he made an observation.
Was it Macpherson?
Macpherson, yes. They went for, so they were having negotiations and whatnot. And they had a tea break in the afternoon. Obafemi Awolowo sat there. He did not move, he didn't engage in any frolicking anything. The man was so focused on his task and his duty. And I think the British should have seen it at that stage that this is a man that they cannot deal with. Because he's a man that will be too uncompromising. And when you look at Awolowo, he was uncompromising in everything and anything. Even look at the Western region. Look at the issues they had, even look at the Bola Ege issue. What really caused the whole old Oyo State to get broken up in the end? It started with some of the actions of Obafemi Awolowo, the selection of candidates to run for
I know that position.
Is that the kind of leader we need? Is that not the kind of leader that we need that will not listen to the Western world?
I'm not speaking.
It's Palayode that is supposed to pick as the governor.
Yes.
It was Awolowo that came it and gave it to Bola Ige.
Yeah, and not just that, even the issue that happened in
Dr. Simba, you have a lot of things against Awolowo. When are we going to resolve this issue?
Comrade Omoruyi, see, you asked a question the other time. Why Awolowo Zeke refused to form?
After the general election, no party was strong enough, so there was need for coalition at the center. I expected Zeke to collaborate with Awolowo, but instead he went to the north.
If Zeke collaborated with Awolowo, at the end of the day, the guy will have paid second fiddle because because look at this. Awolowo was promoting a social welfare economic model at that time.
Yes, it's an ideology.
And I think we're already promoting a mixed economy with private sector. Now, this is it. When Awolowo was trying to bring poor people, educate them, and bring them on board, it's as good as if you are buying election, but you are buying votes, but you are buying votes through some kind of program, right? Just to make people's life better. You give them free education, you feed them in the school.
Even food. They brought food to our school.
Exactly. But I think we want the thing to go to the private. Then really the person that is doing social welfareism, social welfare economic model will likely get more support than.
No. That's not the reason.
Zeke won them flat. Zeke won them without. Zeke won them flat out now.
Let me tell you this. The reason why he went for the Northerners, Zeke went for the Northerners, he believed that he have control. Because they have, he will find it very difficult to control Awolowo, and he find it very difficult to control the Westerners.
So Awolowo was a threat. Awolowo's vision was a threat to everybody.
Exactly. So he sees because as at that time, the Igbos are dominated everywhere. So they see the Northerners as the easy alliance. That by the time they form an alliance with them, they will still dominate everything. If they come to the Western region, they will be challenging them. So that was the main reason he went. They had an agreement that they are going to meet in Asaba. Before I go to Asaba,
Dr. Simba, I've just get something.
Can I also put this there as well?
Let me land on this point. Let me tell you what I've done tonight.
Zeke already defeated them anyway. So if Zeke wanted to control the West, he didn't need to partner with Awolowo because he already had a leg in the West.
No, he wasn't. He doesn't have
no. Let me tell you,
Zeke won in the West now.
Wait.
For the Ibadan people's party. Zeke could have taken control of the Western region.
No political party had enough majority at the center.
Let me tell you.
No, we are talking about the Western region. Okay, so Vic was able to say, okay, you know what? I'll go with the North in the center, knowing fully well that I can still go and contest in the Western region and win the Western region and become the president of the Western region.
Let me tell you this.
Dr. Simba, this erroneous impression people are peddling around that this alliance, there has been a long alliance between the West and the North is not correct. The alliance actually started between the Southeast and the Northerners.
No. There's no alliance between the North and the West. So, in fact, the only one that we can even say is the Tinubu.
The only alliance between North and West started under Buhari.
You see, but they will tell you that the West, we have Awolowo betrayed them. How Awolowo was a seller to the North. How the alliance between the North and the West have taken Nigeria backward. Which means that erosion is that position is an erroneous.
If you look at it, even leave that with Zik time, even in 1979, there was an alliance. There was an alliance between there was an alliance between the
allied with the North.
Every alliance has been between the North and the East, even up to Obasanjo time.
Yeah, what we have now just changed. It's just a recent development. But they will tell you it has always been the West betraying that is making Nigeria not to move forward. Enough of this play game. Let us leave the past and think of the way forward, man.
The Southeastern brethren have always moved against the Southwestern brethren because look, anything that will create problem for the Southwest, you will see them there. Okay, look at the Seribe now. When Ofinwosu was even ready to go ahead and do everything to declare
association to butcher Nigeria.
Exactly. So Nzeribe was the only person that made himself a willing tool to create bad image because it has always been that this guy they are not going to.
He actually had a court judgment to stop that election even before the election was conducted. But undermine him and went ahead with the election.
And you will see those people that are still moving against Tinubu today too. When you look at the way they are plotting against Tinubu, they are plotting like that's why one Dr. Apoki used to say something kind of thing. I used to respect that man into those
no, forget about that man. No, that man no get sense. So.
I used to respect him until
Dr. Simba, you have not apologized to us here with your voice. Are you ready to tell your apology? For spitting on the grave of Awolowo today.
The guy is Simba is very stubborn. It's a very stubborn. Because of Awolowo, he will not have free education, even though he came from a very wealthy family.
Bro, they did not only bring books, pen, and rulers and everything for us. They brought food. From time to time, they will slaughter cow, they will bring rice, they will ask us to bring plates, we will line it up. So if you couldn't go to school because of book, if we were so dull, you couldn't read or write. You will go to school because of food. Please, you will try to run to the forest and build a school in the forest. You are here telling me you had no vision. This is an insult. We feel insulted tonight.
Some of us enjoy Awolowo all those food up to 1983, all those free textbook, free notebook. Abba, Simba, you're under arrest.
Who is the next SSS? DSS next to Simba. Take him up.
Arrest this man, throw him into the gulag.
He's under arrest. He has committed a treasonable felony.
Comrade, give that assignment to Prince Daddy. He will willingly accept it.
Honestly, I want to was better than what we have to do.
Because Tony, if I say Tony, Tony.
Wait, what happened?
I don't know. It just look like he reset or something.
No, I think somebody. Okay.
Our comrade is gone. No? Comrade.
Somebody took me. Okay,
that's comrade is back.
Somebody took me out.
Something like it looked like someone took me out for a moment and put me back.
Yeah, I think Simba is trying to avoid his arrest.
Tony, if Tony was here, Simba would be saying that for both.
No, Tony will have caused my family, caused my generation.
Tony Africa.
Tony is always on the way.
You are lucky tonight. You are lucky tonight.
You know, comrade, there was a time we discussed this matter. Fatai came in and he was angry with me that he wanted to kill me.
I think you deserve the likes of Tony to be around you, man.
No, you see, one thing is this: it hadn't been that we the military didn't come. I tell you, even many of us outside Nigeria today probably won't be outside Nigeria because the Southwest will have been a model.
But you know the people that started the problem, the people that orchestrated is the arrest of Awolowo in 1963 and put him in prison. In fact, there are a lot of forces, and that was why, you know, I will still talk about what Kitola was trying to achieve.
No, Simba,
Zeke, let me tell you, Zeke, with his allegiance with the Northerners that time, they were doing a lot of things. They were the one that actually removed the Midwestern states to weaken the Western region. They were the one that orchestrated his arrest and charged him for treason and felony and put him in prison.
Did he actually plot a coup? That's another thing I've been looking for. I've not really laid my hands on any book. Did he actually plot a coup, or it was just a setup? Was it a frame-up?
No, it depends on the way you look at it.
If you look at, I've read some book that they said he actually plotted the coup.
They said he was training some guys in Ghana to take over government.
I think it was.
Awolowo is not that kind of person. And then if they even say that someone is plotting a coup, they should just remove Awolowo's name. The man is such a teetotaler that he doesn't. All that kind of talk is not something that he even.
I still want to understand that charge. So was he trying to bring Ghana government to come and overthrow Nigerian government?
No, they say he took some boys, Nigerian boys, to Ghana. He was training some guys, military guys in Ghana to take over government. That was the allegation.
So they will come and go to war with Nigerian army.
No, not Ghanaians, not Ghanaians.
That's what I'm saying. The so-called boys that he's using, will they come and take over the Nigerian army, come and fight Nigerian army? And I don't have
enough far to know whether it was a frame-up. You know, anything is possible in politics.
Some people, I've heard some prominent leaders that attested to it that it was true.
Now you go. Awolowo engaged himself in the coup. I really doubt it. His character never really came across.
Was it that desperate?
Yeah, I mean, Awolowo was never desperate. Because think about it, even at that time, Awolowo was happy to just be in Western Nigeria. He almost didn't care about national politics again.
No, he went to national. He went national.
He went to national, yeah,
and
but
he lost. He
got burnt, and he didn't care much about it anymore at that stage.
Was he a calculated attempt to take him away? To lock him up.
They just wanted to get rid of
he
him.
Came back. He couldn't wrestle the premiership from
Akintola.
Simba. Yeah. The thing is this: Awolowo, to the way he played that time, that was the problem. You went for the federal, you lost, and you came back and you wanted Akintola to vacate for you. That's where the problem was. Now they went away to the Awolowo fashion. They removed Akintola that time, right? Then, with the help of the federal government, right, they were able to reinstate Akintola. Then this thing led to the crisis. When you call Wild West. So it led to that crisis. That crisis was what they eyed under to now say, okay, Awolowo was trying to.
No. I thought the crisis started after the arresting.
The crisis started before. The crisis started from when they were contesting. Even though Remi Fani-Kayode was causing trouble and everything. All those guys.
Remi Fani-Kayode was causing trouble. So that's where the Wahala started. So and Akintola being that they had the backing of the federal, so they supported him for his statement. So
Akintola Taku, they started from Akintola Taku.
So that crisis led by Awolowo political talk and Akintola political talk was what they eyed under. You understand? Even those people that still plan coup in NCCC, it was part of what they still hide under too.
Yeah.
You understand? To do whatever.
Let me tell you, the crisis actually started from the census of 1959 when they said that okay, the North has more population than the South. So
not this type of crisis. No, because this leadership fraction that one is another type of crisis at that time. But this one is totally different.
And then the election of 1964, which was tagged as being rigged and all those things, was actually the major problem.
Yes, yes. But meanwhile, the fight don't start before. Look at 1983 too now. You're 1979, they fight. 1983, they fight. The problem is that of 1983, they buy so many people, you know. So they buy so many people.
I could remember. I don't know whether Aru was around that time. But like when Olunloyo won, when the Olunloyo was declared as the governor, and you see the way Bolage was crying. He was weeping like a small a baby, crying that time, because it was the Ibadan people were actually against Bolage that time. And you know that the prominent Ibadan people, that MPN, the likes of Akinjide, what was this name? What is the name? Akinloye, and all those guys.
As well. Yeah, I know the people you're speaking about. Yeah, they are, but the people too. If the Bolage too was very arrogant when he dealt with in dealing with the Ibadan elites as well.
No, they were calling them that they are not educated, they are not this, they are not this. Yes.
He made some silly statements as well.
That those days was tough, man. It was tough.
Do you know it is being said that it is some of his actions and some of the statements and some of the the personal feelings they had with Bolage. That's why they didn't. That's why Olufalaye was one that was that got the ticket to run in 1999.
Either way, neither of them will have won anyway, whether Bolage or whatever. And
let me tell you, Bolage himself was somehow, and his ambition was actually one of his undoing. Let me tell you, he was one of the founding members of PDP.
He was the founding member of every single political party at the time.
He was moving from one political party to the other. Before I now coming back that this man, what are you doing? These people that you are following, they just use you and dump you. I think when he was in PDP, he was even the one that wrote their constitution and everything. He left PDP, went to APP. From there, they now call him back to AD. Then why did he even join the Obasanjo government that time?
I don't know. I think they said they were in prison together, so they would have. I think they already had the personal relationship. They were both in Abacha's gulag together.
How can somebody? Sorry, Ola. How can somebody who called himself Awoist? Wait, Ola. Somebody who called himself Awoist be supporting somebody like Obasanjo who's an anti-Awo?
Dr. Simba, are you sure Bolage was among the founding fathers of PDP? The first time I'm hearing this.
He was a founding member of PDP. He was a founding member of about three or four of the political parties.
AD, not.
I thought he was in AD.
No, he was a founding member of PDP.
Let me tell you, their constitution. I think the three major parties. The three major parties are the three major parties. AD, APP, and PDP. They had to stand in all of them.
All of their constitutions to today. All of them.
Today.
Yeah.
About PDP because
I know I'm very sure
I
what
know
I'm
this
saying.
is a fact. No, this is a fact. It's not anything. No, it's a fact.
The very first time I'm hearing this.
Yeah, I thought it was a fact. Everybody knew that. No. He was a member of PDP, founding member of PDP.
Can someone get me the handbook? I want to see where it is there because I challenge this thing.
I know I wouldn't use of this word, the Solomon Last of this word. I've never heard about Ige as a founding member of PDP.
He himself and what's the name of this former PDP chairman that did it?
I wouldn't.
No, this PDP chairman, this former one, the one that just Solomon La, the one that just left. Now the former chairman, the immediate chairman just left.
I know
that old man now from Benue.
Alliance for Democracy, but
yeah, I'm trying to remember now.
That Benue man, the former PDP chairman, the one that all those guys, they all founding members.
And that guy was he was the youngest among them then.
So
was a senator at a point too.
Mike we showed this the forum that I don't know. I even joined you. I don't even know whether I'm not even supposed to be talking or shut it down. Don't I join again?
So, but like it wasn't politically stable. It was moving here and there.
Wait, Mike want to speak. Mike, you have a thing to shut it down.
You have the access.
Yes, now. May I help you shut down before I go?
No, when you are ready to shut it down, shut it down.
No,
I'm not the one even in charge.
I
think. I just came later.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. You can stay and talk behind. I will post the link. Anybody that want to join. So, I just post the link here. Then people will continue the discussion in the background. So, I just want to make sure I don't. Okay, put it there. Okay, so you can continue. I'm only.
Yeah, I thought Bolage was a diehard voice. I didn't know he was the